Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay and I am your host. I have a full panel today for this BTK overview. I want to introduce at the scene with Haley V. Hey, Haley.
Hey. Hey, everyone.
We've got the lovely Mary P.
Hello.
We've got, of course, our lovely incognito Potato.
Good evening.
And last but not least, it's not Elon, but it's the next best thing. It's HJ.
Hey.
Miss Google Fingers herself. So welcome, guys. We are going to get right into this because we're kind of following this flight tracker. I guess they're supposed to land around 4, but I think that's like their time. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
He
we've
is
got 3 more hours.
He's currently on the Nebraska-South Dakota line.
Well, there you go, guys. Look up and flip the bird while he goes by. Oh, shoot. Well, welcome to all the Roberters in chat. We got Melissa B, Ultra Dark, Angie B, Ultra Dark, Shelby. Thank you for becoming a member, Shelby. Leo. Who else do we have? Hi, Law. Is Lars in chat today? I want to see if my Lars is here. Hi, Peaky. Audra D. Hello, Frankie. The lovely Olive Juice. Olive is so funny. Let's see who else. Board One. The good old Board One. I don't know if that's good or bad that I attract a Board One to my memberships. What do you guys say? What does that say about me? I'm just kidding. Blissful with Texas. Thank you. You just became a member. Welcome. Yes, absolutely. Ann Pulley, thank you. New member there too. Replay crew, new member. Punani Queen became a member. Our lives are complete, you guys. The good Punani, she's a member now. And so is Sunshine Stacy. Gosh, you guys, it's overwhelming. But we are going to absolutely. Our fam is growing so much. It's great. It's great. So thanks for being here to moderate, you guys that are here with the wrenches. Please be respectful. You're welcome to your opinions as always, but please do be respectful in the chat of others' opinions. It's not really hard to do. Okay, so welcome to panel, guys. This is the BTK. This is the bind, torture, kill dude. It's not much. I mean, there's not much to him. You know, he's not really. It's not like you look at him and you go, God, he's creepy. I mean, he's creepy because you know what he did now. But back then, he was actually like a father, a husband, active in his church. You know, all these people just looked at him as a trusted individual, which is what's really scary about him. So before we get started, I just wanted to do like a quick, like just brief summary. I'm going to read this through this is coming from biography.com. It's short, sweet, and to the point. And then we're going to move into, I'm going to let you guys, because you guys are the experts on BTK. So I'm going to let you piggyback off of this little summary, anything that you want to throw in there before we start listening to his full confession.
Yeah.
Because his full confession, he admits to everything. The judge asks him questions. He answers.
He lays it out.
He's got no problem doing it. No problem.
Hey, Jay. Shelby gifted 1 membership.
Yeah.
And it was given to Mary P.
Was it?
Oh,
Yeah.
Mary. Today's your day. Oh, my God. Do that again.
Yay!
Oh, congratulations, Mary. Now you really are. I mean, you're official because you're up here.
Well, thank you so much.
I wouldn't bring you up here if, you know, you were like the mooner. What was his name? Clive?
Clive.
No more Clives. No, but
That was a good
welcome,
catch,
Mary
by the way.
P. I'm really honored to have you as a member of my channel.
Well, thank you. And thank you so
It-
much for the gift. Who sent it?
Shelby.
Thank you, Shelby.
Thank you, Shelby. Okay, so let's go through this really quick. So, who is Dennis Rader? Born in 1945 in Pittsburg, Kansas, Dennis Rader lived a double life. He was a devoted family man and company man by day, but he terrorized Wichita, Kansas as the BTK killer for bind, torture, kill. With 10 murders and brazen correspondence with authorities between 74 and 91, Rader's alter ego resurfaced in 04, but his penchant for leaving clues led to his arrest and life imprisonment the following year. So a little bit about this guy's upbringing. He was born on March the 9th in 1945 in Pittsburg, Kansas. He grew up in Wichita. He was the oldest of 4 boys, and he enjoyed a seemingly normal childhood, reportedly masking such disturbing behavior as hanging stray animals. Rader dropped out of college and joined the U.S. Air Force in the mid-60s. That's that crazy-ass time in the mid-60s, too, with everything we've covered with Manson and the CIA and the MK Ultra and all of those testings that were going on in the military at that time.
Yeah.
It's interesting to hear that he was in the Air Force in the mid-60s. After returning to Wichita, he married his wife Paula in 71 and worked for an outdoor supply company for about a year. In 1974, I was 1. He began a lengthy stint as an employee of ADT, which is still around today, security services. So his first murder was on January the 15th, 1974. And Rader strangled to death 4 members of the Otero family. And this is absolutely horrific. I mean,
Oh God.
there's no words. Parents, Joseph and Julie, and 2 of their children, Josephine and Joseph Jr., before leaving with a watch and a radio. So he took his trophies. Strangulation and
Radio.
an old radio and a watch.
Yeah.
Random.
Mhm.
Right, very random. Strangulation and souvenir taking would become part of his modus operandi or pattern of behavior. And I said that would be a really cool podcast name. He also left semen at the scene and later said that he derived sexual pleasure from the killing.
Yeah.
The Otero's 15-year-old son, Charlie, came home and discovered his family.
Oh,
That is-
how awful.
I can't. That is
Yeah.
that is absolute. And you know what? That's what makes these motherfuckers the most evil of the evil. You know,
Absolutely.
I mean,
going back to Manson, LaBianca's daughter found them in their home.
I know it's so fucking evil. It's just like that icing on the devil cake, you know, the
It
devil's
really
cake.
is.
It's like just put that last jab in there for that surviving person, you know.
Mm.
Fucking horrible.
Total lack of humanity. It really is just total lack of.
Right. And it just makes you think these people are just not, they're like subhuman. They're like almost subhuman. You can't relate with that on any level.
You can't.
No,
We're
because we're
talking
normal.
about, a completely different level. It's really interesting to note as well that when the reporters who kind of, had found out something had happened and had been at the scene, they said the police officers there were so quiet. They couldn't even speak because they were so horrified. And they also found a chair where the little boy had been strangled, where he'd sat. They saw the impressions of a chair where Dennis Rader had sat there and watched this little boy pass away in front of him. Suffocate.
Did he hang him?
And no, he didn't. He put a plastic bag over his head.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
He
and
details it in the
Cooper-
confession that we watch. And just so you guys know, trigger warning, because he killed kids.
I mean, it is horrific.
Yep.
Mhm.
I do
There's
believe he hung the little girl.
Yeah, he did in the basement.
Yeah.
I thought one of them got hung. I think this is why I never paid attention to this, because just the title "Bind, Torture, Kill" makes me go, nope. I'm gonna go over here and watch Chris Watts, who's like seemingly normal, and I'm gonna try to figure out why he did that. Because this is just deep. It's deviant. It's dark. It's just every nasty feeling that you could ever have about anything. It's sexual. It's just gross, you know, just plain gross. So he struck again after a few months later on April 4th of 74. So that one was January, the first one, and he couldn't wait probably to do it again. So this time he waited in the apartment of a young woman named Catherine Bright. And then he stabbed and strangled her when she got home. He also shot her brother Kevin, even though he survived. And Kevin later described Rader as, quote, an average size guy, bushy mustache, psychotic eyes. And that's according to a Time magazine article. Those eyes, it's always the eyes.
Yeah.
His are black. I mean, shark eyes.
I think there's something evolutionary. I mean, I know we haven't proven it yet, but I really do believe that something akin to a humanity switch, for lack of a better word, and we see it when people turn it off, that's what that some people will call evil, that it's just evolutionarily in us when we see that particular look, it just, if you listen to your gut, you are going to run the opposite direction.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy how strictly just someone's eyes looking at you can give you that much emotion?
Absolutely. And I think that's what I would like everyone to really look at this evening when we're looking at Rader. You know, this is what you're looking at when you look at Brian, you know, this is the same. We're looking at the same kind of monster, the same type of predator.
Yeah. And for all intents and purposes, Brian may have really, you know, envied this guy and what's the word? Not envy.
Well,
I think he
wanted
wanted
to look up too.
I think he wanted to
Inspired
one
to
up
be like
him.
him.
Yeah. I think this was like his inspiration. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Potato.
Absolutely. His textbook.
Yeah.
He
Because-
was probably. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just underneath the BTK. Underneath it all is this want to be a serial killer. And that really is the connection, that when we keep going through the levels, I mean, he wants to be known. The BTK wants to be known. It's a game to him. And he has the ability to turn it on and off.
His victims weren't looked at as humans to him.
No.
They were looked at as subjects.
They were projects.
Yes, he called them projects.
And it's also really interesting to note as well, because I think a lot of people get misconstrued on this Rader, because he never raped any of his victims. The sexual pleasure that he had didn't come from that.
It came from he would actually bind himself.
He did. And those photographs are terrifying.
This dude would wear women's clothing.
The masks.
He would tie himself up, bind himself, and that's what he would get pleasure out of.
And then he'd take Polaroids of it.
Yeah, it was about the control.
Yep. And he would hide them. And there were so many of them that when they finally found this particular, I think it was a suitcase, I don't remember, but when they found this load of pictures of, they thought he had multiple men that he had done this to. He was like, and no, that's me.
You're
very
God
matter of fact.
Yeah,
that's just me.
That's right.
That's my good time. But that's how he
that's crazy.
Got rid of some of his need, I think, to kill during some times.
Yeah,
that was how he kind of got that took the edge off, so to speak, of whatever deviant feelings he was having. That is so nasty.
Because the other end of it. Sorry, go ahead.
He said as well that he enjoyed playing with his self, like in that kind of role, as much as he did with everyone else as well.
Yeah, he was quite honest about that.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he said. I think he said that there'd be a lot more people that were dead if I didn't find as much pleasure in reliving it. And
so he kind of had some like moral compass when it's weird
to him,
his moral compass was, okay, I'm just gonna go do this and be deviant to myself so I don't hurt someone.
Yeah,
but then when the urge got too much,
he said that he didn't rape anyone because that was too far. It's like, well, what you're doing to people is extreme, and you think that that's too far.
The way that they are able to justify it in their own heads is crazy.
It's like an alcoholic saying they don't take drugs. That's exactly it's that kind of comparison. It's like, oh no, I don't go to that level.
And their
It's
family,
really disturbing
his
as
family
well.
did not know. His daughter
No.
did not know, and it's not like he was a
Right, like Gacy.
despondent dad or anything like that. He was
Gacy
very
did the same
involved
shit.
and-
You know, he was married. His wife had no idea, and he was putting those boys down in the basement with lye, covering it with lye to keep the damn smell down with his family living there. I mean, that's another one I never visited because it's just so gross.
Mhm.
Like, there's just not enough showers or scrubbies, loofahs for this shit. But we're
like
gonna do
me
it
with-
anyway
With
because we love you
Dahmer.
guys. Oh, Dahmer, I can't do it.
I
It just-
can't.
okay,
I
all
do
right,
have a question.
okay,
and
wait.
Maybe
Go ahead.
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
Mary or not Hillary.
You know what? You're officially Hillary now.
I know. I honestly, I want everyone to call me Hillary. I'm fine with
Okay.
that.
And I love the way she says it too, Hillary.
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 Awesome.
Oh,
Sorry,
that's so
HJ. Go ahead.
empty.
No, that's fine. So I didn't really follow BTK at all, just because it's not he never really got my attention. And I just looked him up in the Kansas DOC, the Department of Corrections, and he has an alias. It's El Cavrana. Do we know why he has that alias? Why that's
Oh, it sounds like Bella.
I was gonna say, here's my dogs.
Oh, don't mute your dogs. We love our dogs here. Our dogs are part of the podcast. Bark away, poochies. We love them. We love them more than people.
Yes, we do.
So I wasn't aware that he was using an alias. So that must be kind of quite a recent, maybe.
Yeah,
they
I
don't
don't
say
remember
when they
anything.
updated it, but they list his name and then that alias and then also Bill Thomas Kilman.
Right.
As
So
an alias.
Kilman.
Ooh.
Yep. So Bill Kilman, he did use. So that I'm familiar with. I'm wondering if maybe the alias it could, like, for instance, I send really disturbing postcards to Chris Watts as a hobby, on a weekly basis just to talk to him.
Oh my gosh.
And I was trying to find Coleman, another guy, and he uses an alias. So sometimes they do that for malreasons. So I'm not sure. That might be. I mean, don't.
Wait
quote
a
me on
minute.
that.
So Chris Coleman is in prison under an alias?
Yes, he doesn't come up. I literally had to pull some strings to find him. Him and Chris Watts are actually in the same section, and they're quite good buddies.
You can do that. You can hide yourself. That's okay.
Well, he has. But not that well, because I found him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so he got a nice postcard too.
That is so funny.
Mm.
I didn't realize that, though. I mean, that makes sense why you can't find him in the Department of Prisons.
It's really unusual. You don't come across it very often, but that can be the case. So yeah.
So someone would have to know what name he's under in order to request records and such, correct?
Yeah, so it depends on who you're looking for. Yeah. So
Because I always wondered how, because I'm not going to lie, I requested some things of Chris Watts from the Wisconsin Bureau of Prisons. Gosh, Potato and HJ, was it like 9 months ago now?
Yeah, a long time ago.
And it just
Yeah.
says processing. Like, it's not doing anything, and they don't write me back about it. I'm like, this is so weird. How are people getting, the stuff that they've shared? But it's probably because someone told them what name to request it under or something like that.
Yeah. So there are ways, to do that, definitely. Yeah. So
Carlisle, would you like to
Oh.
come up and tell us what you know real quick? You don't have to stay up, but Carlisle, would you like to take a link? He lives in Idaho, and he says everybody's talking about someone named Hunter being seen smoking crack with Brian on campus before the murders.
Now,
And
I've
he
heard
says-
that name. Jay, do you know when I was
Yeah.
telling you about the TikTok? I've heard that name. That name was on one of the
I have too.
messages.
Yeah.
Have you?
I heard something about Hunter,
Me too. Yeah.
but I think people were getting confused because Ethan's brother's name's Hunter. And
Isn't
I
Hunter
think
the one that was at the house on those noise complaints? The one with the zip
is that
ties
the one
on his
that
wrists?
JLR was going after?
I think
Hunter and Emily's boyfriend.
He answered
Yeah.
the door.
Yeah.
So where is Hunter? So he says Hunter is an art student, but we don't know if they've talked to Hunter or not. So I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should go there.
No.
But thank you, Carlisle, for bringing that to our attention, because we have heard of Hunter a lot. Hunter Johnson, yes. That's it, Olive Juice. Thank you.
Yeah.
He was on both body cams. So he was at the house when the cops called on them. And I'm going to tell you my theory sticks to, my theory sticks to Brian Koberger being behind those noise complaints. That is my theory. Carlisle, what do you think of that theory? And I mean, I don't know this Hunter guy, but he was the one that answered the door and said, oh, I don't know who lives here, such and such, right? Like, I don't know who lives here.
Mm.
But my theory on that, you guys, and we'll get back to BTK. And I knew this was going to happen because they're hand in hand. That's the only reason we're talking about him now. So
exactly.
Yeah, so that's fine. But oh shoot, now I lost my train of thought.
Hunter, look, he was the one that answered the door and said he didn't know anybody.
And
he
you
said
were saying that you thought that Brian was doing the noise complaints.
Oh yeah, the noise complaints. So like, let's say this Hunter guy, whatever, was doing drugs with him and whatever, they're looking for him to question him or whatnot, and they can't find him according to Carlisle. I don't know if that's true, but let's say that it was kind of a planned thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, and not only that, I think like if Hunter is involved with him, that'll be really weird. You'll have to really take another look at those calls and why they went down.
Yeah.
What was the point? Was the point to try to get the party out of there? Was there someone that was going to be in there that they wanted to be a victim? You know what I'm saying? Where they try to break up the party, get everybody to go home. Whoever stays there, stays there. You know what I'm saying? Another weird thing that I had crossed my mind last night was the dogs. These cases we've heard about the dogs. What's weird to me is that a couple of them, Kaylee and then a couple unsolved ones, had dogs that survived. And they also were at the bar and they got home and took their dogs out.
Yeah.
So
and
my theory...
It's interesting as well that Raider, he also, I think it may have been one or two occasions, he put the dog in another room.
Right. I get that. I'm thinking that they're watching and these people take their dog out, like Kaylee took her dog out. And I think maybe while she was outside with the dog, he may have snuck in at that time.
Ooh,
you know, that creeps me out. And now I'm going to be worried every time
I was
walk
too.
my dog.
Dude, I walked out of my house at 3 a.m. because my dogs had to pee last night. And I opened the door and it dawned on me because I opened the door. It was dark. And I thought immediately of Kaylee taking Murphy out when she got home from the bar. And if freaking Maddie was wasted, we know she was. She probably passed out. She probably got upstairs, laid down, and she was out. And remember, laptop guy said one of them awoke.
Yeah.
And tried to run. I think those calls were planned. And we'll see. Sheila, it's all in the title, babe. It's all in the title, all in the description who this guy is.
I mean, I'm with you as well, Joe, but I go even further than that. And I think that Brian most probably had been in that house before that night. I think he'd without a doubt, he was stalking. He'd done his homework. He was.
But you know what, Haley? If he had someone that was helping him, there might be drugs involved. I don't know. I mean, we know Brian allegedly has a drug history. But what if there was something involved or someone being paid for something and, you know, gave him a layout, gave him, you know, the information from the inside of that house so that he necessarily wasn't seen inside there.
It would be so easy for anyone to just walk into that house, though. And we've seen that.
It would, but that dude sticks out like a sore thumb, dude. Like,
so can I give you?
You heard the bar owner say, like, there were multiple notes from this guy being at the bar. I can't imagine he'd be any less creepy at a sorority house.
No,
they would remember him, and he wouldn't do that. He was trying to get away with it, right? So why would he go in there and make himself like, here I am, I don't think he'd do that.
No, but I think that he would have been in that home when it was empty, when he knew there was no one in.
Oh,
I think
in between tenants?
Right. Yeah. So I don't think
I think the house was a target too.
Oh, absolutely. So
Mhm.
I think he did what Raider did, and that was that he did his homework. He knew the layout. He'd probably been in that house. If not, he'd been up to those windows. He knew the exits. He knew where the doors were. You know, he knew his stuff. Without a doubt.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank
and
you,
their
Georgia.
movements.
Georgia.
That's the connection with the Raider situation,
Yeah.
is that Raider didn't he didn't kill all the projects, quote unquote, he had. And then I believe it was his neighbor who suddenly he looked out the door and she became a project and was dead within however long. So and he had other ones he worked on for quite a while, and he said, no, it just never it was not the right time. It never presented itself, or I never, you know.
And
Did
then
he
there were
ever say?
also,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I was just going to quickly just say, Raider also did broke into quite a few homes, and then he would leave a note and say, "You're so lucky you didn't come home tonight because I've been sitting here waiting for you." I mean, can
What
you
an
imagine?
asshole.
I know.
Wow. You
Yeah,
know,
he was
it's
all
and
about the
what's
game.
so scary here is that in the comfort of your own home, to make people scared in their own home is the absolute worst terrorist that there can be.
Absolutely. And that's what he
Especially
got
when
off
you're
on.
dead sleep. You know, like you're in the middle of, you're supposed to be getting your beauty sleep. You're supposed to be, you know, regenerating your body during the night, and you're supposed to just be able to relax. And he's got these people on edge.
Yeah.
So did
You
he
know?
say how he picked his
Okay, let me
victims?
finish. I'm not done with the
Okay.
rundown. Okay.
All right.
So we left off on the second killing was in April of 74. So let's go further. In October of 74 was when BTK went public. He placed a letter in a public library book in which he took responsibility for killing the Oteros. So it was almost like, okay, they didn't figure me out, so I'm going to leave a clue. The letter ended up with the local newspaper, and the poorly written note gave authorities some idea who they were dealing with. And he wrote, quote, "It's hard to control myself. You probably call me psychotic with sexual perversion hang up." He warned that he would strike again, noting, quote, "The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK." The initials stuck, and the murderer became to be known by variations of the BTK killer, or simply BTK. His next known crimes, now he went, that we know of, from 74 to 77. So there's a gap. In March of 77, he tied up and strangled Shirley Vian after locking her kids in the bathroom. In December of that same year, he strangled Nancy Fox in her home, and then he called the police to report it. Shortly afterwards, in January of 78, he sent a poem to a local newspaper about the Vian killing. And then several weeks later, he sent a letter to a local TV station stating that he was responsible for killing Vian, Fox, and another unknown victim. He also made allusions to several other notorious killers, including Ted Bundy and David Berkowitz, also known as the son of Sam. Despite his cat and mouse game with authorities, he was able to keep the lid on his secret murderous life. Reportedly an attentive husband, he and his wife had a son in 75 and a daughter in 78. The next year, Rader graduated from Wichita State with a degree in administration of justice.
Ooh.
Still, he continued to taunt authorities and appeared to be poised to strike again. So in April of 79, he waited in an elderly woman's home but left before she returned. He sent her a letter to let her know that the BTK had been there. So in an effort to catch him in 1977, there was a recording of his phone call to police, and they released that in 79. And after several years without a known crime, he killed his next door neighbor, Maureen Hedge, on April 27th, 1985. Her body was found days later on the side of the road. And the following year, he killed Vicky Weigirl in her home. His final known victim, Dolores Davis, was taken from her home on January 19th, 91. Over the next several years, he dropped off the map and he focused on his work and family life. He had left ADT in the late 80s and started working for the Wichita suburb of Park City as a compliance supervisor in 91. Interestingly, the last time he killed. In his new position, Rader was known to be a stickler for the rules. He measured the height of people's lawns and chased stray animals while toting a tranquilizer gun. According to reports, Rader took pleasure in exerting his limited authority over his neighbors and other members of the community. This will petrify you. He was also a Boy Scout troop leader and president of his church council.
Yeah.
Can you imagine your boy being in his damn troop? With many news stories marking the 30th anniversary of the Otero murders, BTK resurfaced in 2004. He sent local media outlets several letters filled with items relating to his crimes, including pictures, a word puzzle, and an outline for the BTK story. He loved the attention. He also left packages with clues, including a computer disk that ultimately led authorities to Rader's church. Investigators also noticed on his Jeep on security tapes of some of the package drop-off areas, or noticed his Jeep on security tapes of some of the package drop-off areas, and they cemented their case by obtaining a DNA sample from his daughter. He was arrested on February 25th, 2005, and charged with 10 counts of first-degree murder. His neighbors and fellow church members were stunned. He pled guilty to all of the charges on June 27th, 2005. As part of his plea, he gave the horrifying details of his crimes in court. Many observers noted that he described the gruesome events without any sign of remorse or emotion. Because he committed his crimes before the state's 94 reinstatement of the death penalty, Rader was sent to El Dorado Correctional Facility to serve his 10 life sentences, where he remains today. And there is several documentaries and stuff on him. One thing to note is Stephen King's novel, A Good Marriage, was published as part of the 2010 collection Full Dark, No Stars, was based on Rader's story. And in 2016, like I shaved the description, or the link is in the description, the forensic psychology professor, Catherine Ramsland, published Confession of a Serial Killer, The Untold Story of Dennis Rader, the BTK Killer. And in that, she revealed the notorious murderer had planned to claim an 11th victim before he was arrested. 11. There's that number 11. November 11th.
Yes.
So yeah, in October of 17, Netflix crime drama Mindhunter was also based on that. And one of the serial killers known as ADT Man on the show is based on Rader. So
just
a lot of our younger folks probably are like, oh my God, ADT Man, because they're not familiar with this case, but they watch Netflix. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, just to add to that, what's really scary is in his last job that he had, where he was doing the measuring people's grass and stuff. He was actually working with a lady in the office, and that she really didn't get on with him at all. She found him to be in fact, she's made a couple of complaints about him because she found him to be really, really offensive. And once he was arrested, she was actually on his list, and that was his next project. I know.
That's petrifying.
She literally said she fainted when the police had to go around and say to her, look, you're so lucky because he was coming out of retirement and you was the next project. And also, just to add, Dennis Rader is still alive, and he is in he's literally in solitary confinement. He has a phone in there, which I think he can use at certain times, and he will remain in that cell. He's not eligible for parole for another 175 years.
But if you watch, and thank you for that information. Thank you both for coming on. I know you guys have studied this case. I don't know. I think we should just start getting into the confession because it's jarring, right?
Me too. Because and just quickly, everyone, just absorb it. Just kind of absorb it, because what you're seeing here, you don't see very often. And just before we came on, we were saying what you're witnessing now is literally crime history in the making.
Yeah,
so
talk
when you
about
look,
that a little bit,
so
Haley.
yeah,
I almost
I
called
mean,
you Hillary.
yeah, Hillary. So what we are a part of right now, guys, is honestly just, you don't see it. Thankfully, you don't see this very often. People like BTK, we don't come across very often, but there are similarities here, and what you're witnessing and what you will be witnessing is going to go down in criminal history. People may well be one day looking back on these kind of lives and looking at discussions that we are having and the comparisons that we're making. So yeah, just listen and open and yeah,
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors. They are actual litigants with a case pending. No,
yeah.
so for real, I mean, you're so spot on with that. And it took like reading about this and really for it to sink in how big this arrest could actually be
It's
once,
huge.
Once everything's
Mm-hmm.
rolling. And I don't think we're going to hear about things for some time because I have a feeling they're going to be testing DNA against DNA from all these other cases they're looking at.
Me too.
And God bless law enforcement. God bless them for what they
Yeah.
do, the job they do. You mentioned earlier how the men on the scenes of the BTK could not even speak. We see that with the Brian press
We
conferences.
do.
These grown men are shook. They can't even speak without their voices shaking. That's how scary this individual is. And I think it says a lot to get law enforcement to show emotion like that. It takes a very, very scary individual.
And these men are going to need therapy. These men are going to be traumatized, as were many of the people that worked with Dennis Rader.
Well, I do think that might be something that we might be able to add as a community, all of us, to know we have Dennis Rader's daughter, and it was terrible for her after this happened. Her life, it went from a normal, regular life to, oh my God, I can't even imagine. And she became a victim. And I think we forget how significant, how much baggage, how much hurt and trauma different people have. I mean, if she got married and or the community she lived, it all goes out. So maybe we can be I know the ladies, all of us on the panel are just very open. We might say things, but until things are proven, we just have what we have. But once we see these victims, once we can support the people that haven't done anything wrong, we can be more supportive and let them know they don't have to feel so shunned. They don't have to, because it's not their shame. They didn't do anything wrong. And maybe that's a gift we can give the next generation.
I think so too.
Yeah, and BTK's
go ahead, Potato.
BTK's daughter's spoken out about this Brian case as well, and she's horrified that her father could have inspired someone to do the same things that he was doing.
Yeah, she really
can't imagine how she feels about that.
She said, didn't she, that when she heard, her stomach just went. And I think actually that that interview that she does with News Nation is quite telling, because I think she knows. I think that it rang bells with her. Brian and what had happened in that house. It reminded her of what her dad had done.
Quick Brian update. We've got, thank you, HJ. We've
Told
got
you that
a picture
was him on that plane.
Yep, he's being followed on the tarmac.
Yep.
So HJ, yes, no one should ever doubt Google Fingers. She has been tracking this plane all day, you guys. So thank you, Heather. And there she got a shot of him, Miss Google Fingers. TMZ's got him on the tarmac. Crazy. Crazy. Evil in the flesh right there.
He's making a beeline right for Moscow right now.
No coat either. They've got his hands, his arms showing. He's got no coat. They're not covering those arms.
No,
interesting.
I
There
don't
are-
believe they're being particularly nice or kind to him. I don't.
No.
No.
No,
His handcuffs looked awfully tight yesterday.
they did.
Which goes to what you were saying before, Jay, that the fact that these law enforcement are shook. At first I thought maybe they weren't, used to so much publicity and what. I don't think
Yeah.
that's it at all,
I
because
thought that
it
at first too.
changes depending on what they're talking about, and yeah, it's
Yeah,
a lot.
what you're seeing is trauma.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's trauma.
And you're seeing these people, especially the chief, go through this trauma in different stages.
You are.
Mhm.
Mm.
I just can't imagine what they saw because I think Ethan was in the hallway. So yeah, it's bad. Okay, so there's that. Let's get back to BTK. We're gonna start watching this
Yeah.
confession, and someone in chat said, "Oh my God, he looks like my dad." Like what?
Yeah.
And he does. He looks like a normal guy, and when he talks, very matter of fact, like he was just doing a job.
It
He was
really
just making
is.
pasta.
His morality is very compartmentalized. I mean, he really does believe he loved his family, and at the same time, tortured a little girl the same age as his daughter. I mean, just it's beyond comprehension. But
Mm-hmm.
Latitude,
Doesn't
the plane has already stopped. They switched planes or refueled, and now they're in the air again. So we know he's currently in the air. That picture obviously wasn't taken in real time. Like, we're not live on the tarmac.
No.
Coke Zero
that's-
in the house. Whoop, whoop. I need
That
a
was
Coke
probably
Zero
what,
icon.
a half hour ago when he was.
Yeah, I mean, Google
Hanging
Fingers
out
is
in
on
Elena.
it, dude. Like I said, don't out her. Like, it's never going to work for you if you do, because you just can't. Okay, let's start this. This has a runtime of 46 minutes, but obviously we're going to be stopping and discussing. So what I want you ladies to do is holler at me and tell me to pause it when you want me to pause it.
Okay.
Okay.
It's lemon head shell. We've got a new emoji. He's a lemon head.
All right, Mr. Rader, I need to find out more information. On that particular day, the 15th day of January, 1974, can you tell me where you went to kill Mr. Joseph Otero?
I think it's 1834, Edgemore.
All right. Can you tell me approximately what time of day you went there?
Somewhere between 7 and 7:30.
This particular location, did you know these people?
No, that's no, that was part of my, I guess my what you call fantasy. These people were selected.
All right. So you
Okay.
you were engaged in some kind of fantasy during this period of time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you use the term fantasy, is this something you were doing for your personal pleasure?
Sexual fantasy, sir.
I see. So you went to this residence, and what occurred then?
Well, I had did some thinking on what I was going to do to either Mrs. Otero or Josephine, and basically broke into the house, or didn't break into the house, but when they came out of the house, I came in and confronted the family, and then we went from there.
All right. Had you planned this beforehand?
To some degree, yes. After I got in the house, I lost control of it, but it was, in the back of my mind, I had some ideas what I was going to do, but I basically panicked that first day. So
Beforehand, did you know who was there in the house?
I thought Mrs. Otero and the two kids, the two younger kids were in the house. I didn't realize Mr. Otero was going to be there.
All right. How did you get into the house?
I came to the back door, cut the phone lines, waited at the back door, had reservations about even going or just walking away, but pretty soon the door opened and I was in.
All right. So the door opened. Was it open for you, or did somebody?
I think one of the kids, I think the junior, or not junior, yes,
I have to stop. So brazen.
Yep.
Oh, I think Junior opened the door. Oh, it was just the little boy.
I know. He's almost talking like he's just reciting like what he went and what he did that day because he just went shopping and what he bought. It's so matter of fact.
Right.
Yeah,
And
it's
how can he have his own children and be, how can, it's like a switch.
I know. That's always bothered me. That always. How can he go and take his own daughter fishing, and yet hang someone else's from
Mhm.
it? Make
And he was a really good dad by all accounts. I mean,
He
he
was.
I mean, he did the things that you're supposed to do with your kids, spend time with them every
He
day.
was a Boy Scout leader.
Oh, well, just wait till we get into that. He
Yeah.
is that. I mean, was he a Boy Scout leader?
Oh
Oh,
my
he
god.
was.
Yeah.
He
Was
was.
Brian writing to this guy?
Now
I
that's
wonder-
interesting because there
I
are
mean, he
very
could
few
have.
people who have access to BTK.
Yeah.
And that professor would be one of them. That was his
But she-
professor.
And that
Correct.
she would have been his way in. And like you said earlier, didn't you, Jay, that you didn't think that was by accident that he was studying with her. And I think that was part of that plan.
Yeah, I think this has been a plan for him for a while. And I don't know what the hell triggered and made him like aware of all of this. Like, when did he find out about BTK and start really like looking into their stories? I don't know. I'll be really curious to find out. Was it
Yeah.
drugs? I don't know. I mean, it's crazy.
Now, do you know if would he be able to have any contact that wasn't gone through? Like,
Oh, yeah, he can, yeah.
because
What do you mean gone through?
Well, so if I were to call anyone in prison, it's recorded. If I send a letter, they're going to
Mhm.
read it, right? But
Yeah.
BTK
Oh my God.
has
Wait,
some
hold
special
on, you
things.
guys. Hot pink jalapenos. He killed my friend's dad's secretary.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, hot pink. I am so sorry.
Mm.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mary.
Oh, well, this is gonna be a lot then.
Oh, go
Because
ahead. Go ahead.
I don't remember what I was saying. I'm stunned.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. I wonder how much Hot Pink Jalapenos knows about this story. It'd be very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Hot pink, can you send an email if you're comfortable doing so? The email is in chat. I just put the link.
Oh, I remember
my
what I was going to
God.
say.
She
Oh,
said
how
Kelly still cries about it.
Oh,
Sure. Do you think there's any way that the two of them could be in cahoots? Is kind of just the thing that just
That's what
made
somebody
me
yeah.
nauseous. I just all of a sudden it was like, could this game be a continuation of BTK? Because this is right up his alley.
Well,
Right.
that's why I'm wondering if they consulted with Ed Gain because of that.
Ed Kemper.
Or
Ed
Ed Kemper, sorry. Getting my Ed serial killers confused. Ed Kemper. Why would they consult with him and if not to try to catch another serial killer?
It's very it's much easier than you would imagine to be able to speak to someone like that. To give you an example, I speak to Charles Bronson. He writes to me weekly. Now, he's one of the most dangerous prisoners in the UK, and to get to speak to him, you have to go through a few kind of go through a few different sort of avenues, but it you can, if there's no way that you cannot ever not have any contact with somebody if you really wanted to.
Oh my goodness, guys, the things that are going through my head.
Oh, I know.
Two of them
I'm
could have
thinking-
started like a coded language.
I'm
They
thinking
could have
about
ciphers.
I'm thinking about his
BTK.
professor that like said he was so wonderful and all this. And
Mm-hmm.
Didn't
She's
she say
made-
he was the smartest
yep.
person, like the smartest she
And
has
see,
ever?
this is the thing. BTK, he got off. He played games. He
Mhm.
loved codes. So can you imagine that he has this person that writes to him? He's got the credentials. He's talking to the same professor that he's been speaking to.
He
and-
shares the initials
right.
almost.
I
I
know.
mean, it would almost call out to Dennis Rader.
But exactly, and you can imagine Dennis Rader in that cell on his own. Them cogs are starting to go, and he could be thinking to himself, "Do you know what? I might not be out there, but he is."
I hope we're so wrong. I really do,
Yeah,
because
I do too.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, is he living vicariously through this kid?
He's trying to finish his
Well,
projects
what
through
if they're
him.
working
His
together?
11th. His 11th happened in November.
And there was 4 victims.
Oh God. Okay, let's keep listening. You guys, there's a lot to unpack, isn't there? Holy.
There is.
The younger, Joseph opened the door. He probably let the dog out because the dog was in the house at that time.
All right, when you went into the house, what happened then?
Well, I confronted the family, pulled a pistol, confronted Mr. Otero, and asked him to, that I was there to basically, I was wanted to get the car. I was hungry, food. I was wanted, and I asked him to lie down in the living room. And at that time, I realized that wouldn't be a really good idea. So the dog was a real problem. So I asked Mr. Otero if he could get the dog out. So he had one of the kids put it out. And I took him back to the bedroom.
You took who back to the bedroom?
The family, the bedroom, the 4 members.
All right, what happened then?
At that time, I tied him up.
While still holding him at gunpoint?
Well, in between tying and yes. Yeah.
All right, after you tied them up, what occurred?
Well, they started complaining about being tied up, and I released the
Complaining.
dogs a couple of times. Tried to make Mr. Otero as comfortable as I could. Apparently,
He tried to make them comfortable before he killed them.
He did.
What?
He was very patient with his victims. Just quickly, Jay, I've just seen a comment. Poor cat. She just brought up the the dog that was skinned, and whether or not anyone thinks that was relevant. I absolutely do. I think that when it comes to these kind of crimes, that kind of act, I don't believe in coincidences, and I think that could have been, because we know that was done with a hunting knife. It was done by a human. It was done, in that same kind of time frame, a few weeks before. I don't believe in coincidences. And for me, that could well have been him, just, a little practice with that knife.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of what connects him to all of this,
Yeah.
that we find out when they went to the apartment or in his car or in Pennsylvania in his house, they found this skin. I'm sorry to
Yeah.
be so graphic.
Yeah.
It's horrific. Absolutely horrific.
Kay in Maine says police said the dog skinning is not related,
They've
but
said
police
that.
have said a lot of things.
Exactly.
Sorry, Amazon came, so I had to get up. But I don't know if you guys talked about that comment, but they're not going to tell us.
No, they're
not going to tell us anything. So there's not going to be any more lies from law enforcement to play any games because they're not trying to catch him, right? They've already got him. So now we're not going to hear anything because, like I said before, everything we heard was put out for the suspects. For him. It wasn't for us. It wasn't to tell the public what's going on. They don't owe us anything, and never do they feel like they owe us anything. I mean, they were hesitant. They didn't even want to tell the families. So I have to assume that everything they put out was for his benefit.
Yeah.
To make him feel comfortable at certain times, to put pressure on at certain times, because they watch these people. They watch their reactions. If the pressure's on and he's not sleeping and he's fucking up at school, I mean, all of these things, they're going to watch his behavior and things like that. You know what I mean? They're going to see if someone's behavior changes.
Yeah.
Not that they were watching him. I'm just saying, like, if they put the pressure on, then someone might break or someone might crack or, something like that. So it's all of it is part of the investigation.
It's all relevant. I mean, what's the likelihood that you're going to have 4 stab victims in a home, and then just a few weeks before, a dog that was skinned and butchered? I mean, what's the likelihood of that happening?
Georgia says the skin dog might have brought attention to him on his path. Right. But also, don't forget, there's all these different little incidents that happened around the campus. We have the stabbing, or not the stabbing, the knife attack, the vandal alert that went out a few weeks before the murders. On Paradise Path, right near King Road. There was a group of students. We don't know if they were fraternity, sorority. We don't know who they were. A group of students were walking on that path about 8 o'clock at night. A man dressed in all black in his 20s confronted them with a knife. It wasn't the kind of knife used in the murders. See, because he's not going to do that. That connects him, right? Every incident, he did something different so that they would have to figure it out, because he had like a switchblade knife in that. And I think that was him. I mean, what are the odds? So these kids were under this knife alert. And that's probably why they implemented this ride home service. I can't confirm it, but I'm just saying, could it be why they implement? If they always had that, fine, it's great. It's a great feature to make them not, get behind the wheel when they're drinking. But I'm just saying, if there's a vandal alert telling them to be careful when they leave their house, don't you think that university had some kind of shit going on? They're not going to tell the whole world that, because they don't want to deter students. But were these kids on high alert?
Mm-hmm.
Is that why Hoodie Guy was right there? He was making sure they got home. I mean,
I think he was. I think
the girl that was the sorority next door to Georgia Ann Hawkins, she said it was implemented on campus. You do not go anywhere alone, and you have like a buddy, and preferably a male if you're a female. So do you think that they wouldn't kind of implement something maybe not that extreme, because it wasn't a murder? But don't think that these cops don't know that in Pullman there's an unsolved stabbing from 99, and in Salem there's an unsolved stabbing from 2021, and in whatever Washington where Miss Ladd lived, there's an unsolved stabbing from 2020, and then they have it on their campus.
And then they had a standoff the day he left at his. I mean, I don't. It's just crazy the amount of things that are.
Yes.
It's just crazy. It's crazy.
And
It is crazy.
To switch gears like this, but I want to say something really quick, because I know I'll forget, because you know how it is. There's so much. But in the body cam that was just released today, I want you guys to listen again really quick. We're not going to dwell on it, but I want you to hear what his dad says about that shooting, because I heard something else in between streams and I'm like, oh my God. So I've got it right here. Let me just switch gears for 2 seconds and let's listen to this, because something, and I can't remember what it was now, but it'll come back to me. Okay. I promise. Can you tell me why I shouldn't?
Interesting.
Okay, yeah, it was right before that. Okay, hang on. Listen close. Listen close
So
to
that was
what
the
the
last
dad
30
says.
seconds.
That was cut off. Jay, shut up. That's really interesting. When he says that's interesting, listen. He doesn't.
Interesting.
Okay.
Wow.
That cop doesn't let me fast forward. Okay, so what happens is they're talking about the shooting, and the cop's like, whatever. And then and then his dad's like, yeah, I think they killed someone, like meaning the cops killed the perpetrator. And then Brian cuts in and goes, but we don't know about that because it just happened. I swear to God, if he told the cops that this person was shot before it was known to the public in the media that the person was shot, boom. And I'm going to tell you something else about this body cam. The cop deliberately leans in and he goes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you because of all the traffic. They want to hear him say that about this is all planned.
Yeah.
This is not, oh, they happened to see him in Indiana. Nope. He was
And the
going
cop
off
is
the
nervous.
path. Oh, fuck yeah, he is.
I mean, usually it's hard to shake them. And if you listen, that was the first thing I noticed when I was listening to this was because that was what I could hear was the police officer. And I was just thinking, man, you are a bad liar.
They're trying to deflect from what's going on here to this shooting. Was he a part of this? Who the fuck got killed? Who got killed? Anyone?
Yeah, there was a guy
Was it
that
real?
got killed.
Are we sure? Because they didn't name him. Why wouldn't they name him?
Oh.
No one was named. Are we sure? This is part of catching Brian. Because why do they keep talking about it? Is he thinking, oh my God, they're gonna think the person who did the standoff is the killer?
Do you think that's what he's doing? Is
Bringing
trying
attention
to draw
to it?
attention to that?
Absolutely, I do. Absolutely. And it definitely happened, but it wasn't huge news. And they're claiming that they left before the standoff. Listen, the day when him and his dad hit the road. Does this happen a lot, Oliver?
Right. This is what I'm saying. This is a
It doesn't look like the same apartments to me. Steptoe apartments are his. Where's that freaking body cam again? This is the first one, right?
Yeah.
Is this where he says it? Which one says interesting? In the one that was just released today, correct? Okay, so I was playing the wrong one. I'm so sorry. Shit.
His face in that one. Oh, his face.
So, which one is it though? It's got to be in my live stream then. Shit, I'm so confused right now. First stop in Indiana. This is it. Okay.
We don't have any SUVs. It was a county guy. Was it like a black SUV? Yeah. Okay.
That's the second one. I am really confused right now. When did I play that new one?
Did you mean your live today?
Arriving, maybe?
Was it later in the stream?
Oh yeah, maybe it like happened while you were midstream.
Midstream. I know. I can't remember. I mean, my brain is literal mush. I think this is it right here, though.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, now if we can get it to stop buffering, you know what I mean? Is this it? No, that's yesterday's.
What?
That's yesterday's where his teeth are in the sun.
Oh my God, yeah.
This is it.
Jay.
Yeah?
Heather's backstage.
Oh. I didn't know she left. Hey, Heather.
Hey, I accidentally refreshed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I didn't see you back
it's
there.
my fault.
That's really interesting. Oh my God. Well, I went live with it, so I probably played it in the beginning. Apparently,
It was the
they
very first thing you played in the live today.
Thank you, HJ. We are all losing our minds over here, okay? All right, here we go. Listen close. I know it's horrible, but you can make it out. Listen.
Good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where you headed?
Okay, first thing I picked up is this your car? Getting confirmation, him saying it verbally, yes.
Well, we're coming from WSU. And, what's WSU? That is Foxy Mary. So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh, okay. we're slightly punched because we drive for hours. Hours, days. We drive. Yeah. Almost a day. Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Yeah, there was a man shooting and everything. Where? Interesting.
You know what? I interrupt this regular scheduled broadcasting because I can't hear it in there now. I don't know why,
No.
but let me open up my video because I did save it. I'm going to try one more thing because I know I heard it.
I have
Yep.
like a general transcript of that one in Slack. He does say interesting after he asks where
No,
they're coming from.
before the interesting is what I want. Before he says interesting, he's talking about, hold on.
So
Hold on. I'm going to pull up the video I saved. Okay, here we go. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Yep. There's no sound on it, Jay.
You can't hear it.
Look
Nope.
at the way he leans in though, like that.
You can't hear it?
No.
No, can't hear it.
Oh, okay. Let's try it this way. Oh my God. This video uses a unique code C that your browser doesn't support. Follow these steps to convert it? What? Screw that. Anyways.
That's odd. Hmm.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah.
I'll work on that. Let's keep watching Dennis. But I will keep working on that. I'm shook and I want to show you guys what, what I saw and heard. Okay. So here we go. Let's go back to Dennis. We're all over the place.
Car accident. So I had him put a pillow down for his head. Had he put I think he Parker or a coat underneath him. They talked to me about giving the car and whatever money. I guess they didn't have very much money, and there I realized that I didn't have a mask on or anything. They already could ID me, and made a decision to go ahead and put them down, I guess, or strangle them.
All right. What did you do to Joseph Otero Sr.?
Joseph Otero?
Yeah,
Okay.
Joseph Otero Sr., Mr. Otero, the father.
I put a plastic bag over his head and then some cords and then tightened it.
And this was in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
Did he, in fact, suffocate and die as a result of this?
Not right away. No, sir, he didn't.
What happened?
Well, after that, I did Mrs. Otero. I had never strangled anyone before, so I really didn't know how much pressure you had to put on a person or how long it would take. But
was she also tied up there in the
yes,
bedroom?
yeah, both her hands and their feet were tied up. She was on the bed.
Where were the children?
Josephine was on the bed and Junior was on the floor at this time.
So we're talking first of all about Joseph Otero. So you'd put the bag over his head and tied it, and he did not die right away. Can you tell me what happened in regards to Joseph?
He moved over real quick, and I think tore a hole in the bag, and I could tell that he was having some problems there. But at that time, the whole family just went panicked on me, so I worked pretty quick.
You worked pretty quick.
Well, I mean, I strangled Mrs. Otero, and she went out, or passed out. I thought she was dead. She passed out. Then I strangled Josephine. She passed out, or I thought she was dead. And then I went over and put a bag on Junior's head, and then if I remember right, Mrs. Otero came back. She came back and
Sir, let me ask you about Joseph Otero Sr. You
Senior.
indicated he had torn a hole in the bag.
Mhm.
What did you do with him then?
I put another bag over it, or either that or I recollect, I think I put either a cloth or a T-shirt or something over his head, and then another bag, and then tighten it down.
Did he subsequently die?
Well, yes. I didn't just stay there and watch him. Then I was moving around the room. But
All right, so you indicated you strangled Mrs. Otero after you had done this. Is that correct?
now I went back and strangled her again. That finally killed her at that time.
So this is in regards to count 2. You had, first of all, put the bag over Joseph Otero's head, and he tore a hole in the bag. Then you went ahead. Did you strangle Mrs. Otero then?
Okay.
Or did you go
First of all, Mr. Otero was strangled, or a bag put over his head and strangled. Then I thought he was going down, and I went over and strangled Mrs. Otero. I thought she was down. Then I strangled Josephine while she was down, and then I went over to Junior and put the bag on his head. After that, Mrs. Otero woke back up, and she was pretty upset what's going on. So I came back and at that point in time strangled her for the death strangle at that time.
with your hands or what?
No, with a cord, with a rope. And then I think at that point in time I redid Mr. Otero, put the bag over his head, went over and then took Junior. Before that, she asked me to save her son. So I actually had taken the bag off, and then I was really upset at that point in time. So basically, when Mr. Otero was down, Mrs. Otero was down, I went ahead and took Junior. I put another bag over his head and took him to the other bedroom at that time.
What did you do then?
Can we stop
Put
for a
bag over his
second,
head, I put
Jay?
a cloth over his head, a T-shirt, and a bag so he couldn't tear a hole in it.
So I just want to point out that in his mind, he is being authentically kind to the parents by taking the child out of the room because the mother got so upset at watching. So, I mean, that is the type of thought process we are talking about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And this is a behaviour that he displays all the way along with all of the victims. And just quickly, I just noticed in chat, someone just said about his childhood. Wow, he must have had he had a really nice childhood, no trauma. Yeah.
Yeah, he is the reason. I mean, the whole thing about BTK and the professor and the link with Brian is the professor studies and really has come to this belief that we are far too narrow in our definition of in the way we look at the way some people's minds work.
Absolutely. And this is why he went, he got away with this for so long, because the profilers all got it wrong.
Which is absolutely terrifying because,
Absolutely.
in that documentary, they keep talking about how they're trying to prevent these things. They're studying these people in order to prevent these things from happening, and
I know.
they can't do it, and it's petrifying.
I mean, all of the profilers at the time were saying that this was a single man, failed relationship, bad childhood. They got it completely wrong.
And that's what I've always said too, is like, when people, when we follow these cases and we don't get the answers we want right away, and people start getting down on law enforcement and saying they're not doing anything, and they don't know what they're doing and stuff like that. I can't get into that mentality, because if I lose faith in law enforcement, who is there to protect me? No one. So I refuse. That's like one thought to me. Like, I can't turn my back on law enforcement, because there's, some that are bad. But when you think about this, when there's cases like this that stump even law enforcement, it's scary.
Absolutely.
It's scary as hell.
Yep.
Yeah.
He subsequently died from that. And then when I went back, Josephine had woke back up.
What did you do then?
And I took her to the basement and eventually hung her.
Are you hung her in the basement?
Yes, sir.
Anything else at that time?
Yes, I had some sexual fantasies, but that was after she was hung.
Okay.
All right. What did you do then?
And we went through the house, kind of cleaned it up. It's called the right-hand rule. You go from room to room. Picked everything up. I think I took Mr. Otero's watch. I guess I took a radio. I forgot about that, but apparently I took a radio.
Why did you take these things?
I don't know. I have no idea. Just
What happened then?
got the keys to the car. In fact, I had the keys, I think, earlier before that because I wanted to make sure I had a way of getting out of the house and clean the house up a little bit, make sure everything's packed up and left through the front door. And,
Oh shit! Left through the front door. 1121 King Road. Front door was wide open.
Yeah.
went over to their car and then drove over to Dylan's, left the car there, then eventually walked back to my car.
All right. Now, sir, from what you have just said, I take it that the facts you told me apply to both counts one, all of counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Rader. Yes.
And that is originally, I believe, he indicated 1834 Edgemore. The address was actually 803 Edgemore.
All right, but I'd ask you to occurred in Central County. He indicated what had happened. I don't believe the exact address is important. All right, Mr. Rader, we will now turn to count 5. In that count, it is claimed that on or about the 4th day of April, 1974, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Catherine Bright maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation and stabbing, inflicting injuries from which she did die on April 4th, 1974. Can you tell me what occurred on that day?
I don't know how to exactly say that. I had many, what I call them projects. There were different people in the town that I followed, watched. Kathleen Bright was one of the next targets, I guess, as I would indicate.
How did you select her?
Just driving by one day, and I saw her go in the house with somebody else, and I thought that's a possibility. There was many places in the area, College Hill, they're all.
I just had a thought. And this is pure speculation, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But if it is true that Hunter knew Brian, could Brian have been like seen their house because Hunter lived 30 seconds away, like a 30-second walk away? He's right next door. So could he have seen them like being over there at some time?
I mean, I think that's more than possible. I mean, I think that Brian probably had, like BTK, you know, he didn't just have one project, you know, he had, you know, a few to choose from, and he would kind of go back and forth and be stalking them. And I think we're probably looking at that same kind of behaviour. So it wouldn't surprise me if we find out that there's evidence that he was also watching others.
Mm-hmm. That was where he first saw maybe, you know, Kaylee out with her dog, taking the dog out or something, and went, oh.
Yeah, it could have been as simple as that. I think with BTK as well, one of the later victims, on a lunch break, he heard one of them playing the piano, and that's what drew him to that person, because he heard, you know, he heard a sound.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So it just, you know, it's that's how fragile life is, that you could just be walking, just so happen to walk out of your door and be seen by the wrong person. That's frightening.
It is frightening. It's very frightening.
Yeah. That you made yourself a target by just walking out of your home.
Olive Juice said, so whoever the allegedly sold Brian the knife in October from Facebook Marketplace, said that Brian showed up to buy the knife with another guy in his white Elantra. It could, she said maybe whoever the hunter dude is. Could be. I mean, they're definitely going to do eyewitness on that. And I think something that I saw, I'm not sure if it's, still accurate, but that Hunter's girlfriend, Emily, went to Mexico right before Christmas, and she's staying there, according to her social media, until May. And she
Really?
posted pictures on her social media. Yeah, I think JLR put the videos out when he was out there in Idaho. He was really honing in on Hunter and Emily. And
Okay, wait. Stop for a second. Can you repeat that? So Hunter and Emily are boyfriend, girlfriend, is what you're saying?
I don't know if they're like exclusive, but they're
yeah. Okay.
they're tight. They hang out a lot, and they're always at the house on King Road. And they, Hunter was the one in the body cam every time the cops were called.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, I guess Emily, according to, I think it was JLR, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure it was something he posted on a community or something, that Emily had keys to that house. And that she was really good friends with Xana.
Yeah.
So interesting that Emily and Xana, I guess Emily was kind of Xana's like big sister type thing, like, but she was very he interviewed some people there, and they said she was very, like, I don't know what you call it, like, people were scared of her. She's intimidating.
Okay, right.
She's a big softball player. She's strong. He had videos, like shorts on his channel, of her like out by the dumpster, like swinging a bag of trash around in a circle and then throwing it into the dumpster. Like, yeah, it just was really strange, but it just kind of dawned on me with that. So
that was Emily or Emily's big sister?
That was Emily.
Emily. Okay.
So if you guys want to check out his channel, and I don't know if he took him down, because I think he was a little shook when Brian was arrested, but I think he privated a lot of that. But Alexa says Emily used to live at 1122 King Road, allegedly. But she still does live there. She lives right next door. So it's like a 30-second walk between their houses. Just random fun facts of the day. I did find the spot in the body cam. Do you guys mind if I interrupt for a second and play it?
No, that's fine.
Well, you know what? You know what? No, because you're not gonna be able to hear it. So I'm gonna upload it to YouTube, and I'm gonna let this play. So we'll come back to that. But what's up, Heather?
Fun fact: the plane is stopping again in just outside Rapid City. So I don't know if they're refueling or what they're doing, but
JB, we gotta stand down. Thank you for the update, HJ. HJ is our flight tracker.
Any chance they're going up and down because he doesn't like flying?
It'd be nice to think that.
Well, wouldn't that be wonderful?
I know, like Top Gun. Can you imagine?
No, it'd be great. It'd be great if they did that.
Stuff, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna work on uploading this so that you guys can actually hear it, because I did tweak the audio. I got rid of the background, and I like, because this cop actually waited until the background noise was gone, because he's like, I'm sorry, I can't hear you because of the traffic.
Yeah.
And then he asks again. So I didn't go far enough into the end. That's where you can hear everything. So let me get this uploaded. We'll continue watching this, and we'll get back to it.
Cool.
Over Wichita. But anyway, it just was basically a selection process. Work toward it. If it didn't work, I just move on to something else. But in my kind of person, stalking and scrolling, you go through the trolling stage and then a stalking stage. She was in the stalking stage when this happened.
All right, sir. So you identified Catherine Bright as a potential victim.
Yes, sir.
What did you do here in Sedgwick County then?
Pardon?
What did you do then here in Sedgwick County?
On this particular day,
yes,
I broke into the house and waited for her to come home.
How did you break into the house?
Through the back door on the east side.
All right, and you waited for her to come home. Where did you wait?
In the house there, probably close to the bedroom. I walked to the house and kind of figured out where I'd be if they came through.
All right. What happened then?
She and Kevin Bright came in. I wasn't expecting him to be there. And come find out, I guess they were related. That time I approached him and told him I was wanted. California. Needed some car. Basically the same thing that I told the Oteros. Kind of ease them, make them feel better, and proceeded to. I think I had him tie her up first, and then I tied him up, or vice versa. I don't remember right now.
Let me ask. You indicated you had some items to tie these people with. Did you bring these items, both the Oteros and to this location?
The Oteros I did. I'm not really sure on the Brights. There was some, when I was working with the police, there was some controversy on that. Probably more likely I did, but if I had brought my stuff and used my stuff, Kevin would probably be dead today.
Right.
I'm not bragging on that. It's just a matter of fact. It's the bonds I tied him up with that he broke them. So,
all right.
And maybe same way with Catherine. They got out of hand.
All right. Now you indicated that you believe you had Kevin tie Catherine up. Tell me what happened then.
Okay. I moved, after, I really can't remember, Judge, whether I had her tie him up or she tied him up. But anyway, I moved her to another bedroom, and he was already secure there by the bed. I tied his feet to the bedpost, on the bedpost, so he couldn't run. Kind of tied her in the other bedroom, and then I came back to strangle him. And at that time, we had a fight.
Were you armed with a handgun at that time also?
Yes, I had a handgun.
What happened when you
I
came back?
actually had two handguns. When I started strangling, either the parent broke or he broke his bonds, and he jumped up real quick like. I pulled my gun and quickly shot him, hit him in the head. He fell over. I could see the blood, and as far as I was concerned, I thought he was down and was out, and then went and started to strangle Catherine. And then we started fighting because bonds weren't very good, and so back and forth we fought.
You and Catherine?
Yeah, we fought, and I got the best of her, and I thought she was going down, and then I could hear some movement in the other room. So I went back, and Kevin, no, I thought she was going down, and I went back to the other bedroom where Kevin was at, and I tried to re-strangle him at that time, and he jumped up, and we fought, and he at that time shot me because he got the other pistol that was in my shoulder here. I had my Magnum in my shoulder, so
shoulder holster. Did you have it in a shoulder holster?
Yes, and I had the Magnum in the shoulder holster. The other one was a 22. And we fought at that point in time, and I thought it was going to go off. I jammed the gun, stuck my finger in there, jammed it. And I think he thought that was the only gun I had, because once I either bit his finger or hit him or something, got away, and I used the 22 and shot him one more time. And I thought he was down for good that time.
All right, so you shot him a second time.
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Went back to finish the job on Catherine, and she was fighting. And at that point in time, I've been fighting her. And then I heard I don't know whether I was basically losing control. The strangulation wasn't working on her, and I used a knife on her.
You say you used a knife on her.
Yes.
What did you do with the knife?
I stabbed her. She said either stabbed 2 or 3 times, either here or here. Maybe 2 back here and 1 here, or maybe just 2 times back here.
You were pointing to your lower back and your
underneath the ribs.
And your lower abdomen.
Yeah, underneath the ribs, up under the ribs.
So after you stabbed her, what happened?
Actually, I think at that point in time, it was a total mess because I didn't have control on it. She was bleeding. She went down. I think I just went back to check on Kevin, or at that basically same time I heard him escape. It could be one of the two. But all of a sudden the front door of the house was open and he was gone. And I tell you what I thought. I thought the police were coming at that time. I heard the door open. I thought, no, that's it. And I stepped out there, and I could see him running down the street. So I quickly cleaned up everything that I could and left.
All right, now, Mr. Rader, you indicated that at the Oteros you did not have a mask on. Did you have a mask on at the Brights?
No, I didn't.
All right, so what happened then?
I already had the keys to the cars, and I thought I had the right key to the right car. I ran out to their car. I think it was a pickup out there. And I tried it, didn't work. And at that point in time, he was gone running down the street. I thought, yeah, I'm in trouble. So I tried it, didn't work. So I just took off, went east, and then worked back toward the WSU campus where my car was parked.
All right, so you had parked your car at the Wichita State University
Yes, sir, on
campus?
the campus,
How far away was the Brights' residence?
Oh, I parked, was that 13th? And they were on 13th. Was it 17th? Yeah. I was just about one block south of 17th where the car was. There's a park there. I parked by that park. And then I walked to 13th to the Brights' residence. So I basically ran back.
All right, so you were able to get to your car and get away.
Yes, sir.
Now let's turn to count number 6. In that count, they claim on March 17th, 1977, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed Shirley Vian maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which she did die on March 17th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day?
As before, Vian was actually on that one, she was completely random. There was actually someone across from Dillon's was a potential target. It was called Project Green, I think. I had project numbers assigned to it. And that particular day, I drove to Dillon's, parked in the parking lot.
Can we just stop for a second?
Residence, and then got out of the car and walked.
So just real quick, the thing that you need to know about Dennis is that when he says he had numbers and projects, and when they got to his office, they pulled out a drawer like one would see at a with LE would have, and they were all filed and so astute with all the notes, and it was like he was running his own little crime project syndicate, and so very organized compulsively.
Absolutely.
Over to it. It's probably the police report, the address. I don't remember the address now. Knocked, nobody answered it. So I was all keyed up. So I just started going through the neighborhood. I'd been into the neighborhood before. I kind of knew a little of the layout of the neighborhood. I've been through the back alleys, knew where some certain people lived. While I was walking down Hydraulic, I met a young boy and asked him if he ID some pictures, kind of as a rust, I guess, or roost, as you call it, and kind of feel it out. And saw where he went, and I went to another address and knocked on the door. Nobody opened the door, so I just noticed where he went and went to that house, and we went from there.
Now you call these projects, were these sexual fantasies also?
Potential hits. In my world, that's what I call them.
All right. So
They're
you
called
went,
projects, hits.
all right, and why did you have these potential hits? Was this to gratify some sexual interest? Or?
Yes, sir. I had a lot of them, so it's just, if one didn't work out, I just moved to another one.
All right. So as I'm to understand it, then on the 17th of March, 1977, you saw this little boy go into a residence, and you tried another residence. No one was there. You tried another residence. No one was there, so you went to the residence with the little boy.
Yeah. And I watched where he went.
What happened then?
After I tried this one's residence, nobody came to the door. I went to this house where he went in, knocked on the door, and told him I was a private detective. Showed him a picture that I had just showed the boy, and asked him if they could ID the picture. And at that time, I had the gun here, and I just kind of forced myself in. I just walked in, just opened the door and walked in, and then pulled a pistol.
What gun? What pistol?
357 Magnum.
So you only had one gun with this?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told Mrs. Vian that I had a problem with sexual fantasies, that I was going to tie her up, and that I might have to tie the kids up, and that she would cooperate with me at that time. We went back. She was extremely nervous. I think she even smoked a cigarette. And we went back to one of the back areas of the porch, explained to her that I had done this before. And I think she was, at that point in time, I think she was sick because she had her night robe on. And I think if I remember right, she had been sick. And I think she came out of the bedroom when I went in the house. So anyway, we went back to her bedroom, and I proceeded to tie the kids up, and they started crying and got real upset. So I said, "Oh, this is not going to work." So we moved them to the bathroom. She helped me, and then I tied the door shut. We put some toys and blankets and odds and ends in there for the kids.
Actually put blankets and toys
Yeah.
in there with the kids. Unbelievable.
And he was asked as well if he felt bad or anything about what he was going to put the kids through, and he just matter-of-factly said, "No, I had a goal, and that's what I was going to do."
Zero emotions, zero.
Yeah, and he was they weren't there. I put them in the room. I gave them the toys.
Yeah,
I mean, I didn't hurt them. No thought of what it was like to grow up after this, or to no thought of what his actions would do to anyone other than him.
No.
Yeah,
what he wanted to do was the most important thing, and it's really scary. Like he had his own child and stuff, and he can't put like what he's doing to those children could very easily happen to his own child. Like, and he can't think like that. He hasn't got any emotions whatsoever.
None.
And I think his whole family situation and stuff, I don't think he had real emotions. I think he was just doing what he thinks, parents do. So he seemed like he was a good dad, but he didn't really have those kind of feelings.
He didn't have the fatherly, like the intuition that we get as parents.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
He's just playing the game.
Or the thought of wellness of the child, or any kind of fiduciary interest in their well-being. Like it's what I want to make this kid happy because I want a relationship with this kid because it makes me feel good. And that also, again, when we're
I'm kind of normal when I do that. Yeah.
Right. And he really might think it's normal. I mean, that is the other part of this. When you talk, you hear some of these people talk and they're so matter of fact about it. Possibly they really do think a lot of this. It just, no problem.
I mean, when you listen to BTK, actually, there's a lot of similarities to Dharma, in that he's almost justifying. It's like, well, they were okay. There's some blankets and some toys, so I was able to get it. It was just they were just an inconvenience to him for what he was, trying to do.
Yeah, they were getting in the way.
They were just getting in the way. So he just, so I gave him a blanket, so it must be okay.
Yeah, I mean, what's the kid complaining about? He had toys. He had his blanket.
Yeah, like you said, this isn't going to work for me because this kid's getting upset. So I'm going to put him away in another room with some toys and blankets, and he'll be fine.
Right. What more does he want? What more does the kid want?
Scarily, he actually reflects back on that later on in the interviews with the professor, and actually says that he wished that he'd strangled those children. They were so lucky.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
Yeah, I think he actually detailed
for that.
I know. In one of his letters, he actually detailed that the satisfaction that he would have had had he have done that.
I did find the body cam, and I'd like to play it.
Woo-hoo.
Get this out of the way because I'm like, I got to get it out. Okay, ready?
Yep.
And I forgot to crop it because I was so excited to get the audio.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where are you headed?
We're going well, we're coming from WSU, and we're scanning early.
What's WSU?
That is watching area.
So I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where?
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
We're slightly punched because we drive for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours we drive. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what'd you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where? Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying because he's supposed to university, you know what I mean?
So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh,
PhD.
okay. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
This happened last week. About an hour and a half ago, still wrapping it up for investigation. I'm not sure there's two shootings, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then we don't know about that actually. They were there.
Did you hear him? We don't know about that actually because we weren't there. Did you hear him?
Yeah.
Yeah, he jumped in really quick with that comment as well.
He did. He
He
did.
was like,
Listen
wait,
again.
wait.
Listen again.
Somebody.
Let's see.
And then we don't know about that actually. They were there.
Interesting.
That's when the cop says interesting, and that's when he's done.
Yeah. Do you know what else is interesting about this piece of footage?
Right.
Is that when the dad's talking,
He moves his arm.
Brian is also, well, he's kind of, Brian is like nodding. He's nodding in agreement with what his dad's saying before he's even said it. And
Yes.
so he's almost, do you see what I mean? And so
Let's
he's
watch
almost-
it. Hey, let's
yeah.
do this. Let's put it on fast speed, mute it, and just watch him. Look at his
Yeah.
face right now. Look at that. I wish I could make it bigger.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, that is so telling. But yeah, look at how he's nodding and confirming what his dad's saying before he's even
Okay, let's
got
watch.
the words out.
This
And
is so telling.
Didn't he say something like, we don't know it's a guy, or something? The dad said there's a man with a gun, and he went,
Yeah, and he said,
we
but we
know
don't
it's a
know.
man, or
I don't know.
something like
He
that.
said we weren't there. We don't know.
Yeah, we
Oh.
don't know.
Oh, he is intense too right now. He is freaking out. Look at his eyes. They're fucking huge. Body language says a lot. Says a
does.
lot. And he's interjecting a lot.
Yes.
He just leaned forward.
But
What
do you
was-
see the
what was
cop
said then?
moves his arm and you can see with the body cam Brian's whole being. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And he's got his arm hidden. Did you see
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
His right arm is hidden in this one. It wasn't in the second one.
It's almost like he's trying to hide it.
He definitely is trying to hide it.
Now, or is it just hurt, and so he can't use it the way he wants to?
No, because in the other one he shows it. It's out in front of him.
Oh.
That's where we saw his wrist.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but I was just shook when I heard him like butt in and say something like, "Oh, we don't know that." It's such a giveaway. Like,
Yeah.
this is unexpected. He's having to be on the spot because he did not expect this. He thought
Exactly.
this thing was going down back in Idaho. There was I don't know why they're saying a mass shooting, because we didn't hear that. We heard there was one lone guy shot because he wanted to kill his roommates.
Oh yeah, the story has changed. I mean, to be sus about all of that, you're right to be, because it has, and they could have done it so he would leave.
I think it was staged either to get him to leave, or they knew he was leaving, or they knew he was leaving. We know they followed him, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So did they stage this so he would be comfortable driving and taking his time and not, thinking he has got to go somewhere else and hide or do anything stupid? So he went right along with his original plan, thinking, oh my God, this suspect's dead back there. They'll probably think he's the one that did the murders. But I don't know if I don't know. I don't know what this whole mass shooting thing is about, but there's something to this. Something definitely to this.
Angie, I hope you feel better soon, hon. She's not
Who's
feeling
that?
too well.
Who's that?
Angie B, she's saying that she's
Oh no, are you getting sick?
yeah.
Are you getting the crud?
Oh.
Everybody's getting the crud.
Have
I'm
a
so
good
sorry,
rest.
Angie. She's got all those kids. Probably brought it home from
I
school.
was gonna say they probably all have it.
Let's play
Sorry.
this last part again. I just want to play it one more time, then we'll move back into Dennis.
And we're scanning early.
What's WSU?
That is watching area.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh,
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
oh, okay.
Yeah. We're slightly punched because we drive for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours to drive.
Yeah.
Almost a day.
Okay. And what'd you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where?
Damn trucks.
Interesting.
Well, it's horrifying. He's going to the university, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh,
PhD.
okay.
I don't think it's a coincidence either that he asked, do you guys work at the university? Like, that's a random question.
I know, it's so staged.
It totally is. Is this your car? He says yes. Do you work at the university? Actually, I do. He's very proud to say that too, isn't he?
Yeah, isn't he?
They definitely wanted these things documented.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident. Just yesterday, or?
Wait, what did Brian say? No, this happened. Did you see what he shook his head? No, he said, no, this happened something. Listen.
Incident just yesterday, or?
About an hour and a half ago, they're still wrapping it up. Look at Brian's face. Shut up, old man.
Yeah. Is this when he leans forward more?
I think so.
I would not shoot his two shoes, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then you don't know about that actually. They were there.
He said, we don't know about that, actually.
Yeah,
We weren't there.
So, did you see that he goes from a nod and then he goes to a quick, like, no.
Yes! Yes,
His dad said, he says he shot somebody, right? And then that's what
So
he corrects. Is that, I think that's what I hear.
He says they shot somebody. I think he says they shot somebody because he's talking about the SWAT team. And then Brian says, look at his face. He's like, wait a minute. What's this old man saying?
Yeah.
He's like, no, we don't
No.
know that. We don't know about that. Listen. We don't know about that actually because we weren't there. We've been driving for hours and hours and hours. Days.
Look at that look. He's like, no, stop.
Is this a good find, you guys?
This is
Oh
why
my
we do
God.
what we do. This is why we watch footage with a magnifying glass.
That's
for
damn
4
straight.
hours. You know,
Damn
it's
straight, Hillary. Damn straight. My Hillary.
He looks
One
like
more time.
George
One
of the
more
Jungle.
time for
Come on,
those
one
in the
more
back.
time.
The two shoes, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then you don't know about that actually. They were there.
Look at his
He
dad.
nods.
He's like, oh, okay. I guess we weren't there. Yeah.
He
Oh,
nods, and
this
then he's
is
like, no, wait, we weren't there. We don't
yeah.
know.
So what do we think? Do we think Dad's just? I mean, what do we think of this?
I got to watch the dad part again. Can we
Okay, here
do
we
it
go.
one more time?
Two shoes, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then you don't know about that actually. They were there.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
He's looking at his dad like, I want to punch you in the face.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God.
Two shoes, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then you don't know about that actually. They were there.
That is so obvious, you guys. I mean, they got their man. They got their man.
Okay, what if the father, because see, what doesn't make sense to me is the conversation, if unless Brian is involved with this mass shooting or whatever it was, what was it later, a hostage situation or something, whatever it turned out to be, of someone they haven't yet announced. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
We do not know. They have not announced a victim in this whole Washington University thing, correct?
Absolutely not. Nope. Not a victim and not a suspect.
No.
So do you think that the dad knew that it was made up?
That's what I'm wondering.
And then he said he knew how the story was going to go. And so he said, yeah, they shot someone. And
Brian was like, wait, you're premature.
Criminology guy over here.
The timestamp on this.
I think it was 11 in the morning.
Okay,
11.
let me see what time that article came out about the shooting on WSU campus. See what time that article. Suspect. There's
This one came out at 10:39.
What? Oh no, December 15th. This came out at 5:25 a.m. originally, and it was updated at 11:04 on December 15th. So 5:25 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is what it says. Pullman police said one man is dead after a SWAT situation that forced a shelter in place. Oh shit! He didn't want to be stuck there overnight. They put a shelter in place, and he got the fuck out of Dodge.
Yeah.
He wasn't supposed to leave, you guys.
Mm.
It was a shelter in place. So him and his dad got out of Dodge.
While everyone else sheltered in place.
Correct.
So they stuck out like sore thumbs in whatever they were doing. Oh my Lord.
Pullman, yes. Shelter in place. They were supposed to stay in place. Police said the suspect barricaded himself inside the apartment and fired several shots. Police evacuated other people in the area. Police said the suspect's behavior continued to escalate, and he was shot by a SWAT team member. Don't you think the media would have been live outside this apartment complex? Live. We're out in front of the apartment complex where there is a standoff with SWAT right now. And oh my God, we just got word that the suspect has been shot.
Yep. I thought that was weird when I just thought everyone was so into this Idaho case that's where they were putting their attention. I mean, I thought it was weird. We need someone who went to school who was on lockdown. That's what we need.
I mean, they really did evacuate. Look there's a picture. People evacuated. WSU sent out oh shit, they sent it out at 3 a.m. Holy fuck. WSU sent out an alert to students just after 3 a.m.
Whoa.
The alert noted that a SWAT team was actively working on the south side of campus. Students were told to shelter in place until further notice. Police were on the scene on Latza Street. About an hour and a half later, they sent a second alert, an hour and a half, that it was resolved. Go home. Come on. After a deadly SWAT situation, an hour and a half. Look at them smiling. Look at him smiling. Are you guys not picking up what I'm laying down or no?
No, I don't even know anymore. Like, this is crazy. If this is all connected, this is crazy cakes.
It is.
And
I want to hear what he says.
masterminded-
I didn't see there was an update on this. I'm going to play this.
All right, are we ready? Yes. Okay. You guys ready? Yep. All right, thank you. So on December 14th, 2022, at about 8:37 p.m., our officers were dispatched to the 1000 block of Latah Street for a weapon offense.
Why is he
Officers learned
smiling?
a male in his 30s was threatening to kill his roommates. The roommates were evacuated from the apartment, and police officers attempted to speak with that male, who barricaded himself inside of his apartment. Pullman PD crisis negotiators and the Whitman County Regional SWAT team responded. The suspect began firing from his apartment. The area was evacuated. After unsuccessful negotiations, his escalating behavior, and a continued danger to the public and others, the male was shot by a member of the Whitman County Regional SWAT team. The suspect was found deceased when the Whitman County Regional SWAT team cleared the apartment. On behalf of the Whitman County Regional SWAT Team, Pullman PD has requested assistance of the Washington State Patrol to investigate the officer-involved shooting. Further information will be released by the Washington State Patrol. Per RCW 43102, this investigation must be completely independent of the agency whose officer was involved in the use of deadly force. The Whitman County Regional SWAT Team is made up of officers from the Whitman County Sheriff's Office, Pullman Police Department, and the WSU Police Department. Thank you.
So
don't
did
really
I
have
hear
anything
that
more I can
right?
give you at this time.
They said certain Ellie couldn't be involved if they were involved with this.
Okay.
Wait,
Correct.
hold on. It's not done yet. They're
Only
asking
1,000.
questions. Hold on.
I don't really have anything more I can give you at this time.
I just mean, like to some things that I heard, but I want to make sure it's right. Like
Okay.
you said. What was the block number for the apartment?
In the 1,000 block of Latah.
Okay. And you said it was a man in his 30s threatening to kill his roommate?
Yes.
Did his roommates get out?
Yes.
Do you know when that call came in?
8:37.
Has that officer been put on administrative leave?
Right now, we're in the very
This is not a
beginning
real
stages
press
of this
conference.
investigation, and Washington State Patrol will be conducting that investigation.
Do we know the status of the roommates yet? Or how many there were?
There were 2 roommates that were evacuated, and they're fine.
Is that before or after the firing started?
Before.
Do we know who the initial call came from?
No.
He doesn't look too comfortable with
All right.
things he's saying.
None of them do.
I think that's a bunch of students asking questions.
It's such a
There's
weird.
there's no cameras. There's no mics. It's not a normal press
That whole
conference in my
thing is
opinion.
just so weird. He looks like he's doing like he's rehearsing for some like corny, cheap, like
Yeah, I mean, this was worked with the media. This is where they use the media for their investigations, and it's brilliant and it's wonderful, and I love it. And an hour and a half later, from a SWAT situation where a suspect was shot dead, would never be opened in an hour and a half. You guys all know this.
No, and we would know who the police officer was. It was a police shooting, correct? Is that what he said?
Yes.
And it was stated in such a way that the outcome was, if you were on this particular force,
this is
and
all they
involved,
got. This is all they got. Look, there is an active SWAT team operation near the south side of campus across State Route 270. Please shelter in place until further notice. And Brian saw that, and he was like, we got to go. Got to go. I can't be stuck in here. They
Do we
figured
know
this
that?
shit out.
Do we know what time he left?
Well, I mean, track him. If he's in Indiana, go from Pullman, Washington to wherever he was in Indiana and see how long it takes to get there.
Because they said they drove straight, right? Isn't that what they said to the police officer?
Yeah, but his dad goes, we've been driving for hours and hours. And then Brian goes, days.
I think this was just like someone's just Deb in the comments, just said they were trying to flush him out. In a way, what they were doing, they were seeing how was he going to react? What was he going to do? This is what they're so good at. And like you said, Jay, I love it. I absolutely love it.
I love it because it fooled him.
And it's what they do. They're playing the game.
An hour and a half later, here we go. The Pullman Police Department has resolved the situation that occurred earlier this morning and have declared an all clear. This incident took place on Latza Street, which is across State Route 270 from the WSU Pullman campus. WS Pullman will return to normal operations. Students, faculty, and staff should report to campus as scheduled. Come on.
They
You
didn't
think
say
if that
anything-
really happened, they'd put them right back in class?
They didn't say anything about the death.
No.
Right?
That's
and then the next one is severe cold weather coming in the next few days. I mean, oh, sorry. And there's a delayed start today because it's fucking cold. But I mean, they are not going to release a scene like that quickly.
No.
With the kid shot dead.
No. That's not going to happen.
Maybe this was Brian's accomplice. Tommy, it could be. Why did Brian say, was anybody else arrested?
Well, if there is an actual person,
He
like,
could be. Listen,
that's what I thought too.
there
Maybe
could be a person. He could be in custody, not shot, but in custody. And maybe this triggered Brian because he's like, oh, fuck. My buddy lives in the 1100 block. There's something with that block or 1000 block because the girl in the video says, what block was it again? He goes, 1000 block. So Brian knows somebody that lives there. Something's up with this. Either this guy is in custody and he's pouring them with information or something. Something is up.
Yeah.
Or
I need
he
to
freaked
look at
out and
this.
really did it and they haven't released any information. Like, could that have been,
I don't think the dude's dead. I don't think
No.
there was, I think they put him in custody. I think the dude was arrested that day. I think that this person was probably arrested. They did this alert. They probably arrested him at 3 a.m. That's when they originally put this alert out, 3 a.m., around 3 a.m., right?
Can I just
Which
quickly
was
say-
Brian's attacking time.
Can I just quickly just say there's been a lot of comments. Everyone's saying there's a lot of people in chat and there's not a lot of likes. Now, come on, guys. You don't get many lives like this. So hit that like button.
Thank you, honey. Who is pink and yellow green hair dude? Who's that? Is that who you saw, Jaja? You saw someone get arrested?
Now, there was a guy that this is not the first time I've heard this. There was someone, and allegedly, I don't have any proof of this, but there was someone allegedly arrested right before, I believe, they let it be public that Brian was the person they were grabbing.
Oh. So maybe this was a quick tactic.
I could be wrong.
It's
but there
possible.
was
What's going on here? For sure. You know, where was he in Indiana? Do we know what county that was offhand?
If we can pull up
yes,
the ticket, is the ticket? Do we have access to that?
somewhere. Hold on.
Whoops. Oh, you just got a little secret. I'm not going to play the music, so I'll get struck. But this is what I had on my TV sometimes was little Kevin McAllister in front of the Home Alone house. And it's the music.
Oh.
Listen. Over Christmas. Oh, shoot. Let's see. Let's go to videos.
I'm trying to read the
makes me
chat. I have
think-
to apologize. This is the first time I've juggled all these things. So
no.
I'm in awe of the people who can, those of you who can pull. Yeah, I have this. Let me pull it
I
up.
know, I just can't.
What are we looking for again?
The number or the county? The county. Right?
Oh,
The
yeah.
county.
So it would be on yesterday's body cam, right?
Or maybe does someone in chat know?
They say Central Indiana on I-70, maybe.
Okay, so what city could I just throw in Google? Just
You could probably put Central Indiana I-70 and see what
oh,
happens.
it's
Hancock County.
Hancock. Thanks, Emma.
What is it?
Hancock County,
Hancock.
Indiana.
Thank you.
I just found the report on it at the same time.
Thanks.
There's just so much stuff.
Yeah.
30 hours it
hard.
takes. So did
30
he?
hours.
When did he? So it's a 30-hour straight drive. So they must have left 2 days before that. You know what I'm saying? They must have left the 13th.
Yeah, that's what they said, that they left the 13th.
And so when did they have the lockdown?
The
15th.
15th. They're so
15th.
stupid. So check this out, right? So they drive from here to here in 2 days. And then when they get pulled over, Dad's like, oh, yeah, there's this shooting. Like, why is he even bringing it up? They
Mhm.
weren't even
They
there.
weren't even there. Nope.
Which is why he says, oh, we don't know that.
Yeah.
Interesting. And the cop
Yeah,
goes,
no-
interesting.
Yeah, he
but-
does. He does.
We don't know that, Dad. We wasn't there. Oh yeah.
What the hell? Guys, this is amazing. This is like Law and Order, CSI, all these crime shows.
Can I just say, this is what I live for. This is what I
This
eat
is
and
what
breathe.
this is why I will never doubt law enforcement and lose my faith in them. Because they're there to protect us. I mean, they aren't the
Absolutely.
all-knowing. Of course, there's people that are going to, there's only so many of them, you know? And if you've got one person that's going around playing these games.
And again, this is traumatic. We don't take care of our people who protect us or rush us to the hospital or,
Well, right.
you know.
I think a really good point of that, Mary, is this video right here. This cop who had to walk up to this dangerous man. Who knows what his dad's all about? We don't know anything about him. But I mean, this dangerous man, he's got to go up and face him, not knowing if both of them have knives. They could have knives. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, you can't. So wait, let's watch this one more time and then we're going to move on. I'm just shooketh.
It is too
Look
much.
at how his dad smiles too. What is he talking about?
We can't see it, Jay.
Oh, you can't? I'm sorry.
No, it's still on the map.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
We're coming from WSU. And,
We're coming from WSU 30 fucking hours ago.
So Dan
if you
S,
drove straight through.
Dan S, yes, we are saying that the cop knew about them. We are suggesting that it is likely that if you watch this a few times, you will think that the cop might be playing along with them and
You
know
gotta-
way more.
Yes, you got to listen to the questions he asks. I mean, he doesn't show him his registration or his insurance. And he says, "Is this your car?" And Brian says, "Yeah." He doesn't want to see the registration or the insurance because it's his dad's car.
What you need to think
want to
of as
get
well,
Brian.
guys,
They want to get Brian admitting, yes, this is my vehicle, not my dad's, mine.
They did ask for registration in the other one.
They did, but this guy verbally says, "Is this your car?"
Right.
Because he walks up, he says, "I'm going to need to see your license registration." Brian only gives him his license. Why?
Exactly. I mean, we see this kind of, body footage all the time. But, look at how, like you said, Jay, how he leans into that car, the way that he's repeating stuff. I mean, he's directing the conversation.
Absolutely.
He knows what it's so staged.
Look how they're both looking forward, too. Like, you don't do that to a cop.
No, you don't.
Okay, let's watch again.
What's WSU?
that is SWAT team and everything.
They brought the SWAT team and everything.
So we're okay. I'm having a
So
hard time.
Dad could be shook that this incident happened right after they left. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, he could be like, holy shit, this murder occurred. Now they got this SWAT team thing. Brian could have convinced his dad that this SWAT team thing, Brian could have been talking about it the whole way.
Yeah.
Since they found out about it, saying, oh my God, I bet you he's the one that did the murders. You know, maybe talking to his dad about this and saying, wow, good thing we got out of there.
Can you imagine?
No.
Yeah, I think you're so right. I think that Brian kind of gave his dad some kind of story.
I do too.
Yeah. So I don't think he knows.
I think his dad's just basically shooketh that these crimes occurred where his son goes to school.
And he's just thinking, oh shit, you know what? I don't want my son to get,
Yeah, I think he's shook. I think that's why he says, we're coming from WSU where this freaking mass shooting just happened.
And I do think he's proud. And
I think Brian exploded this to his dad because it wasn't reported as a mass shooting. So there's another lie. Okay.
Yeah.
So dad thinks there was a mass shooting. There wasn't. It was never reported that way. Brian must have lied to dad.
Yeah.
And said, oh my God, it's a mass shooting. They got the SWAT team there.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, because they never, in the announcement, it never said anything about a mass. Nobody except, right?
There was 2 roommates that were threatened by one guy, and the one guy was shot. That's it.
Yeah.
He tells, and where's his dad getting a mass shooting from?
So the other thing, we've completely in the opposite direction. It's possible that the father is working with law enforcement, and that he knows a little, so, and that's why he gets it wrong. So, and his son is just saying, oh, don't implicate yourself.
I don't
because,
think Dad knows shit.
No.
No,
I don't think so.
They
either.
couldn't. They could
No.
not let that man know that they know Brian's the
No.
suspect. There's no
Mm-mm.
way.
No.
It's too emotional. They're never going to give that man that info.
No.
Shit,
So-
they wouldn't even give Kaylee's dad that info,
Do
let
you
alone
think-
Brian's dad.
Do you think his dad might have figured it out at this
No.
point after 20
No, I don't.
hours?
I
No?
think that even
You
if
know
you
what?
sat that man down right now and looked in his eyes and said, your son is a serial killer, I don't think you can even believe
No.
that about your own kid.
No,
Mhm.
exactly.
No.
And part of me also wonders, was this, when they pulled this car over, was it also a little bit of a welfare check, just to check in on the mental state
On
of
Dad?
Yep.
Mhm.
Or make sure he didn't have a gun to him or something. I mean,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, just,
absolutely
you know,
possible.
I mean, yeah,
I
because
think-
they don't know if Dad noticed things
Right,
and questioned
exactly.
him. Yeah, you're
They don't-
right. For Dad's
exactly,
safety,
they don't-
possibly.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't know that, what kind of relationship they've got. So was this just a bit of a welfare? We need to just check in. Like, does everything seem okay? Does the
And
dad
I
seem
feel with
okay?
the contradictory information, maybe was the follow-up stop
Mhm.
to ask a few more follow-up
Absolutely.
questions.
Right.
Wow. You guys are so smart. You guys are so smart.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State
Brian's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah,
Let us
he is.
go.
He's like,
University, and you're going where? Oh,
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
oh, okay.
Yeah. We're slightly punchy because we drive for hours.
We're slightly what? Did he say?
punchy. We've
What's
been
that mean?
driving for hours. Like,
What's
you know,
punchy?
we maybe it's
Like slap happy?
yeah, you've been
We're tired.
inside too long and you've been driving too long.
Oh,
You get a
okay.
little punchy and
Yeah, I
silly
don't
and-
think Dad has one iota clue that his
No.
son is this monster.
No,
No.
he doesn't.
We're slightly punchy because we drive for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours to drive. Well, almost.
Well, they say hours, and then the cop says days
Correct. it
because
is
the cop knows that they're 30 hours away from where they left.
which is how
and-
he gets them talking about where they're going.
Yeah, and then the cop's like, "Well, when did this happen?" And they're like, "Today." So the cop's like, "What?
Mhm.
You're 30 hours away from there. What's going on here?"
He's directing the whole time.
Okay.
directing the
And what'd you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything.
Where?
Oh, Brian goes, "We don't know if it was a mass shooting." Did you see him?
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe this is getting Brian and Brian's more lie.
Where?
God, I wish I could hear him.
Interesting.
Oh, it's horrifying. It's over the universe. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh,
His dad pointed at him.
I know.
He's-
And he
he's
does it
proud.
so proudly.
Yep, my son does.
Yeah.
PhD student.
Yeah.
That's my son.
Heartbreaking. Look
I
out, look
know.
at his face. That's my boy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's my boy.
so y'all work at the university there?
I actually do work there.
Oh,
PhD in criminal.
okay.
Look at his hand between his legs.
Okay.
His left hand is between his
I
legs.
hadn't heard about
And
that
it's
incident.
rigid.
Just yesterday? Or?
And his shoulders are so tight, like he
Yeah.
is.
He's so rigid.
So when you lie, one of the things you do, or when you're not even lying, when you're in
Mm.
fear, one of the things you do is you will cover instinctually. You will cover
do.
your the sensitive parts, your underbelly, like any animal would. So
I think he's hiding his hands. I don't think he wants the cop to see his hands.
oh, absolutely. But even beyond that, his whole body is caved in. Do you see how far?
Oh yeah,
forward
he's
his
hunched over. That's
shoulders
how he
are?
was
And
at the
he's-
vigil too.
I mean,
He was
it's-
hunched down at the vigil, and that's why everybody said it's not him. Look at the neck, because he's hunched over. He's
What he's
not
trying
standing
to-
tall and proud.
No, that's
He's
right.
hunched
What he's
over trying to
do
blend in.
He doesn't want to give anything away. He doesn't want to give any of that body language away. He's really aware.
He's trying to hold it in. He's trying to keep
Yeah.
his composure.
Yeah.
And Dad's just talking away.
Heard
Yeah.
about that incident just yesterday? Or?
No, this happened yesterday.
Poor guy.
about an hour and a half ago. It's still wrapping it up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shootings, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's hear.
And then
You don't know about that actually. You
Well,
were there. Interesting.
Oh man,
We don't know about that. Actually, we weren't there. Is that what he said?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't there.
We don't know about that actually, Dad.
We
We
don't know
weren't
about
there.
that.
Remember?
Then why are you
Let's not
talking
talk
about
about
it, dude?
this. Look at his face too. I mean, the look on his face is just—it's
It's
something else.
priceless.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, you guys. I had to switch gears. I had to get that out. I had to let you guys know because I knew I heard that like when I played it.
I'm
like,
so
where
glad
is
we
it?
did that though, because you.
Now I
we're
don't
just-
feel like the dad knew anything. I really don't. That's my gut feeling.
No, I don't either. I think that Brian was like really bigging up that shooting thing, making it seem like something really huge so that his dad didn't ask anything about the murders that had happened. Because he didn't want to
Yes.
talk about it. Because when
It
he was
had
in
to be bigger than a quadruple
yeah.
murder. And what's bigger than that than a mass shooting?
mass shooting.
Where
Mhm.
you are. So you
Yep.
have like
Yeah, where you just left.
so
No
you'll be all
less.
Twitter pated and stuff. I mean, just as human
Yes.
reaction.
Yeah. And like
I mean,
his dad
wouldn't you?
said, it's
And
it was
how dare
horrifying.
him make his dad have that level of fear?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What a bastard.
It's so manipulative.
Oh,
Very.
it's just sick. It's just
And
sick
that's it.
because
And
that's
that's
the kind of
exactly-
shit that sticks with you forever. Like if you think that you narrowly, escaped a mass shooting in an apartment complex, no less, and he's probably thinking, "Oh my God, that could have been in my son's apartment complex."
Yeah.
I mean, that is something that will rattle someone.
Absolutely, and this
Yeah.
is why we're looking at the connection with Dennis Rader, because he's playing the same kind of sick games.
Yep.
And it's tragic. I mean, like I feel for his parents. I mean, I
Oh,
really
yes,
do.
so do I.
I watch that, my heart breaks because
Honestly.
you know
We need to remember that they are now victims also.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
his dad, like, if he's sat there in that car thinking his son's possibly just avoided like a mass shooting and stuff, and he's
Their
safe and they're
lives.
going home,
Yeah.
and then he finds out later that his son is
you
suspected
imagine?
of a quadruple homicide. Like,
No wonder they
that's
could barely walk
mind-boggling.
into the damn place.
Exactly.
that was like 10 miles down the road. I mean, they've probably been thinking he escaped this quadruple murder.
Yeah, they're probably thinking, what is going on there? Like, thank
Oh
God,
my
but he's come
gosh.
home, like he's
I
safe
know
now.
what a relief. Our son's safe.
Mhm.
And then you have a SWAT team bursting your doors in at 3 a.m. Like, I can't even imagine how they feel.
Especially if he has been an addict and he's in recovery or whatnot. I mean,
I'm getting his
just
PhD.
oh my Lord, I will be praying for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we know what day Dad flew out? Did he fly out and drive the same day? The
That's what it
13th?
seems like, because I think he did fly out on the 13th.
So
But
he
then I
got
thought
there
that
and then
there
they
was-
hurried up and
I
turned up
don't know, because people were saying that there was an awards ceremony as well. So what was that about?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Unless there was an awards ceremony, but they were like, let's just leave because, all of this stuff is happening here and we don't want to be here.
I'll be checking all these.
Yeah, there's some puzzle pieces definitely missing
Yeah.
there.
I've been
But-
making notes.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's the start of something right there for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get back to Mr. Rader and his horrible confession. And the only thing I think we can hope for at this point is that Brian does exactly what his role model does and makes a full confession to every person he's harmed.
Yeah.
And they get some closure, even though it's horrifying to hear these details. You guys know, you follow these cases like I do. Every parent always wants to know,
Yep.
even if it's the most difficult thing to hear. They want to know every detail.
It's worse not knowing.
So I think that would be the best case scenario, is
I
that
think
this
so.
dude just comes clean. And who knows? I mean, I know he's saying, I can't wait to get back and clear this up, but you have to remember, he has no idea what they have on him. He's blind. He's sitting over there in Pennsylvania. He was blind to everything. So he's like, all right, hurry up and get me back there so I can find out what they have and make my next move, because he was kind of put on pause.
And he
His
knows,
goal was put on pause.
and he knows he's
needed
in
to
the
get back.
body cam, and he knows, like, can you imagine what he's
He's
thinking?
putting all these things together, and he needs to know what's in that affidavit. So he needed to hightail it back to Pennsylvania because he needed to make his next decision and his next move on what he's going to do. So then what's really crazy is that he ends up with a lawyer that looks like his victims. So how is he going to fare with her? How is he going to fare with her? How is he going to look at her and not see Kaylee and Madison and God knows who else he's hurt, right? He's not.
Yeah.
It's going to freaking drive him crazy. So maybe that's how they're going to get him to, plead guilty. And that's what they did with Rader. They got him to plead. He agreed to plead guilty, but part of the agreement was you're going to do this full confession.
And he says, Rader says, they ask him why did you just come clean? And I believe he says something like, I was caught. That was it.
Yeah.
They knew. I mean, they slipped him the disc, and it was like, yeah, we know.
I want to say something right now to Dark Code. She says,
do you know what? I
or
want to say
he, or
something to this as well.
yeah, you guys can all have a turn. They said, you're all assuming too much. He hasn't been convicted yet. You should wait until after to do a video like this, because if he's innocent, acquitted, you'll look very foolish. Court of public opinion. No, we won't look foolish, because this is what we do. We follow true crime. We don't sit back and wait for a resolution that could come in years. We are interested in it as it happens.
Although we could be wrong.
Absolutely, we could be wrong. We're not sitting here saying this is fact. We're discussing. This is called a discussion. So if you don't like discussions, you've kind of found the wrong podcast, because I think that's what people do on podcasts. They discuss.
Yeah.
And you don't have to wait for a conclusion to discuss something.
No, you don't.
So
So
go ahead.
I just like to say that actually, just go following on from that. Yeah, I that comment just jumped straight out at me. Nobody's going to look foolish. I don't. None of us here take any of this lightly. This is what I eat and breathe this stuff. I sit there for hours. I don't talk about something that I have no knowledge of. I am very, very informed. So, yeah. No,
None of us would be up here if we didn't know what we were talking about. And it's something that we're passionate about.
Yeah, and we can be respectful about it. We're not sitting here throwing people's names out there, doxing people that are innocent, saying, oh, I wonder if so-and-so is the shooter. Da, 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 da. We're talking about people who have been out there in body cam. Their names have already been out there. We're not pulling things out of the woodwork. So this is what we do here. We have discussions. If you don't like discussions,
there was enough for warrants. They had enough
not even just
bang in
warrants.
his windows and grab him at 3 a.m.
This is what gets me. They didn't even charge him with like breaking and entering or burglary or anything like that. It was murder before he was even in their custody. They have a lot.
They do.
They have a lot that we can speculate on for sure.
First degree murder with him.
First degree, yes.
Part of the speculation is talking about it as like we've been talking about the trauma. We've been talking. I mean, we can take what's been learned since 1970s when we didn't have any of this social media stuff, and it took 15, 20 years to solve cases, and they're still identifying people because people hiked a certain path 15 years later. Now you're on camera all the time. I mean, you're crazy to think you can get away with anything. You really are. But anyway.
Has a really good point. She said, even though I have a street degree, I learned by listening, and listening may save my life or someone else's.
Absolutely. And that's what I was just about to say. This is what we do. This is, and if we, by talking about it, just look at the progress just tonight, just look at what we've looked at, what we've analysed. We're not just kind of vomiting this stuff out from nowhere. We know what we're talking about. It's what we do. And this is how we learn. And this is how mistakes and this is how crimes can be prevented.
This is our passion.
Exactly. And we do.
Just because we don't have degrees in it and we're not working in that doesn't mean that we can't have this as a passion and discuss it.
Absolutely. And we are very aware of the victims in this as well. We all know the names of of all of these victims and the ripple effects that it has, you know. So, and we are very aware of that.
Read Tommy's comment. There was a creepy and now deleted profile that suggested that the police knew the type of knife used by a sheath left at the crime scene, and now I'm hearing there was a knife sheath. Where did you hear that, Tommy?
I don't know. I've not heard that.
I hadn't heard that either.
No.
It absolutely does. You are 100% right, Kevin. There are cameras everywhere,
Yep.
and
Yeah.
the stuff they know about DNA now.
And you know what? Yeah, I mean, he may try to be like BTK and like Ted Bundy, but let's not forget there's been, I mean, advances beyond I think anybody's imagination since then.
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
crime scene analysis.
And I don't know for definite, but I've heard a few kind of snippets about the forensic genealogy, and this may have played a part in catching Brian. So I'm wondering if we're going to hear a little bit more about that as well.
Openly avoidant. I'm coming over. She's making meatloaf and mashed potatoes.
Ooh, sounds good.
Tommy says he thinks 10 to Life mentioned it on one of her streams. All right, we'll have to check that out. I hadn't heard that, so we'll have to see where that originated from.
Yeah, I've heard that a few times mentioned now. So I think what they did, that they may have done that, and then it flagged up. The car flagged up, and then it just kind of came together. But forensic genealogy, I mean, you know, that's being used. I mean, that we're solving crimes now from 30 years ago because of that.
And just as long as you have a female that is within, I don't even know how many generations, they can almost find it. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy.
It's crazy. They can go right back. Yeah.
I just was sent from my lovely husband 10 to Life, a clip, if you guys would like me to play it. It's where she talks about this. It's a 30-second clip.
Johnny on the spot. Fantastic.
I know, right? Like, what?
Brownie points.
Ask and you shall receive. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Can you guys see that? Did I ask you to do that? I don't think I can make it any bigger, but okay, I'll just play it. You guys can listen. Can you hear it? Can you hear her? Oh, you can't?
Nope.
See, I don't know why it doesn't play my audio when I share anything other than YouTube. Why does
you might have to like run everything you want us to hear through YouTube if we're connected. If we're all connected through YouTube, then that might be
we're not though. We're connected through StreamYard, and I don't know why it doesn't. I have the little thing checked to share audio, but it's not letting me. All right, I'll just put it on YouTube. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
We'll revisit that. Let's go back to Dennis, and I'll get that straightened around.
We tied one of the bathroom doors shut so they couldn't open it, and she went back and helped me shove the bed up against the other bathroom door. And then I proceeded to...
this is horrifying. Okay, so I need to rewind just a few seconds because this is where he talks about he put the toys, he put the blankets, then they barricaded these poor children. And in the documentary, the little boy who was barricaded in that bathroom when he was 5 years old, he describes looking, there was like a crack in the door, and he watched his mother get murdered.
Yeah.
By this monster.
Another victim who then went on, you know, to have trauma and, you know, issues related to that crime.
Oh, I know. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
it is. And the thing is, this is how we get so, you know, victims become people who hurt other people. I mean, it really is something we need to get a hold of because.
Yeah, it's very sad.
I think she was sick. She had a night robe on. And I think if I remember right, she had been sick. And I think she came out of the bedroom when I went in the house. So anyway, we went back to her bedroom, and I proceeded to tie the kids up, and they started crying and got real upset. So I said, "Oh, this is not going to work." So we moved them to the bathroom. She helped me, and then I tied the doors shut. We put some toys and blankets and odds and ends. And
I wonder if he's this calm when he does it. Like, does he say, okay, or does he get all flustered because these kids are screaming? And I'm sure, I mean, I just wonder what his demeanor was like in the act.
It's really horrible how he says as well that we gave them toys and blankets and stuff like
Yeah.
the helping him.
Yeah. Oh, she helped me. Yeah.
Would you hear the glee in his voice when he says she helped me? Or oh, she helped, the way, I mean, there was just a little
Yeah,
bit
like
of
he
a-
enjoyed that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, got her to help. Yep.
She was with my plan. She knew, like, almost like he felt like she understood what he was doing. Sick.
Mm-hmm.
Puppet.
the kids make them as comfortable as they could. We tied one of the bathroom doors shut so they couldn't open it, and she went back and helped me shove the bed up against the other
He's
bathroom
putting some of that responsibility on her. That is sick.
door.
Yeah.
And then I proceeded to tie her up. She got sick, threw up, got her a glass of water, comforted her a little bit.
Poor
and then
thing.
I went ahead and tied her up, and then put a bag over her head and strangled her.
A comforter.
Was this a plastic bag also?
Yes, sir. I think it was, but I could be wrong on that.
You put a
But
bag.
it was something. I'm sure it was plastic bag. Yeah.
You say you put a bag over her head and strangled her. What did you strangle her with?
I think on that I had tied her legs to the bedpost and worked up with the rope all the way up, and then what I had left over, I looped over her neck.
So you used this rope to strangle her.
Yes, I think it's the same one that I tied her body with.
What happened then?
Well, the kids were really banging on the door and hollering and screaming, and then the telephone rang, and they had talked about earlier that the neighbor was going to check on them, so I cleaned everything up real quick like and got out of there, left, and went back into my car.
Now, when you say you cleaned everything,
Well, I mean, put my stuff. I had a briefcase, whatever I had laying around, the ropes, tape,
Right,
cords,
Cheryl.
threw that in there. Whatever.
Hope you
that I
feel
had that I
better.
brought in the house.
had you brought that to the bride residence also?
Now there is some there. I think there's some basic stuff, but I don't remember bringing total stuff like I did to some of the others.
Was this a kit that you had prepared?
Yeah, yes, I called my hit kit.
All right, sir.
So can we stop
You
for
left
just one
the
second?
Diane residence.
On the hit kit? Yeah, sure.
The hit kit. This first
Sorry,
of all.
I'm just laughing about the eyebrows. Sorry.
Oh, I know. Snoopy eyebrows. Someone said BK can lend him some of his eyebrows.
Yep.
And I never noticed it before, but they're awful. It
Mm-hmm.
looks like he singed them or something.
Go ahead,
Oh,
Mary.
Sorry.
Oh, you'll have to remind me. Nope. I was enjoying that.
Oh, sorry, Mary.
No,
What-
that's okay. We'll get it back. It'll come back. What were we just talking about?
It was
Mary,
the
I don't know. You
kill
were gonna.
kits.
Oh,
The kill kits.
yeah, the hit kit.
Oh, the
Yeah,
hit
the
kit.
hit
Yes. Okay. So here's the thing about Dennis Rader. Dennis Rader. Am I saying that right? The last name Rader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is how he pronounces it. Okay. Sorry, COVID brain. Sometimes I say words and they just don't sound correct to me, and so I have to check and make sure it's not. So okay. So he had these hidey holes, as he calls them, and he would make hit kits. And when you watch the documentary, you will find out that this woman received a map from him that shows many of his quote unquote hidey holes, or places he used as hidey holes during the time, the 3 decades that he was doing this stuff. And so that's why he had projects everywhere. I mean, he would hide things, and I think they even said stuff like little rusty tractor trailers, or not tractors, like stuck in a field. He would go and put a hit kit in there.
Yeah, you're right. He had
So
them
he had
everywhere.
things
Yeah,
everywhere. Mhm.
he did. I think
And
he
these
had
are
them-
his things. He's very
Yeah.
specific about them, and he rehearses. So one of the reasons he can say this the way he does is because he has relived this so many times in his head. He can just tell it to you.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to say as well that someone in comment has just said, wow, was this trial filmed in the 1970s? Well, actually, no. I mean, this was in 2004. So although his crimes began years, in the 70s, he actually didn't go to trial until 2004.
And that's the thing. He's a whole new type of serial killer, a whole new type. Like he's out of the box. And so that is the very interesting thing that we keep bringing in with Brian, because his professor was, she's the guru. She is the guru.
She
So
studied this dude.
Mm-hmm.
She studied this dude inside and out.
Absolutely.
What's up, Heather?
These
Wait,
Heidi
HJ.
Hole. What?
Where's the? Never mind. After you're done, give us a plane update because I heard he just took off again.
Oh yeah, he took off again. I don't think he'll get there and be able to have court tonight, which sucks.
Really?
We'll have to wait till tomorrow for the affidavit. Yeah, I don't think he'll get there in time. This plane is moving so slow. Question. What was my question? Oh, hidey holes. Would he go back to them? Like, would he use them more than once?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and he'd use it and he'd take it, like, if I remember, I believe he would take them home, use those particular props, dress up,
Yep.
take the pictures with the Polaroids, and then he would, I mean, he had them all over his house. He had them under the stairs. He had them in like fake cupboards. I mean, he had women's lingerie and the mask. Creepy stuff. All
very creepy.
Yeah, in the crawl space. I mean, the amount of underwear that he had. We're talking hundreds.
They thought he had male victims. He had so many pictures of himself dressed up.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I know. And also something else that he used to do, which is really interesting, is when he kind of had his quiet periods, he would have a project. So he would have a cutout of a woman, and he would actually drive around with that.
What?
And talk to it as if it was a live person.
Oh yeah.
And then he would then later on masturbate and yeah, I know.
Oh, that's so gross.
And he wrote on the back of the cards that, so like,
yeah,
he'd take the picture of, model out of the, Vogue.
Yeah.
Wait, where does his sister live? Does she live in Indiana? Or no?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Brian's sister?
Yeah, the therapist one.
She lives in Pennsylvania.
Oh, she does? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought she lived out of state.
No, she
Thank you,
lives out
Georgia.
of, not in the same town as him.
Oh, okay. I thought she was in another state completely.
I only bring up the hidey hole thing because they haven't found the knife. So does Brian have a hidey hole somewhere? They searched his apartment. If they found the knife, you would think that they would have said that.
I don't think that he's got rid of it. I think you're right. I think there's a hidey place.
I hope they found it.
That hadn't even, like, my brain is exploding because I hadn't even layered that layer on yet.
I know.
Particularly if these other crimes are connected.
Exactly. So if we are to presume that, he has studied BTK to the degree that we believe that he has, then why would he break, why would he go off on a tangent? So wouldn't he, of course, keep the weapon and maybe documents of his stalking? I'm pretty sure that there's evidence somewhere.
I just think he's so methodical, Brian, that he would have something kind of like those hidey holes, but also something similar to BTK's Polaroids. But I think Brian's would be more like from a psychological point of view because he's into that analyzing. So maybe he has
more like notes and
documentation.
research.
Yeah, like this is how I felt as I was stabbing this one, or this is what I felt when I went, like kind of like a diary almost.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I had originally kind of considered, could he just be, not right in his thinking and have wrong-headed thinking and think, ooh, if I kill these people, I'll have experienced the murder, so I'll be able to understand murder better. I mean, that was something I did.
Well, do you remember the laptop video on TikTok where not the laptop, the call-in to the podcast where he was like, could this be someone that just took it too far?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like Potato and I were saying, like, did he take this research too far?
I mean, it's possible, isn't it?
Yep.
Was he trying to like contribute to some kind of a study and be as important as his, his professors? Was that his was he wanting to, be in high regard, high esteem for, being able to figure things out and, work through different things, but he took his research too far
Mhm.
and actually put himself in the feet of the killer, maybe.
I mean, let's face it, Brian was playing with the best. BTK is one of a kind, on so many different levels. He is your worst nightmare. It is why we lock our doors and our windows. And, yeah.
Girl Friday says he purposely went far from home to commit the perfect murder so he could write a best-selling book. He wanted to be recognized like his professor, who is an author.
Could be. I do think that, we don't know much about Brian yet, so we'll have to wait and see. But it would make sense that there is a lot of narcissism and dreams of
Yeah, I mean, they all have the
grandeur and-
same traits,
Yeah. Actually, someone's just saying there, Russell Williams. I mean, again, that's the interrogation of Russell Williams is just captivating. If no one's not too familiar with him, definitely go and have a look at that case.
Welcome, Ewing, New Jersey.
Again, quite a few similarities with the underwear and the stalking. So yeah, Russell Williams is definitely one to look at.
And yeah, Brian does have two sisters. One is a behavioral analyst, some type of psychological thing. And his other sister, I don't know what she does, but she was in a movie, like a horror movie back in 2011. So I don't know if maybe he was on the set of this horror movie and this is what intrigued him because he was in high school.
Yeah, how old would he have been?
He would have been 17.
And
he
that's
would have
when the
been
change
a junior.
happened.
Yep. He changed between junior and senior. So when was that movie produced? When did it come out? Was something like that, that movie? Was he on the set? Did he watch the movie? Did he get an idea? Did something make him feel a certain way? Seeing his sister in the movie? I don't know. Okay. But all I know is it's called, what's the movie called again? 2 Days Down or something like that. 2 Days Back. Thank you, Mucho Taco. And he was on, if he was on drugs, Hot Pink, you have a very good point. Watching a slasher flick on heroin came out in 2011.
Well, there is we know, we have the science to back up the fact that when you have an addiction, your brain changes. And the earlier you start an addiction, the more your brain changes. And it just does. It changes forever.
Well, and you're stuck kind of at that age.
Absolutely.
Can someone put the city where his sister lives? And I don't really want that in chat. Can someone delete that? I think it was, and I don't think they did it maliciously, but I just don't want that to linger out there.
Which is why we're here, because you would stop that.
Exactly.
I get
and
it.
I would like to think that we're all kind of, aware that we need to be really kind to this family.
Yeah. Just because she was in a slasher flick doesn't mean that she's like pro my brother killing people.
Yeah.
Oh no. And there's no way anyone could necessarily know these things are going to happen. I mean, it just.
I mean, you don't know what kind of creeps are watching this right now. I don't want to put his sister at risk.
Absolutely.
No.
It's okay. That's interesting. I know you didn't do it on purpose.
Oh yeah, you don't have to moderate. See, that's not your job.
No.
You just do the best you can to be nice to everyone and be honest and share what you have.
Well, I try to look because, ultimately, if something goes bad and goes sour, it's me, even though I've got so many people, I have to keep eyes because you just don't know.
I'm watching it the whole time.
Yeah, I do too. But thank you. No offense. I know that
no offense.
You can't with what?
Oh, I can't watch the chat the entire time. I will.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, really?
Not be able to follow anything.
I think it's just become second nature for me.
Yeah.
But I do. I don't want to do that. I think that, the focus is on Brian and Brian only. Obviously his
Yeah.
dad's
And that's
in
where it should
body
stay.
cam, so yeah, that's why we're talking about
Yeah.
that. But
We've seen so many families, it's got very ugly actually. I won't harp on too much, but it's got very ugly with the way that some of these families are being dealt with, and we need to, let's keep the families out of this. Let's just deal with the person, the suspect.
Right.
Let's keep it, keep it sort of, where it should be.
Yep,
And,
I agree. I've seen too many
yeah.
parents drug through the mud because of things their grown children do, and
exactly, and it's needless. It doesn't need to happen. We don't need, we can be responsible. We need to be responsible, and we should be responsible. And if we're going to put ourselves on these platforms and we're going to, interact and be part of this community, then we have a responsibility to do the right thing with the families. And just they need protecting. They need our prayers right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're going.
Can you imagine finding out that's your brother doing that?
Come on.
I
No.
can't.
Well,
and if you,
I could. My
Well,
brother's
that's
kind
kind
of
of
jerk.
scary. Okay. TMI. HJ just confessed here that her brother could be the next Brian. No, I'm just kidding.
Keep an eye on
No,
him.
I mean, imagine what that would feel like.
Exactly, and we're not here to make I don't want to make anyone's life miserable.
Mm-mm.
I don't want to be. Why would I want to be looking at Brian's family? I'm not interested in Brian's family. I'm
Right. I mean,
interested
did
in their
anybody look at
well-being.
BTK's family and drag them through the mud?
I know. I mean, what they went, all of these families, we keep seeing it repeatedly. And the
Well,
one thing
I'll
I
tell you
really
why.
hope-
I'll tell you
yeah,
why, Haley. It's because of social media. These
Yeah,
people are easily
exactly.
found, right?
Yeah.
Back then, there was no way to find them. I mean, what are you going to do? Call the operator and ask for their number? Call
Yeah.
information?
I mean, yeah, I get
Now
that,
these people are all over Facebook, right?
but
They're there.
but we're also seeing hosts, we're seeing creators doing it, and that really is painful for me when you see that. Because
Don't watch them. That's
Yeah.
all I
Well,
can say. That's all I can say to
exactly.
people is
Yeah.
that's the only thing you can do is just not watch it. Don't
Absolutely.
subscribe. When you
Yeah,
see it,
absolutely.
hit those 3 little dots and put not interested.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I
Because
have
then,
no
you know what?
time
It's not in your life. You don't have to keep yourself wide open to the entire world of YouTube. You have the control over what you
Yes.
see. And thankfully, YouTube has those features where you have a
Absolutely.
choice of what you watch, unlike TikTok, where you open it up and whatever's in your face is in your face.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can't unsee it, right? I mean, you can
Yeah.
open it up. My daughter is very sensitive. She opened it up and saw Jeffrey Dahmer's crime scene photos, and you can't unsee that. So there's no title to click on. So at least on YouTube, you can click your title. You can watch that creator. If you agree with how they do things, great. If you don't, keep moving. Don't subscribe to that. Don't love to hate it.
No, absolutely.
And I always assume everyone has done the best they could at the time with whatever they had. I mean, that's just my assumption, blanket assumption. And so from that perspective, there's nothing but empathy for anyone who, in fact, if God forbid Brian is wrapped up in this and totally innocent, the empathy that then he would deserve. I mean, you
got to remember too, Mary, what just popped in my head. You got to think about, like you said, when they were doing more like a wellness check on the drives, think about him getting back to his parents' house. They didn't know if he would do like a murder suicide.
No.
Who knows? They had no clue what he would do.
Absolutely. And that's why I really believe that was part of what they were doing. They were checking in. They were making sure that it was all okay.
Yeah, crazy. All right, let's get back to Dennis. Are you guys all still awake? Potato, are you still awake? I know it's getting late there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yay.
Yay.
All right, I'm just checking in on everybody.
I'm
HJ.
watching that.
Yep, I'm just digging.
What about the plane? Where are we right now?
Let me
give us a plane update.
Let me refresh. We are over Wyoming right now. About a quarter of the way through Wyoming.
All right, we're getting closer, guys. All right, let's get back to Mr. Raider. Raider.
And had you parked your vehicle near?
And look at his face. He's like, okay, what else you want to know?
I know.
Yeah, it's still in
Oh,
the same
God.
parking lot there, Dylan's, at Hydraulic and what is that? Harry? Lincoln. Lincoln and Hydraulic.
All right, in count 7, it is claimed that on the 8th day of December 1977 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, that being Nancy Fox, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Nancy Fox did die on December 8th, 1977. Can you tell me what you did on that day here in Sedgwick County?
Nancy Fox was another one of the projects. When I was trolling the area, I noticed her go in the house one night. Sometimes I would, and anyway, I put her down as a potential victim.
Let me ask you one thing, Mr. Rader. You used that term when you were patrolling the area. What do you mean by that?
It's called stalking or trolling.
So you were not working in any form or fashion. You
Well,
were just...
I don't know if you read much about serial killers, they go through what they call the different phases. That's one of the phases they go through as a trolling stage.
He's schooling the prosecutor.
And that you could be trolling for months or years.
And in disbelief that he has to do it.
I know.
Is it the prosecutor or is it the judge?
I think it's the judge.
I think it's the judge too.
I think he's
that's even worse.
Here's your count. So tell me how that happened. And he's
Yeah,
just
it's the judge.
Oh my God.
But again, his goal was to be a serial killer. So he knew all this stuff. He studied this stuff, and then he used it to his advantage. And that's one of the things, I keep forgetting her name, the professor says, is that he was able to somehow turn it on and off.
The mooner is in my chat. Clive Bixby.
Clive.
Did you buy a razor? That everybody wants to know if you waxed or you razored your butt. Don't call in and improve it by all means. Clive Bixby.
Jen, you're so right. She just Jen in comments, she just saying he sounds
Jen?
like he's teaching a class, and
Yeah.
he does.
Yep. How many times am I gonna have to repeat this? You want to know what I did? Buy the fucking book.
Yeah, and he's like, oh God, you know.
He may as well say it.
Yeah, and he's like, let me explain what a serial killer is to you. You know, it's like, oh, yeah.
He looks annoyed that he even has to. It's like,
yep.
Yeah,
like,
he's like,
it's
oh,
beneath
really?
him.
I do believe he rolls his
Like,
eyes.
damn, dude.
Which imagine how you would, I call it wrong-headed thinking, but imagine how you must feel about yourself if you are confessing your,
I don't know.
secrets.
Or he had big cojones and just didn't care.
He doesn't
that's
seem
what
to
I'm
be
saying.
excited
Yeah.
to talk about it, though.
No, it's just
He was forced to talk about it, but why did he want to plead guilty? What was
the
his
death penalty. He wanted the death penalty off. He said he would plead
he
guilty
did?
and give everything if they took up the death penalty off.
Oh,
the
I
table.
would have done the opposite then. I would have said, well, then fuck you, dude. You ain't getting what you want. Because now he's been alive, God knows what, doing God knows what from behind bars, talking to God knows who.
Right. And so if we are, if this does come to be that Brian has been, that.
Oh, sorry, that must be a different Clive. We have a lot of those around here. They're kind of like Jennifer's.
A different Clive. But the fact is, what a mistake, a huge mistake we've made, because he is still, we've got victims still. People are being murdered because of him still today. He's in a cell in solitary confinement.
I think that it kind of squashes them a little bit when they're put to death. It's like, oh yeah, is he still like? That's a common question when you talk to people that don't really know about serial killers too much. They'll be like, is he still alive? Like I've had people ask me, is Ted Bundy still alive? It's like, no, he got the death penalty, and it's like, oh, okay, boom.
Yeah.
It's more intriguing when they're still alive, in a way, because they're still breathing among us, even though they're in prison.
Yeah.
Well, and if you actually want to try to figure out how to keep people safe from this type of, community trauma, then, I study these people. It's a lot for everyone in the community. So if you could stop it from happening, or you could intervene at some point earlier on so it doesn't continue to develop. I mean, that's the goal.
Absolutely, Mary, and that's why we do what we do, because we need to. We want to understand it. We need to somehow. There has to be something that, some reasoning there that, you know, we need to know. We want to know what the signs are. How can we prevent this from happening again? So,
I just want to ask Clive if it's okay if I just call him Sour Cream and Clives instead of Clive. So Sour Cream and Clives, it is. David Skywalker, I just want to read your comment. Dudes always want to show chicks their stuff, and chicks almost always never want to see it. Chicks never moon dudes, and dudes always want to see it. World is hard. Yeah. Sucks. David Skywalker is funny.
That's pretty concise.
A Clive of a different color. Okay, so yeah, Ted Bundy is history in a sense.
so is.
All right, let's get back to this because he's got things to do and people to see,
right?
And he just strictly does not have time for this.
Inconveniencing him.
Will you pull it back just like
He's like, I've already said this a gazillion times. Like, are you kidding me right now?
Let me ask you one thing, Mr. Rader. You've used that term when you were patrolling the area. What do you mean by that?
It's called stalking or trolling.
So you were not working in any form or fashion.
He was trolling before trolling was trolling.
Well, I don't know if you read much about serial killers, they go through what they call the different phases. That's one of the phases they go through as a trolling stage. You're looking for a victim at that time, and that you could be.
Jay, just stop that just for a moment. What's really interesting there is the way that he speaks about they. And
I thought the same.
Yeah, he's talking about. I don't know
like
if you've
others.
read about. Yeah, and in other words, he's elevating himself to such a higher place. So he's speaking about serial killers, but he's not putting himself in that category because it's grandiosity at its finest.
I also thought as well, like he distances himself from a lot of things too, because he never actually says that someone died or he killed them or anything. It's always, you know, they'd gone out or
yes.
you know,
He's
they
not
were
so
going
proud
out.
now, is he? I mean, he doesn't really seem so proud. It's more like it's just matter of fact. It just happened.
Yeah,
it's like flicking off a switch.
It's like
they've been
it's like
turned
Bertolino.
off.
That's how it played out. I mean, by the book. You know, it's so nonchalant and just I don't know, weird.
But once you lock in on a certain person, then you become stalking, and that might be several of them. But you really home in on that person. They basically become that's the victim.
And who was that in Moscow? Makes you wonder.
Trolling with a T, not a troller.
Oh my God, they had to.
Yeah.
They had to verify. He said trolling with a T. Oh my God, that needs to go on the soundboard. Look at him. He's like, yes, I said fucking trolling.
I think that might be my new profile picture. Look at him.
Screen grab it.
Did he invent that word?
I think he may have.
To be used in that way?
I think he may have done. Yeah.
Because they said, is that patrolling?
Patrolling.
Right?
He's like, no, it's trolling with a T.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. I don't think I'll use that term anymore.
All right, so you basically identified Nancy Fox as one of your projects. What happened then?
At first, she was spotted, and then I did a little homework. I dropped by once to check the mailbox to see what her name was. Found out where she worked.
So sneaky.
At Hillsburg, kind of sized her up. The more I knew about a person, the more I felt comfortable with it. So I did that a couple of times. And then I just selected a night, which was this particular night, to try it, and it worked out.
All right. Can you tell me what you did on the night of December 8th, 1977?
Now, about 2 or 3 blocks away, I parked my car and walked to that residence. Knocked at the door first to make sure, see if anybody was in there, because I knew she arrived home at a particular time from where she worked. Nobody answered the door, so I went around to the back of the house, cut the phone lines. I could tell that there wasn't anybody in the north apartment. Broke in and waited for her to come home in the kitchen.
All right. Did she come home?
Yes, she did.
What happened?
I confronted her, told her there I was
Why do I picture like Kaylee taking her dog out, him breaking in and being in the kitchen?
See, the thing, do you know what it is though, Joe? I think that we all, you know, when we was all looking at the truck footage, and I think that everyone was like homing on that hoodie guy, and I think maybe he was kind of just like helping them. What those poor girls didn't know, I feel, in my opinion, was that they were worried about how they got home, and I think the danger was already waiting for them inside that house.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Like they were doing everything they could to protect themselves while they were outside, which is
all right.
When you're walking outside, like you feel worried. Like you think that you're in danger when you're out walking the streets on your own or with a friend or whatever at nighttime. And when you get home is when you're safe. Like you get home and you feel like you're secure. But what happened to them happened when they were in their safe space.
What's really interesting is that I don't think we've not heard much about the food and whether they ate it. I don't know whether that's something that we won't know until after the
Right. I thought about that. I was like, what I picture is them going up to Kaylee's room.
Yeah. But
Maddie was pretty drunk, so I could picture them going upstairs, taking their food up there.
Yeah.
And then Kaylee, like, I got to take the dog out, taking the dog out. And I think Maddie was upstairs.
Maddie
her
might have
roommates
been
were in
asleep
bed.
by the time she got back with the dog.
Ethan and Xana were in their rooms, and Maddie probably passed out.
But
Maddie wasn't all that interested in food. She wanted to go.
Yeah.
She was like putting her hands on the thing. Let's go. I want to go home. You know, and then, you know, Kaylee was like, I'll share with you. She's like, okay, whatever. I'm going to go over and give this guy a hug. I mean, that's not. No, I think she was passed out, and I think he could have snuck in while she took the dog out and been in there.
Yeah. I believe he was waiting inside that home.
And she went back in her room. I don't know. I mean, there's got to be a reason that her door was open, and it could be because she went to go take Murphy out. She wouldn't lock the door and with Maddie in there. She would just leave the door open, take the dog out, and come back in.
Yep. And if Ethan and Xana were in their rooms already, and the girls were downstairs, I mean,
and if he watched, he could see that she left her door open, possibly when she took her dog out. If he watched her patterns,
and
so
if
I
he's
mean,
like
anybody who
BTK,
has a dog is going to take their dog out when they get home from being gone for a few hours. So maybe he chose people that had an animal, a dog, because he knew that he could get them outside, and he would have, you know, a plan on where he's going to go in. So let's say, where did she take the dog? In the back. That's what Jeremy said. All the people walked their dogs in that back court.
Is that where he was
did
parked?
he go in the front door? Did he go in the front door, or did they tell us he went in the sliding door? Do we know?
We don't.
Because what if she was out back with the dog and he went in the front? Jesus.
They heard you talking.
What if, I know, what if, and she's like, I'm not going out with him. You're out of your fucking mind.
Front door or back door, I don't care.
Hey, Jay.
Remember as well, I mean, he was really tall. And then when you look at the back of the house with a balcony, you know, and there was also the step ladders on the side of the house. You know, so I'm pretty sure that they probably didn't even think to ever lock those backsliding doors that were on that balcony.
I wondered about that second floor one.
Yeah.
I thought I
That would've
saw
been
that,
easy,
and I thought it would be
yeah.
an easy in.
Absolutely an easy in.
I don't know. Weird, huh? Okay, let's keep listening.
Wait,
I just feel like I'm just listening to how he did things because I think Brian, you know, studied how he did things and what worked and what didn't.
Well, and that's what. Sorry, go ahead.
This is what I'm hoping that everyone's going to see, because the more you look, and I hope that people will go and have a look at other kind of you know, interviews and things that programs, because there's some really good stuff out there on YouTube to do with BTK, and I think the more that you see it, the more that you're kind of, it's going to make sense, the behavior that we're seeing with Brian. You know,
For sure.
Oh, imagine if they went and found files that were all organized like BTK of his
Can you
projects.
imagine,
Creepy.
Mary? I mean, can you imagine if there's a hidey hole somewhere?
No, I can't imagine. Mm-mm.
To tie her up and have sex with her. She was a little upset. We talked for a while. She smoked a cigarette. While we smoked a cigarette, I went through her purse, identifying some stuff. And she finally said, well, let's get this over with so I can go call the police. I said, okay. And she said, can I go to the bathroom? I said, yes. She went to the bathroom. And I told her when she came out to make sure that she was undressed. And when she came out, I handcuffed her. And I don't really remember whether. Sir?
You handcuffed her? You had a pair of handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
Well, anyway, I handcuffed her, had her lay on the bed, and then I tied her feet. And then I was also undressed to a certain degree. And then I got on top of her, and then I reached over, took either her feet were tied or not tied. But anyway, I think I had a belt. I took the belt and then strangled her with a belt at that time.
All right, after you had strangled her, what happened then?
Okay. After I strangled her with the belt, I took the belt off and retied that with pantyhose real tight, removed the handcuffs, and tied those with pantyhose. Can't remember the colors right now. I think I maybe retied her feet, but they hadn't already. They were probably already tied. Her feet were. And at that time, masturbated, sir.
Blech.
Did
I
you
want
hear?
I want to
threw in the
address.
sir there.
Can we address Kim?
I know, sick. I want to address. No, Kim's gone.
Okay.
Well, she's not gone, but no. Unique trauma obsessed. Also, everyone is talking about why the one roommate, which is Xana, changed her bedroom lock, or her father changed the lock. Feel like it was for privacy when parties were happening. I don't. And I'll tell you why. I just said earlier, it's alleged that Emily had a key. So perhaps Xana was intimidated by this girl and didn't want to ask for her key back. So dad changed the lock. Just a thought. That's just pure speculation, but just a thought.
I think that's more than likely.
I mean,
exactly
could
what-
Emily have had friends that maybe Xana didn't feel exactly comfortable with, and her having a key and them possibly getting it?
Yeah,
Maybe.
because she was a little younger as well, wasn't she, Xana? So she was more.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not saying she thought her friend was sus, but maybe
No.
she just didn't trust the fact, or maybe her parents didn't
Mhm.
like the fact that another student had a key and changed the lock. I'm not saying Emily did shit wrong, okay? All I'm saying is
Yeah.
it was alleged that she had a key to the place, and maybe the parents weren't down with that.
Yeah, no,
Because I
see-
wouldn't be down with it.
Yeah.
If it was my daughter, I'd say, don't you give anyone a fucking copy of that key but me.
Yeah, I'd be the same.
You know, so I would definitely, if I heard that my daughter had given a key out, keys can be duplicated very easily. So if she had a key and someone was in her house, they could have taken that key, got it duplicated. She would have never fucking known. So I'm not saying that Emily would even be aware of it.
And they were on a knife warning or a knife watch, weren't they? I mean, it's not.
They were, yes. Yeah.
There was other
you know
stuff
what?
going
You know
on.
what? Her dad changed the locks a few weeks prior. That's when the vandal alert went out for the knife attack.
Does it line up?
Yes.
There you
So
go.
her dad probably went there, changed the lock, because I'm not taking a fucking chance.
Yeah.
Okay. So, wow. And you know what really breaks my heart in this whole thing is that Maddie and Kaylee did everything right.
Exactly.
They didn't do anything wrong. They went home. They got home safe. They didn't drink and drive. They didn't do stupid shit. They were having
No.
fun, carefree.
Mhm.
Xana's locks changed. Her parents had this sense of security. Can you imagine how her parents feel? I would have had a total sense of security if I put a new deadbolt on my daughter's door. I would think there is no way anybody's getting in this room.
Absolutely.
And now to sit back and know that they did everything right and it still wasn't enough is petrifying.
Isn't it?
Maybe that gives them some peace, though. that they did everything right.
Well, of course.
And
great parents, looking out for them, keeping track of what's going on. Absolutely.
and
But
the
as
girls
a
making
parent,
the right choices. You just
I'm not downing them. I'm saying as a parent, you would think that yourself. That would be your thoughts as that parent who did everything right. What the fuck?
Yep.
How can I ever protect my children?
Well, that would be the problem.
It's traumatizing.
Mm-hmm.
How can how can I ever protect my children? And this is someone who worked in the neighboring school, guiding students, mentoring students, things like that. If Kim's being argumentative, get rid of her. She's distracting the condo because people I've seen her name come out of too many people's mouths.
You know what? I was going to comment, but I just thought, you know what? It's not even worth it.
It really isn't, but it's like it takes away from what the conversation.
Disrupting the chat, and to be honest, I don't understand why some people come into these kind of discussions. If you
know what it is?
Yeah,
because it's like Dennis said, they're trolling.
Yeah,
with a T.
Yeah, it's so true.
Trolling the original troll.
when we
hey Jay,
talking about that with Raider, he was at one point he was like installing security systems in homes that so he was
he knew what. Yep. What's up, HJ?
I hate to inform you, but there will not be a hearing tonight. Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Matt Steinbaugh said courthouse staff will close their offices at 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and head home soon after. Based on flight tracking data, Brian Koberger won't arrive in Idaho for a few more hours. A hearing has not been scheduled. So we probably won't get any information from them tonight.
Unfortunately, so we have to wait till tomorrow morning. They're gonna get his ass settled.
Yeah, thanks for the update. Though.
Thanks for that update.
Why it's taken them 11 hours to fly across country?
I think they're fucking with him, dude.
I kind of do too.
I think they're fucking with him. If it's true, because we didn't hear what he said in the body cam when the cop said, "What are you guys afraid of planes?" And the cop's going, "Ho ho ho ho." We can't hear what Brian's saying, and he may have said like, "Yeah, dude, I get sick" or some shit. So they could be, messing with him. Doodle Bob, can you guys get rid of him as well? Another distraction. But they're really going slow. 229. They're not. They're taking their time.
They're sticking pins in him.
So he's not even to the. I just looked. He's not even to the Wyoming border. He is almost to. I don't know, Montana. He's almost to the border of Wyoming and Montana. They're going really, really slow.
They are.
So he's going to go slightly over Montana and then he'll be in Idaho. But it's taken a while.
What is he in? Like a little plane? A little,
yeah,
a little pedal pusher.
It holds 11. Well, it has 11 seats.
Oh, we have a picture of it. Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
HJ is so thorough.
Thank you, HJ.
I just called you thorough, HJ.
Thank you.
I love it. Thank you. So
thank
sweet.
You.
I want to know what they've been talking about on that tiny little plane for 11 hours with a quadruple murder.
Can you imagine?
No.
What did I do with that picture? Oh, here it is.
Yeah, I wonder if they're all just sitting there, just looking at him like, who are you? Like, what are you?
What do you think's going through his head?
I wonder if he's trying to.
I don't know. His eyes are probably as big as saucers, though. I would have to imagine. Here's the plane, guys. So he's on something similar to this. This isn't the exact one, but something similar. And I wonder if he's just sitting there looking straight forward and blocking the guy on the other aisle's view because of his nose. Like, dude, can you get your nose out of the way? I'd like to see out the window. I don't know.
Oh, I wonder if they offer refreshments and, some in-cabin entertainment.
Right.
Entertainment.
Right.
I wonder if he's watching a film.
Yeah. Wow. How
12
awkward.
Angry Men.
Oh, man. He's probably just booting. Like,
You know, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he's just sleeping like a baby.
yeah, they may have given him medicine so he would sleep.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Really? I don't think they should. I think they should make him go raw, sick to
Yeah.
his stomach. Give him a barf bag. Give him a fucking barf bag. Perry UK true crime. His eyes are popping out of his head, cartoon style. That's such a visual. It's so true. All right, let's get back to Dennis. You guys have
Yeah.
this has been enjoyable. A nice conversation.
I agree.
I want to
I've
thank you
enjoyed it.
guys for coming up again.
Oh, it's been epic.
It really has.
Had you had sexual relations with her?
No,
before?
no. I told her I was, but I did not.
So you masturbated, then what did you do?
Dressed and then went through the house, took some of her personal items and kind of cleaned the house up, went through it, checked everything, and then left.
Oh, she's peanuts, anyone.
He's established it was in Sedgwick County. I don't know exactly. For purposes of this, it's in Sedgwick County. Do you remember the address, Mr. Rady?
Remember the address? This box. Oh, box. 913 or 903. No, I sure don't. I know it was on Persian, South Persian. That's all. I don't.
Here in
It was
Wichita?
a 9. It was 9 something.
I have a question. Did he have a type? Like, were they brunette? You know, like Ted Bundy had the brunette's hair parted down the middle. Was there a certain type that he?
No, there wasn't. No,
No, they
there
were
That
wasn't.
was
different.
part of the
Different
mold.
ages. I
Mhm.
mean, you know, you look at Josephine, and little Joseph. So you've
Weren't
got
they
children.
like, yeah, ages like 6 to 62 or something?
Mhm.
And then so then I think Dolores was she was the oldest, maybe at 64.
Yeah.
So you've got
So there
like,
was
the
no
whole-
like profile. Okay.
no, no.
Because I was just gonna say if it was brunettes, I just thought it was interesting because he had a female
Yeah.
brunette. Mm-hmm.
Nothing survived
yeah,
the
you-
other digits. And
The address, as I said, is really not important as long as you remember it happened here in Wichita, Sedgwick County.
yes, sir.
All right, sir, let's turn to count 8. In count 8, it is claimed that on or about the 27th day of April, 1985 to the 28th day of April, 1985 in Sedgwick County, Kansas, it is claimed that you unlawfully killed a human being, Maureen Hedge, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which Maureen Hedge did die on April 27th, 1985. Can you tell me what occurred on that day?
Well, actually, kind of like the others, she was chosen. I went through the different phases, stalking phase, and since she lived down the street from me, I could watch the coming and going quite easily. On that particular date, I had another commitment. I came back from that commitment. I parked my car over at Woodlawn and 21st Street, at bowling alley there.
Yeah, absolutely, Skip.
Before that, I dressed until I had some other clothes on. I changed clothes. I went to the bowling alley, went in there, the precincts of bowling, called a taxi. Had a taxi take me out to Park City. Had my kit with me as a bowling bag.
All right, that was Park City in Sedgwick County.
His kit was a friggin' bowling bag.
I know.
Oh wow! What did he do? Tell his wife, "I'm going out in my bowling league tonight. See you later." And I'll come back with souvenirs in my bowling bag.
No, he really was like John Smith. Like that. I mean, he was.
Right,
He was.
like if you
he
said
was.
he was going bowling, you'd believe him.
Yep. He worked at the church. He brought one of the bodies to the church. I mean, just wait.
There, I asked. I pretended that I was a little drunk. I just took some beer and forced it around my mouth, and the guy could probably smell the alcohol on me. I told him to let me out so I could get some fresh air, and I walked from where the taxi let me off over to her house.
All right, where does she live?
62, 42, 54, 62, 54, 62, 54.
What was
North
that?
Independence.
All right, when you walked over there, what happened next?
Well, as before, I was going to have sexual fantasy, so I brought my hit kit, and lo and behold, her car was there. I thought, gee, she's not supposed to be home. So I very carefully snuck into the house, kind of like a cat burglar. And after checking the house, she wasn't there. So about that time, the doors rattled. So I went back to one of the bedrooms and hid back there in one of the bedrooms. She came in with a male visitor. They were there for maybe an hour or so. He left. I waited till wee hours in the morning, and then proceeded to sneak into her bedroom and flip the lights on what looked like, or I think the bathroom lights. I didn't want to flip her lights on, and she.
What a gentleman!
How terrifying!
All right, now, were you wearing any kind of disguise or mask at this time?
No, no.
You indicated this woman lived
No,
down the street
no.
from you. Did she know you?
Casually, we'd walk by and wave.
Wow.
She liked to work in her yard. As well
It's
as
unbelievable,
just
isn't
a neighborly type thing. It wasn't anything.
Dude, that is so fucking terrifying. Okay.
Isn't
Think
it?
about being out in your yard doing your yard
Mhm.
work, and you got some creepy ass neighbor you don't even know about watching your ass, knowing everything you do, and you're clueless to it.
I know.
That
That's
is
why-
so fucking creepy. Sorry,
That's
excuse
why-
my French, but
That's
it
why
is
my grass is about 5 foot high. I mean, Christ alive.
that is the most terrifying thing, you know. And he's like, "Oh yeah," we'd wave to each other like
Right.
gross. It's
Just
fucking
one day she
gross.
became a project.
Yeah.
I do believe he was looking out his window washing dishes or something like that, and saw her and just got the
Do you know how many
urge.
encounters I've had with neighbors?
I
And
know.
it's like you think back on those encounters and you think, is one of those like fucking creepy? Or you know what I mean? Like,
I know.
but you
You
can't.
wouldn't know.
You can't.
You
'Cause
wouldn't
you know
know.
what? Guys like them don't come. They're few and far between. I mean, right now it's the forefront of everybody's mind. We're all digging into serial killers, but they're not that common. So I
Mhm.
think we have to keep in mind and not get,
Yeah. So don't be
ourselves all
having
caught up.
nightmares. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not every. Yeah, I mean, these are very few and far between
Thankfully.
cases,
Yep.
and they just stick around because they're so they're just so mind bending and horrible and horrific and gory and every element, you know.
Absolutely. And that kind of, we started out on that footing when we said, what we're witnessing is part, is just, criminal history right now, because we don't see this, thankfully.
I just had a thought when someone brought up something in chat, and I just responded and said, it's different now. We all have cameras. And there's cameras everywhere we go. And isn't it interesting that these targets were old sorority houses?
Yes.
I can't think of many places that wouldn't have a Ring doorbell. But a sorority house, obviously, it's wide open. What do they need that shit for? They're not monitoring their shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're carefree. Their shit's an open door.
I know.
They're all a bunch of kids who comes in and comes out. Those are our friends. So they don't need a Ring doorbell. They don't need security cameras. They don't need security systems. But guess what? This is going to set a precedence, and things are going to be different.
I hope so.
And I do believe
because
that
it was way too easy.
it's too open. I mean, it was too open in the 70s when Ted Bundy was making his moves.
Yeah.
This community housing has to be more secure.
Mm-hmm.
The days are gone of
And you're right. Have we
open.
not learned anything from the days of Ted Bundy?
No,
And
we're still wide open in these sorority houses. I mean, I just turned
It's
on
ridiculous.
Lifetime, you guys, this morning. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go. I couldn't sleep. Turned on Lifetime at like 5, 6 in the morning, whatever, to watch one of those benign movies that are so corny, that you can just doze off to. I turn it on, and what's the title? Sorority Stalker. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. But it's so cliche because it's such a perfect setup.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the creepers, playground.
Yeah.
Well, especially this particular group of people, they were older. They weren't like they had done the sorority, where they
Right.
lived in the house, so they probably felt so
Comfortable.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
they
because
were
remember-
mentoring the younger ones coming in.
Yeah, because they were kind of coming to the end of their kind of time there, weren't? And they were all kind of in the headspace of like moving on and making plans, and yeah, it's so sad.
Mm-hmm. But it's true. The Greek row needs to be more secure for these girls.
Absolutely.
100%. That's
And it's
we could
shocking,
do-
isn't it? It's
yeah.
shocking when you think how easy it
Well,
was
when I watched this
for this
movie,
to
like, I'm like,
happen.
okay, what's this movie about? So I hit details, and it's like some stupid movie about, you know, a stalker, whatever. And but it was like a girl stalking another girl. Like she was mad about not getting into the sorority. Okay. So that's what the basis of this movie was. But when they showed the set in the setting of the movie, it was this old rickety fucking White House with Greek lettering on the front, and, you know, people freely going in and out, and, you know, like the typical, and it dawned on me, why have we not secured these sororities since the 70s when Ted Bundy was busting into them so easily? Why didn't, because we didn't have the technology to secure them. We had locks. So, you know, Xana, she got a new lock. That's the best they could do. These houses, they need to have like cameras.
I still find it shocking that it was that open. Just looking at
it's just it's their culture there. That's just that's the college culture, and I think
it's just unbelievable to
it
me.
needs to change with the times, because it's too dangerous out there. There's too many drugs, and it's not just for serial killers. There's people running around on heroin and methamphetamines, and they're doing crazy stuff to people, and they're losing their minds.
I know.
I mean, I would never feel comfortable. My daughter is the same age as these girls. I could not imagine her living in a wide ass open house. I don't care if it's in a small college town or not. But it's because I watch this shit every day.
Absolutely.
I'm following this stuff. So I'm aware, you know, I'm overly aware.
Yeah.
But
I'm
like,
overly.
I could not imagine being okay with that. And
I wouldn't be okay.
And I'm not saying anything bad about these parents, but it's just like, now we're looking in hindsight, of course. You know, before this, I may not have thought anything of it. I've never given sororities and fraternities two thoughts.
It's just like, what was it that made them feel so safe?
Just the culture. It's just always been that way. I mean, look at it. It's been like that since the beginning of time.
And they're not that far away from their homes either.
We follow history. It's always been a comfortable situation. Why would they think it's anything different? They wouldn't. It would be the same as it's always been, right?
They're always surrounded by other people too.
Just like going to the grocery store is safe to us, even though people get shot in the grocery store. We still go there, right? Just because a few bad things happened in some sororities doesn't mean they're going to think, oh my God, we need to beefing these up. We don't expect metal detectors at our Publix or our
I think the big
Kroger.
mistake here as well was that I think they found comfort and safety in numbers, and how wrong they were.
Yeah, exactly. They weren't ever alone. I mean, you do feel safe when there's other people living with you.
Yeah, the buddy system just doesn't cut it anymore.
No. I just wanted to reply to Lex comment, who was just asking about Radar and what did he mean by cleaning up and clearing up the scenes.
Yeah.
So he didn't actually. That it's kind of misleading, because he makes it sound as if he's getting the mop out, and he didn't do any of that. So when he's saying that he cleans up, what he means is he's removing, and he's making sure that anything that he brought with him, he takes with him. So not all of it, but mostly. So his cleaning up really was just basically him getting dressed and taking what he wanted.
There wasn't DNA stuff. So, I mean, they found him through, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was semen off of the first murder scene. And they just happened to do a really good job of preserving this. I want to say it was on the little girl's clothing, but
it was.
Yeah. And he did. There was no SA. I mean,
no.
I mean, I'm not I mean, I don't want it, but
Wait a minute.
supposedly there was
Wait
no
a
essay.
minute. Right. They said no essay, but listen. What if I just had a thought? Okay. So you know how I said before I thought that maybe he called the cops in order to I was thinking at first maybe he did the cop calls on the parties to either break them up and get someone alone in there, or B, to make them not feel comfortable calling 911 in case they got spooked. Because if you look at the ones that faltered in the past, i.e. the 2021 case of the couple where the husband died and the wife lived, the person that was sleeping in the other room called 911. That's what made the killer flee, and that's why he didn't get to complete the job. So, how do we know that he didn't call the cops and kind of spook these kids? Make them known to the police. Because if you're known to the police and your sorority house is, or your sorority house is on alert or whatever, they were on probation.
Yep.
Because
and they
had
mentioned that the police officers did.
Yes, they were on probation. Their first instinct is not going to be to call 911. So I think he got them in trouble by making these calls and making it seem like they were big party animals so that they wouldn't call police if they got spooked. Because that's what happened prior. 911 got called.
Correct.
It's definitely possible.
There was a third person. It was a cat sitter who was staying over that night that was going to stay with the cat while they went to Hawaii the next day. That person wasn't supposed to be there.
That was out of their norm. They had never taken a vacation.
Never.
So the person, he was watching, it was totally freaky that
it just leaving. Was a fluke thing that the friend was there. The person wasn't supposed to be there, but that person heard the fighting and called 911. So what a perfect way to deter these kids from calling the police than to put the police right at their front door. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. And then the sorority becomes aware of it. Sorry, they're not going to call 911 unless someone's freaking bleeding out in front of them. And they didn't see that. Hell, even the roommates may have seen that. And they called friends first.
I know.
I think they were afraid to call the fucking cops.
Well, that would be the logical consequence of the police saying, "Hey, if we have to come back, we're and them getting in trouble." I mean, it would matter.
What was the next step after they're on probation? What happens? They get kicked out of the sorority? Dude, they need that shit on their diplomas.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? This is their future. They're not hopping around in these sorority houses for just the fuck of it.
Nope.
This is something that is setting groundwork for their futures.
Absolutely. It's something their parents have worked all their lives for.
And paid a lot of money for. Yeah. Yep.
And
I think he made them that son of a bitch.
So listen, I don't know if the week, I want to say it was the week after the actual murders took place, they had a city meeting and they let go of one of their LEs because, and I don't remember what the quote exactly was, but it was something about giving someone viewing, and what you could allude to, I believe, was that he let someone look at the body cam, or he was allowing someone to look at things that the police had recorded.
Say that again?
So one of the, I don't want to say which police department is because I don't know if it's the campus one or if it's fine because there's a bunch of them that work together in that area, but there was one of them that was let go, and this was hush hush, just let go. And the only reason I know this is because I just happened to be streaming that meeting and saw it, and then later on I've heard it mentioned a couple of times just randomly. There was a question I think someone asked the chief about at one point, maybe. So I haven't heard anything else, but what he was allowing someone access to evidence, body cam, something that they should not have access to. And it happened repeatedly, and he was let go for it.
Really?
So could that be the person that made the videos? Got that info from that person and they got in trouble?
Could be. I mean, I was thinking
Maybe
that
they were giving details.
maybe our friend Brian here talked the LE, the local LE, chummed him up and talked him into letting him watch some of the video. Hey, I'm studying this. Let me just watch some of this video or
maybe.
That's where I kind of took. I mean, I have no reason to think that.
Wait a minute. Could it be too that they may have enlisted some help from the criminology department, the doctorate department of WSU, in assisting with the investigation?
That is 100%. I thought that's what we were going to find out originally. I thought that that's what we were going to find out once they said who this guy was and what he was studying. I thought we were going to find out, and he's been helping the police for the last and maybe he was. We don't know.
Right. I had another weird thought. Now this is pretty out there, so bear with me. But remember, we were just talking about his sister and the horror flick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then we heard through the grapevine, I don't know if that was on Reddit, but somewhere it came out that maybe he was wearing like a GoPro. Was he creating a movie? Was he obsessed with that as well? I mean, I heard that he was wearing a camera, and I don't remember where I heard that from. But because so much is leaked on Reddit, it's hard to keep it all straight. But I just remember hearing something about him wearing body camera, like a GoPro or something. And if he did, I mean, you just never know. I mean, these are all just avenues. I mean, there's 500 different avenues we could go down. But
Well,
like
he probably was documenting in some way something. If
I believe so.
I mean, for research,
BTK.
wouldn't you? Like, this is a research thing. He was doing research.
Well, exactly, it's what he did, isn't it? So, absolutely.
I mean, we're in a camera age now. Like, I don't know what BTK would have done if we had GoPros then.
Yeah, he had a bulb that was hooked up to the Polaroid that was on a tripod that he would hide in his hand.
See,
so
he did what he
couldn't
could.
see it when
He did what he could at the time, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He did.
He went
made
to his
it
little
work.
hidey hole in the woods and got
And
dressed
how
up
easy is it to strap on a GoPro?
That's
and what if his
incredible.
trophy is his GoPro and pulley? Could be.
It could be.
Well, that's that whole narcissism. I'm not going to get caught. I'm not. I mean, that's why you would do that, is because, of course, I'm not going to get caught.
Because you've got so much confidence. I was just laughing at Gardner's saying about his dog. I've got a Frenchie called Dave, and
your dog is named Dave. I love it.
Yeah,
Dave's not here,
Dave.
man.
Oh yeah, and he's so soppy. So I think I'd be saving Dave. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta get that sound bite up for Dave. I have the Cheech and Chong. Dave's not here, man.
Dave's not here.
But only us Americans know about that.
Dave's dead.
You guys in the UK aren't familiar with Cheech and Chong. We figured that out with Potato.
Yeah, I only know about it because of what you told me.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like our version of Faulty Powers.
I'm corrupting Potato with our American shit.
So when you said you had a dog called Dave, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Dave's not here, man.
I've corrupted her. I've corrupted her officially. Oh shit!
I'm gonna email you a picture of my Dave. Honestly, he's gorgeous.
Okay, we love our fur babies around here.
Mr. Squidgy Face, he's lovely.
Don't you find it interesting too that not to change the subject, but back to BTK, the one house he knocked first. He actually went up to the door and knocked to see if anybody would come to the door. Like what?
Yeah.
And then when they didn't, he's like, okay, I'll just go in the back.
Yeah.
Or when he's like, I turned the light on so they could see.
Yeah, but I only turned the bathroom light on because I didn't want to turn the overhead light on. It hurt her eyes.
Right?
Weird.
He almost behaved like as if he was invincible. He had no fear.
Nope. None.
No fear. And yet, interestingly, I don't know if you saw, Joe, but when the professor was talking to him at one point on the phone, it was the only time I've ever heard anything kind of like that. And he said to her, "Oh, I think I'm going to just get some water because my mouth's a bit dry because I think I'm a bit nervous." And I was like, oh my God, just that I think I'm a bit nervous. For him to say that, that was the only time that I've ever heard Dennis Rader say anything
About
along those
emotion.
lines. Yeah.
Yeah,
How
everything's
interesting.
emotionless. I mean, that's an
Wow.
emotion, nervous.
I know. And it just struck me. It was like,
Because he never says he's angry.
no,
He never says anyone's annoying. I mean, he
No.
kind of showed some annoyance with the children. They weren't cooperating.
Mhm.
He tied them up and put them over there, and that just wasn't, God, that wasn't going to work. You know?
Everyone else gets annoyed.
and you
Yeah,
can
but he
see
doesn't
her
seem
reaction
angry.
as well. When
It's
he
just
says,
it's like a fly, you know, buzzing around your food to him.
Yep.
yeah. But you can see the reaction from the professor when he says it. When he says, you know, oh, I think I'm a bit nervous. She kind of just, she doesn't react to it. She's quite clever, actually, in how she kind of just kind of lets him go. Yeah, like lets him continue. Really interesting.
And I think that Brian knew Murphy was still a puppy and not a vicious dog.
Oh, God, yeah.
All right, so
Well, he would have
she
seen
was
it on
in
the
her bed
TikTok.
when you turn on the lights in the bathroom?
Yeah, the bathroom, yeah, so I could get some light in there.
All right, what did you do then?
Well, I manually strangled her when she started to scream.
So you used your hands?
Yes, sir.
And you strangled her? Did she die?
Yes.
All right, what did you do then?
After that, since I was in the sexual fantasy, I went ahead and stripped her. And
Ew.
probably went ahead and I'm not sure if I tied her up at that point in time. But anyway, she was nude, and I put her on a blanket, went through her purse, some personal items in the house, figured out how I was going to get her out of there. Eventually moved her to the trunk of the car. Took the car over to Christ Lutheran Church. This is with the older church.
Ooh, he got that big sigh before talking about bringing this body to the church. That's an emotional reaction right there.
First one we've seen.
Yep.
She was nude, and I put her on a blanket, went through her purse, some personal items.
He recovers well.
Figured out how I was going to get her out of there. Eventually moved her to the trunk of the car. Took the car over to Christ Lutheran Church. This is with the older church. And took some pictures of her.
All right, you took some photographs. What kind of camera did you use?
Poor Lord.
Did you keep those photographs?
Yes, the police probably have it.
All right, what happened then?
That was it. She went through, I tied it, she was already dead, so I took pictures of her in different forms of bondage. And that's probably what got me in trouble was the bondage thing. So anyway, that's probably the main thing. But anyway.
Oh, so the bondage was like that was what really he really liked. So is that what he means when he says, I took it too far?
Yeah.
Like I did the bondage thing. I should have just done it to myself.
Yeah, he used to do it to himself, like in the woods with his hidey holes and dressing up. And then, but it was always about, and
but
he
it
actually
screwed me up because I did it to her.
And he remembers having a sexual reaction to being tied up. I believe he says when they're playing like cowboys and Indians as little kids, like that he discusses that with the
I think he was like 5 or something, and he said it. He really enjoyed it, like sexual, like gross.
I think there was something. I think there was something about his mum as well. She got her hand caught. She got her hand caught.
Yes,
in
the couch.
And the look on her face of being helpless,
right?
And having, they said something like having a person who's supposed to, you know, be in control, helpless. That he got off on that.
Yeah.
Seeing that look on his mother's face, he never forgot it. What the fuck?
I know.
From
and the
such an early age as well.
Yep. And the only thing you can think about, I mean, because of that early age, is to say, because she had control over me, she could make me do what she wanted me to do. So seeing her in that position.
Oh my God. Okay, so what if, I'm going to take you guys into Elon world for a second.
Oh yeah.
What if it was told that, you know, if we got like the Elon Neuralink, because he says he can cure like all these things with it, you know, like Parkinson's and all these horrible diseases. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but if you are, what if they said, you know what, if we could make this never happen again? We could make this where we can manually, with this Neuralink, regulate all of the chemicals in the brain so that no one has depression, no one has anxiety, and no one will ever serial kill again.
Well,
Would you
they
be
could
for that?
probably recognize these kinds of things like as they're developing in the brain, because they can read the like waves and stuff and
Sure,
see what people are thinking.
But would that make us all lemmings? Would it make us
Yeah, it
all the
would.
same?
Robots.
Would we still have a personality? Or would that take away that part of our personality? Or would they be able to take those thousands of little strands and go to each and every little lobe or whatever in your brain that needs to be monitored and make you still you without ailments? If that was possible, would you do it? Or would you be supportive of it if you knew that no one would ever harm another human being again? I don't know, kind of a crazy thought. That's one to smoke a joint to later.
Yeah, that's how do you grow if you don't have any? Wow.
What?
How do you grow if you don't have any, like, I mean,
well, no, I'm just saying everything would be regulated. It would just be regulated by basically a computer. It would be regulated by a chip. But if they said, nothing's ever going to go out of whack, your thyroid's not going to go out of whack because everything's regulated on an even keel. You're going to remain the same.
This will be like the George Orwell theory.
Perry, UK, you know what, Perry? I like you. You have the comment of the day that she said, "What a nutter."
Then we went east on 53rd.
All right, what occurred then?
Sir?
What happened then?
Oh, trying to find a place to hide the body.
Did you find a place?
Yes, I did.
Where?
Couldn't tell you without looking at a map, but it was on 53rd, between Greenwich, maybe, what's the other one between Greenwich? Webb. I think between Webb and Greenwich, I found a ditch, a low place on the north side of the road, and hit her there.
All right, you say you hit her there.
Well, there were some trees, some brush, and I laid that over the top of her body.
All right, so you removed the body from the car, put her in the ditch, then laid some brush over the body.
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, in count 9, it is claimed on or about the 16th day of September, 1986, in Sedgwick County, Kansas, that you unlawfully killed a human being, Vicki Wegerle.
Jay, can we just stop just for a sec?
Deliberately,
Sure.
and with.
I was just looking at the comments and I was just thinking that I was going to say the same thing. So Lex is saying, does anyone know why he chose to move the body? And I've always wondered that. I don't have an answer to that one. I've always wondered why was it that, because he never moved the bodies from the homes up until that point, up until that victim, after many years. So why did he just go on? He had no need to move the body. And in fact, he was taking such huge risks. But then was that part of it? Was he getting a little bit
Was he getting kind of frustrated that they weren't?
Yeah.
Because didn't he end up actually sending more clues and more clues?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So he was like, come on, people.
He was annoyed. He was annoyed that they hadn't figured it out.
And I think part of him was frustrated. Yeah, he kind of got, he needed to be more excited, and maybe by moving the body, he was more putting himself more at risk, and maybe that then elevated it again, because he didn't. I think the number 9 is left in the home, and then the last victim is also taken out of the house. So
he was getting more risky. He was taking more risks.
He was evolving, wasn't he, at the end of his kind of spree? So that would be my answer to that, really.
He was keeping the victims longer too.
He was, yeah.
Although I do think he tried to come back to a couple of them that he hid early on, and he went back to them afterwards. But this was the first one that he took with him.
I don't think that he got off seeing her in a church. I think that was actually. I don't think he really.
I think that
planned on doing that, because that big sigh was like, oh God, why did I do that type thing?
And how interesting.
Saw a little
though,
bit of regret in that.
Yeah.
The-
Well, that's how
the
he
only
ended up getting
time-
caught, kind of.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that
It
explains
all
it.
goes through the church, through
Oh,
the
okay.
Xerox machine, and the
Yeah,
disc. It's
it
all traced
does.
back through the church. So
Oh,
I
that
think
was
that
his
sigh
demise.
was
Was
like,
You
his
know
oh,
what,
demise.
Mary?
Fuck.
I've always
Yeah.
wondered about that, but do you know what? You're probably so right there. I think that might be a bit of it. Like, oh, do you know what? Yeah, fucking, the bloody church.
Mm-hmm.
if only I hadn't.
Yeah.
That's where I made that's where you got me.
I got sloppy there. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And they all get sloppy at some point, but 30 freaking years for this dude. 30 years. Be thanking God tonight that they were able to apprehend Brian. Everybody's bitching. It's been 7 fucking weeks.
I know.
They don't even have a fucking suspect. The fuck are they doing out there? Chief Fry. I mean, 30 years. And that's why I thought about the Zodiac today. I'm like, that would be so fucking scary. Or how about Richard Ramirez? How would you like to see his face in your window?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, shit, 7 weeks is pretty fucking stellar to me.
I know.
And the fact that we can see it in certain things they're giving us, I don't think we should be complaining at all.
No.
The world is a safer place today because that motherfucker's behind bars. Let's just say that.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the eyes.
Yeah.
It
Those
really is.
eyes
It's
are
unreal.
The eyes.
By strangulation, inflicting injuries from which said Vicky Wegerle did die on September 16th, 1986. Can you tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County on that day that makes you believe you are guilty?
Again, Vicky Wegerle was another potential victim.
Oh my God. Is somebody literally playing like a video game on their watch?
Oh my gosh, that's my alarm. My husband just walked around trying to grab it.
Dude,
Here,
you just
take this
gave
other-
me. I thought it was someone in the courtroom. Do you remember those kick-ass? I just had a blast from the past. Do you remember those kick-ass wristwatches in the 80s where you could play like Pac-Man on it?
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like to me. I'm watching this 1980s footage and I just went back to 1983 grade school with my Pac-Man watch.
Yeah, it's
and
an
then
Iron Man watch.
having
That's
it in
what was.
school and like I get in trouble if you had the sound on.
Mhm.
I just had a little flashback.
Yep.
I flashed and thought, ooh-wee, that'll scare somebody.
I went through those different phases, locked in on her, as I would call it, and decided that I would try that date. I used Roos as a telephone repairman to get in their house. Drove there in my own personal car around lunchtime, during lunch hour, or approximately that time. It was earlier in the morning than that. And I actually went somewhere else and changed my clothes, what I call my hit clothes. And
Hit clothes?
Hit clothes. Basically different, things that I'd need to get rid of later. Not the same kind of clothes I had on.
I know Lex is just saying there in the comments, the way he said that, I took my own personal car, as if like,
whose car would he take?
Yeah, I used my own car, my own personal car for that one. I mean, good on you.
Oh, I know. Thanks for going out of your way, dude.
Yeah.
Would you like to be reimbursed for your mileage?
Yeah.
Anyway, I walked from my car as a telephone repairman. As I walked there, I donned the telephone helmet. I had a briefcase.
Oh, that's another
Went to
thing.
one other address just to kind of size up the house. I
Yeah.
walked by it a
He
couple
used to
times,
cut
but
the
I wanted to check it a
telephones.
little bit.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
He said that earlier, yeah.
Allegedly, I've seen pictures in the house where the cable or the whatever was off in that 1122
Yeah,
house.
you could see the TV and it said no signal detected. So you know what? I take back my comment about cameras because if you don't have freaking Wi-Fi, you're done. But guess who can fix that for us? Elon with the fucking Starlink. Do you see where this all goes back to Elon? I'm just kidding. But no, I'm really not because I think Elon is our future. I just need to take my SpaceX hat off, I think.
It's so true though. Just saying about the phone lines because at the height of when people were going into their homes and the first thing they were doing was picking their phones up, checking that their line was okay, because they knew that was part of the police had kind of released that fact. So Yeah. Oh, so scary.
That's disgusting.
I know. The terror.
You're so right though. That TV was clear as day through the window.
Yep.
And it said
No
no
signal.
signal.
Mhm.
And all you would have to do is get in there and unplug the router.
Yeah.
No cutting of wires here. No finding wires. None of that.
No.
Unplug it.
Unreal.
Or snip the fucking cable. Snip the cable from the outside of the house where it goes in. That's all you'd have to do.
Yep.
All it is a coax cable.
And then you would just have your cell phone, which that's what they used a bunch of times.
But you're taking a risk too by shutting off the Wi-Fi, because if they have TV streaming or music streaming, that shit's going to shut off. And it could go from loud music to dead silence.
That's true.
And you know what? I'm not being funny, but sometimes I don't see my kids for days. But the minute my internet goes, there's heads popping out of everyone's doors.
Yeah.
You know, honestly.
No, yeah, we turn ours off sometimes and say, "Oh, it's out." so they come out of their rooms or come out of their spots.
Yeah. But for real, I mean, think about it.
Mm.
All you'd have to do is walk around that house and snip the cable.
Yeah.
I have the picture of the TV somewhere. I'll look for it.
And went to this other door, knocked on them, and told them we were recently working on telephone repairs in the area. And they went to her and knocked on the door and asked her if I could come check her telephone lines inside.
Did she allow you in?
Yes, she did.
What happened then?
Went over and found out where the telephone was, simulated that I was checking the telephone. I had a make-believe instrument. And after she was looking away, I drew a pistol at her and asked her if she'd go back to the bedroom with me.
Is this the same 357 Magnum?
Like she had a
This
choice.
was a different
Right.
You asked her to go back to the bedroom with you after drawing a pistol on her.
Yes, sir.
What happened then?
I told her, we went back to the bedroom. I told her I was going to have to tie her up. She was very upset. And I think I used some material that was in, and that's another thing. I'm not sure, but I think I used the material that they had in their bedroom. And after I tied her hands, she broke that and we started fighting. And we fought quite a bit back and forth.
All right, she was physically fighting you.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
What happened then?
Finally got the hand on her and got a nylon sock and started strangling.
So you wrapped the stocking around her neck?
Yes.
What happened then?
I finally gained on her and put her down, and I thought she was dead, but apparently she wasn't. But after she was down and not moving anymore, I rearranged her clothes a little bit and took some quick photos. I think 3 of them, if I remember. And then after that, there was a lot of commotion. She had mentioned something about her husband coming home, so I got out there pretty quick. The dogs were raising a lot of cane in the back. The windows were all open to the house. A lot of noise when we were fighting. So I left pretty quickly after that. Put everything in the briefcase and had her. I'd already gone through her purse and got the keys to the car and used her car for my getaway car.
All right, now you indicate that you thought that she was dead. Did you discover later that she was not dead?
Yes, I guess the paramedics arrived and they tried to attempt to revive her, and that failed. I don't know whether she died there or on the way to the hospital or at the hospital. I don't recollect.
But you later found out that she did die as a result of your strangulation.
Yes.
Now, sir, let's turn to count 10. In that count, it's claimed that on or about the 18th day of January 1991 to the 19th day of January 1991 in the county of Sedgwick, state of Kansas, that you did then and there unlawfully kill a human being, that being Dolores E. Davis, maliciously, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation by strangulation, inflicting injuries from which the said Dolores E. Davis did die on January 19th, 1991. Mr. Rader, please tell me what you did here in Sedgwick County, Kansas on that day that makes you believe you're guilty.
That particular day, I had some commitments. I left those, went to one place, changed my clothes, went to another place, parked my car, finally made arrangements on my hip kit, my clothes, and then walked to that residence. After spending some time at that residence, it was very cold at night. Had reservations about going in. I had cased the place before, and I really couldn't figure out how to get in, and she was in the house, so I finally just selected a concrete block and threw it through the plate glass window on the east and came on in.
All right, where is this residence located?
It's on Hillside, but I couldn't give you the address. I know it's probably 61, probably 62 something. Oh, it's 62 something.
North or south?
North Hillside.
All right, so you used a concrete
Yeah,
block
just
to break the
quickly.
window?
Plate glass window, patio.
It's just interesting that we've gone from, earlier, the earlier murders when he's talking about being a cat burglar and he's in stealth mode, and now
we've literally watched the progression
through a window. I mean,
yeah, we've watched this progression. I mean, we've heard this progression. Yeah.
Mad.
I wanted to answer Nick. Nick, thank you for your super chat. Nick says, what do you think they'll find on the hard drive they took from the murder house? I don't know what hard drive he's talking about. Do you guys?
No.
How do you know there was a hard drive taken, Nick?
Yeah, I've not heard that. Just also one solved mystery. You just mentioned John Bonet. I'm actually doing quite a lot of work with John Bonet's case at the moment. We've actually got a cold case review team going in sometime this month. It's a team of, there's quite a few, all impartial, and they've all got different strengths. They're actually going to be testing some evidence that's not been tested before. They're going to be using the forensic genealogy. And interestingly, I'm surprised this guy's still alive, but the original detective on that case has quite shadily been moved. He's been forcibly taken off that case and has been put on some kind of desk duty. And there's a lot of kind of stuff going on there. So it's definitely one we're going to be looking out for.
Thanks for that. I have news to report. It looks like Brian is almost to the Idaho state line.
Woohoo!
Almost, but not quite. Not quite yet.
This is the longest flight, I'm telling you.
What? someone just kind of like, look at it. Lex Luthor said, is he there yet? Dude left PA at 6 a.m. It's been fucking 12 hours. He left the jail 12 hours ago to go to Idaho, and he's still not there.
It's incredible.
It's wonderful. And I love that they're fucking with him like that.
I hope they're tormenting him. I hope they've been tormenting him the whole time.
Because they know why he waived his extradition. He's anxious to get back there and get his mitts on what they have against him.
Yeah.
So he's been in the air. And from what the cop said in the body cam, what are you guys afraid of planes? I think maybe Koberger might be a little, maybe he has like height. What's that called? Afraid of heights?
Oh.
Maybe he's afraid of heights. Maybe he gets sick. And maybe
Motion sickness.
Yeah, I'd give him one of those white barf bags that they put in the back of the freaking thing.
Is he on a paper plane?
No,
pretty much 11-seater paper plane.
Yeah,
holds about 2 gallons of gas. Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Maybe they're trying to break him while they're in the air. Maybe there's, I mean, we don't know what they know. So there could be some shit going on up there to put some pressure on old Brian.
Literally.
And it's a little incredible. I mean, it would be to me.
And if they're worried that he's a flight risk because Ted Bundy, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
But if they're worried that he's a flight risk because Ted Bundy escaped not once, but twice.
I know.
This could be why they're keeping him up in the air for so long.
So he doesn't have time at the
Well, they want to
to
maybe get some things out there before they put him in a cell.
Well, they've been about 50 steps ahead the whole time. So
I mean, what else are they doing with him for 12 hours?
I wish I knew.
I mean, let's be for real. How long is a plausible flight with layover from PA to Idaho.
Oh,
And they
love
might
to
be
know.
hanging around doing that to throw off the media too.
Maybe.
Like, oh, the media is going to clock it. Okay, it takes roughly da-da-da. And they're just lingering. Maybe they're hoping everybody will go to bed.
Maybe they're waiting to hear from Dennis
Black
Rader.
Knight. That is such a good point. Don't forget what Letitia Stock did. She almost escaped during her extradition. They're not taking any chances with this dude. He is a danger. This is how much of a danger he is. They had snipers on top of the buildings outside the courtroom yesterday. He's a dangerous individual.
It really is incredible. I mean, it just every time I think about the fact that, you know,
there's a lot of safety issues right here too, I think.
Yeah.
We don't want another Lee Harvey Koberger.
Definitely not.
No, we do not.
Daily, thank you so much for your comment. As a woman, I enjoy you being in my chat too. He's not running in his eyes he can win. Oh, you don't think he's scared? I think he's scared. He's a big risk. Lex Luthor, shoot, he would have gotten back to Idaho faster driving. I think he made it. I think he made it home faster than it's getting him back there. Yeah, I think they're making him regret a lot of stuff or wanting, you know.
Or they could need to wait till change a shift so they have the right people to greet him. I mean, there's logistics involved here, so it's a big
I just
process.
think they would have that all lined up though before they even took off the ground. I don't think they're going to be up in the air and go, "Oh wait, we're not ready." I don't think that. I have to imagine they are much more. I think they're much more organized than that.
Oh yes, I'm sure. But don't you think something always goes wrong? Like there's always a last minute something.
Well, maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe he looked perfectly fine though when they switched planes there and wherever they were, Indiana.
And there's no weather right out there right now.
Didn't look like it.
No.
But are they changing altitudes at all? No, they've been steady at 22,000 feet, so they're just going super slow.
Yeah,
they are in no hurry.
They're just floating along.
I don't think they're floating. I think they're rocking.
I don't know what I would do to hear what's being said and what the tension is in that plane. Can you imagine the tension in this plane?
Well, so here's my other thing. I think it would be kind of silly of us to assume that the professor wasn't also a few steps ahead. She's been quiet. She studies these things. At some point, I got to think that they pulled her and said, okay, help us create the puzzle. Help us create the mousetrap. What are we doing here? I mean, like, I could be wrong, but I would imagine everyone's working together to make all of these things fit because there's a lot here.
I think you're absolutely right.
Thank you so much, Kevin. It's great to have you here. Hi, Mark Klein. No, I don't think they're torturing him. And I don't think that they can, say too much. And I mean, obviously, if he asks for a lawyer, he doesn't have to say anything. But it doesn't mean that they can't make him uncomfortable as fuck. It doesn't mean that they can't say things to each other.
And before they interrogate him, they'll make sure he's cold. They'll make sure he's hungry. They'll make sure, that's the way it works, unless he wants to cooperate with them until a certain point. There's no torture, but there are tactics.
I don't think they're going to fuck up out of anger over Brian, but I think that they know their limits and what they can do and say
let's make it
to
clear.
make him very uncomfortable.
None of us are suggesting that he's being, kind of terrible things being done to him. But there are lots of ways to skin a cat, So.
Ooh, bad choice of.
Actually,
words.
that was terrible.
Oh my God! Look, both of my girls had to go.
Can I just also say that no cats were harmed whilst we've been on.
Oh my gosh! Let's just zip it.
Yeah.
I have a picture for you of the cell, or actually the jail that he'll be housed in. It's not the cell.
And do you know what? I really, really hope that we don't have like another Epstein where they put loads of rope and blankets in there. I hope that
They won't.
Yeah.
They won't.
Because we need this guy to.
They won't. I don't think so. They're being way too careful. Bulletproof
so
vest under the jailhouse uniform. Sniper. No. They want this guy to live.
Yeah.
Headphones. I mean, they wouldn't go to all these lengths. You know, if they wanted to take him out, they could have taken him out. Let's face it.
Look at his lovely new home.
He's not gonna like that.
Yeah, you like that? Enjoy that hell.
Yeah. Welcome
all
home,
by yourself.
Brian. Welcome home.
You son of a bitch. Okay, let's finish up Dennis here. We're almost done. This is the last victim. Just horrible. The unalive suit. Yeah. God.
And the way the judge says to him, "You have a what?" And he doesn't pick up on the offense. Like that always shocks me that the Rader doesn't be like, "Hey, stop mocking me." He doesn't even pick up on that. He's, wait, what?
Yeah.
I don't think we have sound, Jay.
Oh, I thought it was me then.
Wait, what?
We didn't have sound. Nope.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you now?
Yes.
Okay, let me go back just a few seconds.
Being wanted, I was on the run. I needed food, car, warm up, and I asked her, handcuffed her, and kind of talked to her, told her that I would like to get some food, get her keys to her car, and kind of rest assured, talked with her a little bit, and calmed her down a little bit, and then eventually I checked. I think she was still handcuffed. I went back and checked out where the car was, stimulated getting some food, odds and ends in the house that I was leaving. Then went back and removed her handcuffs and then tied her up, and then eventually strangled her.
You say eventually strangled her?
Well, after I tied her up, I went through some things in the room there and then strangled her.
You say you went through, were you looking for something?
Mm-hmm. Well, some personal items, yes. I took some personal items from there.
Did you take personal items in every one of these incidents?
I did on the hedge. I don't remember anything at Vicky's place. The Ocheros, we got the watch and the radio. I don't think I did any at Bright's. Vian's, no, I don't think so. Fox, yes, I took some things from Fox. It was hit and miss.
All right. But
probably if it was a control situation where I had more time, I took something. But if it was a confusion and other
bless
things,
you.
Yeah, bless you.
All right. So in regard to the Davis matter, you went around the room, took a few personal things. What did you do then?
Strangled her.
What did you strangle her with?
Pantyhose.
All right. What happened then?
Kind of like Mrs. Hedge. I already figured out I had a plan on leaving and put her in a blanket and drug her to the car and put her in the trunk of the car.
So you were able to strangle her to death with these pantyhose?
Yes, sir.
All right. You put her in your car.
In her car. Her car. The trunk of her car.
What happened then?
I really had a commitment I needed to go to, so I moved her to one spot, took her out of her car. This gets complicated. Then the stuff I had, clothes, gun, whatever, I took that to another spot in her car, dumped that off. Okay. Then took her car back to her house, left that, let me think now.
Oh my God. What?
I took her car back to her house. I entered, I realized that I had lost.
You can see why he's upset that he tangled with her.
What was that? This is telling me is there memes of this?
Checked the car real quick, like threw the keys up on top of the roof of her house, walked from her car back to my car, took my car, drove
Wait
it
for
back, and I either dropped more stuff off or I picked her up and put them in my car. And then I drove up northeast of Sedgwick County and dropped her off underneath the bridge.
Did I skip it?
No.
Look at his face. I mean, I'm not laughing, but look at his face. Like, I can't be bothered to be here. Like, I think my wife has dinner ready. Can I go?
He's like totally bored right now, isn't he? He's like, oh, for God's sake.
I know. It's comical because it's so outlandish.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good Lord.
Does any party desire any further matters be put on the record at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may be seated, Mr. Rader.
Wow.
I will find that you, Dennis L. Rader, have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived your constitutional rights and entered your pleas of guilty. I will find that you understand the nature of the charges and the consequences of your pleas. Based upon your statements to the court, I will find there are factual bases for each of these pleas of guilty. I will accept these pleas of guilty and adjudge you, Dennis L. Rader, guilty of murder in the first degree in count 1, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count 2, a Class A felony, murder in the first degree in count.
He has the look on his face like a guy who got busted cheating on his wife.
I know, I'm laughing, but it's not. It's
not funny. No. It's so out
just,
there.
It's like you couldn't make it up.
No, it's so out there.
Yep.
It's outlandish.
He can't even be bothered. I mean, like, you're sitting there saying you're guilty so you don't get the death penalty. I mean, can you think of being, you should be a little
He's
more...
even got his stupid little eyebrows raised. He should be looking down. He should be sullen.
He took a drink of water while the judge was saying, hey, you're going to get that count. Guilty.
I know.
Next
You're
one,
so
guilty.
right. It's so fucking disturbing. But I just want to make another comment. How amazing. What year was this?
So this was 2004.
Oh, God. The footage looks way older than that.
It does. I know.
We've come light years.
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so in 2004, he still looked like it was 1980. That's what's throwing me off.
Yeah, I know. And that's what a lot of people get confused with.
Right. And I got confused because I was going to say, what I was going to say is how amazing to see, and I thought it was a long time ago, the black judge.
Well,
because I was like, wait, is this like the early 80s? That's what the whole time I've been watching him, that's what I've been envisioning. And I guess because he's describing these crimes that happened in the 70s.
Well, this is it, isn't it? I mean, so, you've got to think that this is what confuses, I think, because, we've gone from 1974 to 2004. So
right.
Yeah. So
we had like this, like I said, it's 30 years. So we're hearing about the crimes from way back in the 70s. They keep talking about the 70s. So I'm putting myself physically in the 80s. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's a black judge. Like, that is so awesome. Because we didn't have that back then. And we should have had that back then. And I love when I see, black judges and black lawyers. I think it's amazing. I think it's empowering. And I think it's great. So I was just like, wow, that's, for that time, that would be weird. I'm such an airhead. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I just am not looking at this scene and seeing 2004.
No,
it's
he
so
needs
bizarre.
to update. It's his glasses, I think.
It's the glasses. It's the actual footage. Like,
it's crazy.
It's weird. We have really come a long way, you guys.
We have.
2004 looks like 1980s footage now.
Yeah, it really does.
That's bizarre. Because like I even tried to make this theater mode and you can't. It's just a square.
No, I know. It's what it is.
Right. Like if I make it theater mode, it's literally a square with black around it. It's so weird. I hope that wasn't offensive to anybody. I was actually celebrating it, but I'm just back. I'm back and Back to the Future, I guess.
So, Raider, have knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waived your constitutional rights and entered your pleas of guilty. I will find that you understand the nature of the charges and the consequences of your pleas. Based upon your statements to the court, I will find there are factual bases for each of these pleas of guilty. I will accept these pleas of guilty and adjudge you, Dennis L. Rader, guilty of
Taking a
murder
drink,
in the
that's
first
it.
degree in count 1, a Class A felony. Murder in the first degree in count 2, a Class A felony. Murder in the first degree in count 3, a Class A felony. Murder in the first degree in count 4, a Class A felony. Murder in the first degree in count 5, a Class A felony. Murder in the first degree in count 6, a Class A felony. Murder in the first degree in count 7, a Class A felony. Murder in the first degree in count 8, a Class A felony. Murder in the first degree in count 9, a Class A felony. And murder in the first degree in count 10, a Class A felony.
Oh my God, we finished it, you guys.
Yay!
And just in time for an update, a Brian update. Good job, you guys. The stamina here is just amazing. I have news. He was just over Butt, Idaho. Butt Joint, Idaho. No, he was over. It just showed him over Butt. See? I know it's like, it's not pronounced Butt, but since Brian is over it, it's called Butt. So that's where he is right now. This is like tracking Santa on Nomad.
It really is. He's moving about as fast as Santa, too.
I'm surprised someone hasn't hacked into this and put like little reindeer on the front of it.
Yeah. Well, like Space Invaders.
So where do we think? Where do you think? Where do you think he's gonna land? Spokane? Where is he gonna land?
Well, that's interesting. Where would he land?
It's going to be a private airfield.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, it could be somewhere, anywhere.
Mm.
I don't know. It's a little pedal pusher. I mean, sure you can land those anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Evil Santa, right, Mark? In Pullman, is there a little airport there? Chris, are you a local? How do you know there's a... There is, look. I guess maybe he saw it on the map. I'm like, oh, do you live there? Like Coeur d'Alene Airport. That's not Pullman. Oh my God, Law. Just keep imagining Brian's asking, are we there yet? Can my dad ride in the plane with me? Do you think they would let him? If he thought that maybe he'd talk to his dad?
Yeah, if they thought they'd get something out of him, I'm sure if that's part of the game. He wants to play the game. They're going to play it.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm just
I
curious.
really don't think he can play it better than they can. I really don't. I could be wrong, but.
Okay, so I had an idea, and you guys who are like military people and like understand like how they do things, is it possible? And I'm thinking, I don't know if I'm like, just being like Twilight Zone person, but like, is it possible that this plane we're watching is like a dummy plane? Like, oh, we're going to have them all watch it. Because I know they can take that. They don't have to be on this.
Of course it's possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
So could we be watching like a dummy plane and it's going to land somewhere, but they're really over here with Brian and then they get him in real quick?
Yeah,
isn't that more possible?
Bed somewhere.
And they've probably already got him there and got him booked and he's probably like there and we're still back here watching this plane just floating over. Wouldn't that be par for the course though? I mean, this is just too easy for us to sit here and watch it. And us idiots are sitting here watching it for 12 hours.
That's
waiting for him to get there. And you know what? That's the joke's on us. That's why we're not LE. Okay.
But you know what? This is dedication.
It is. I mean, you got to give us that. But this is why we're not LE. And this is why we don't claim to be LE or as smart or smarter than LE because we're just not. I mean, this took us how long to put just one simple thing together, watching sitting here for hours. Oh, he's almost there now. And
can't believe that I can't believe that hasn't been said till now.
I mean, how you think about it, doesn't it make sense? Like,
it does. Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on. Are they really going to put him on this plane? We all want him to be like uncomfortable and like, air sick or whatever. But is that really plausible? Probably not. I mean, these guys have families they want to get home to. They don't want to sit up in a fucking airplane transporting this piece of shit.
No, except
So-
the people who are laughing at us because we're
So-
talking about all this stuff while they're
Yeah.
just putting
Yeah,
up
with that
little
being
dots.
said, so let me go ahead and check the jail roster that HJ. Oh my God, HJ lost power.
Oh,
Jesus, that's kind of freaky.
for a
Dude.
particular reason?
I don't know. She said my power is out for some stupid reason.
Oh God.
But we were just talking about like phone lines and
Yeah.
shit. That's creepy. HJ.
Let us know.
I think
Oh,
this is
good
the
night,
site.
George.
Oh no, that's
Thanks for laughing with us. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
eating Georgia.
Yeah.
Georgia. Oh, Georgia. Have a good night. I definitely don't need to be singing. All right, hold on. I'm trying to get back. I got to scroll back and find that link to the jail. They're funny too. They take pictures of their, they're not like typical mugshots. They're sitting in like a chair in like a cinder block room. It's great. And they have the priceless looks on. Like they're fun just to look at.
Well, it's a little, I mean, not tiny, but it's a littler.
Oh, you'll see. These guys are characters. I mean, they're not all in there for murder. You know what I'm saying? I mean, honestly, none of them are in there for murder. These are all like, it's all like petty stuff, theft, shit like that. It's loading, I think. Oh, you know what? I bet everybody's checking it.
Yeah.
Look, it won't even. We'll just sit and wait because it's on overdrive. And then the plane just jumped a little bit. Still
The
steady at
plane
20. It's
just-
probably 2,200 feet. It's probably like some decoy, like little, like
It's a
game.
drone.
Yeah, it's like this. Not even. It's like a computer generated thing.
Yeah.
Here, flight radar. Put this on your radar for the night. No, I'm just kidding.
Someday we'll know.
Yeah.
That is part of the fun. Is that someday we'll know.
we've got a web address that popped up, so we're still working on loading the jail roster. Everybody's going to be watching this jail roster tonight. I can't believe these streams are turning into Brian Laundrie streams. There's so much to talk about, though.
I know. I love it.
I do too. And I like, I don't really want to like talk about the same things all the time. Because like when I do that, like I talk about something and I move on.
Oh God, I just bounced. I just bounced.
Yeah, but I don't like
back and
I
forth.
don't like to go live and talk about the same shit every day. So like I won't talk about anything if there's nothing intriguing or new. Like I just won't go live to talk about it just to go live to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because I just feel like that's a waste of time.
I actually was explaining that to my husband about
What's
you.
that?
That you don't just go live. You're not just chasing the lead. I said, I noticed that Jay kind of lets things hang out for a little while, and then she's picking the thing that's the most
Yeah, if
plausible
something
and
stands out at me,
Yeah.
or if something jumps out at me, I'll for sure like go live and talk about it and get your guys' thoughts. But to sit there, I just don't understand how people can go live every day and talk about the same things. But I mean, I know the audience loves it. I just don't have the stamina for that because it's not interesting to me.
It's so funny. I said that to my husband. I said, I think she's figured out how to, kind of manage this without it driving her crazy. Because that's how you strike me. You have boundaries about it.
Well,
Yeah,
I didn't always. I had to learn those boundaries, and it was difficult. I'm not gonna lie. It's still an ongoing process. I have to learn when to shut it off too, because it can get. Oh, and I don't know. Like I look at those people that do stream with that stamina, and I'm just like, I don't know how I would feel like physically. I don't know how that would feel physically because you put your. I mean, we're all like enthralled with this one right now. But if you did that with every single case that gave some attention or intrigued you a little bit, dude, what else would you think about?
Mm-hmm.
You really have to have boundaries.
It's so true. Do you know, I don't do anything for clicks. I just do my thing. I'm just kind of happy doing my thing. I've not really done lives on my channel. I'm really visual, so I do a lot of creative stuff, and I'm just happy doing what I do, you know. And yeah, that's what works for me. So it's what, you know, what is interesting to me, what's current, you know, what's going on.
And you know what? And that is what makes YouTube such a great place, because all these creators that look at other creators as competition are so silly to me.
I know.
We're not competition. Like you and I, we aren't competition. We are supporting each other, right?
Absolutely.
Your link is in my description.
Because we're after the same goals.
You're my peer, dude. Like I'm not you're not going to take anything from me, and I'm not going to take anything from you.
Absolutely.
What you find interesting, I may not find interesting, and I may not pick up on, or you may pick up on something that I don't. Same goes for our panel tonight. That's why our panel is flowed like it has.
Yeah.
Because we all are like-minded. You
Absolutely.
know? And when you have these open panels where just randos call in, that's when you have this chaos.
I know. And to me, it's pointless.
I get anxiety. I can't watch that stuff.
No, it's not for me. It's not for me.
But you guys are, you know, you have to have people that are courteous, at least in my opinion, courteous, you know, take the time to listen to others, not just want to be heard. You know, it has to go both ways. And sometimes I catch myself not being a listener. And I know that's a weakness of mine. And I think that's why I am the one that started a podcast. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to sit and wait for my turn. That's just my personality. And that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, so that's things I try to work on when I'm on a panel and doing interviews too, is, you know, letting them talk, you know, asking the questions that get people to talk. So you don't have to ask so many questions. You know, you don't want to ask yes or no questions. It's boring.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm going to be live for a few. Thank you, Jennifer. I love your name, Jennifer. Yeah, I want to see. It's funny. People that keep coming in here going, like an hour ago, this girl came in in chat and she goes, News Nation, Brian's in Illinois. I'm like, dude, we talked about that an hour ago. And then someone just came in and said, News Nation says we're landing in an hour. Like, we can see. News Nation. It's the news. They really got their grips in America over the Petito case, didn't they?
Yeah.
It's amazing how quickly.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, you know, they're owned by Nexstar Media that's suing me.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, absolutely. They own News Nation. Yep. They sure do. They own WFLA and about 60% of all affiliates in the US, actually. So they're pretty much a monopoly, and they're suing me for $2 million because I hurt their Florida market. Okay.
What?
Seriously? Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, it's crazy. No, I got slapped with a $2 million lawsuit last March. And now, since the judge hasn't given them their default ruling, I don't really know I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. I can't afford a lawyer to fight Nexstar Media. Kidding me? They're their budget in Florida for WFLA in the court document said it was in the billions. What's my budget?
That's incredible, Jay.
Oh, it's absolutely insane. It's insane. I should probably go to the media with it because it's just sitting there. So get this. So it's been sitting there, and then they put in another motion for default. Now they're saying, "Oh, we'll take 70 grand." What? How do you go from 2 million? They haven't even seen my financials. We haven't gotten anything. All I got was copyright strikes on my channel, and then slapped with a lawsuit.
That's crazy.
And it's just sat there, and the judge hasn't ruled on it. This was filed in March. It still sits. So I don't know if there's like precedents to other cases. I asked for time to get a lawyer. The judge never responded. So there's nothing. So they don't want money. They just want to hit me where it counts.
Yeah.
So they're saying that I copyrighted it's copyright. So it's for streaming during the Brian Laundrie case. WFLA was live, Eagle 8, all that stuff. They struck me on all those videos. They gave me 4, shut my channel down. Boom. So I disputed them. I was like, wait a minute. Couldn't this be, fair use or whatever?
Well, yeah.
So, I mean, I wasn't the only person streaming them, but for some reason I was singled out. And I think it's because I criticized them. So they were like, fuck you. If you're not using our stuff positively, you're not going to use it, because no other YouTubers got struck, but they weren't criticizing JB. They weren't criticizing their reporting. And to me, that's fair use.
Yeah.
So I can't afford a lawyer, though, to fight them on the billions,
They're not gonna take it. They're just trying to prove a point.
I think so
Yeah,
too.
yeah. I mean, they tried to get me, to agree to sign a document. This was their first strong arm on me. Was before the lawsuit. I take that back. I got the copyright strikes. I disputed them. Their lawyer contacted me via email, and he said, I have this. He sent me a PDF with it, contract thing, basically saying I will never use any of Nexstar Media's footage ever again. So I'm like, okay, let me look these people up. So I look them up and I see what they own. And they own 65% of the mainstream media affiliates in this country. And I'm like, what the fuck? They don't want me to have a podcast. Why?
Yeah.
Why? I hope it gets to the point where I can submit my financials, because they are so out there, I think, with what they think I made. Or what
that's what
I
was going to say about what they were requesting for money. It was like, that seems.
Oh, it was like they were throwing shit at the wall to see if it would stick. I'm telling you, I'm not going to announce what I make here, because it's just not I don't feel that's appropriate, but I'm going to tell you that it is not banking. Okay. It ain't banking.
You're just going to say you didn't make 70 grand off those 4 things. Like they're
No.
saying. Yeah.
No, I heard another YouTuber say that I made $35,000 in 1 month over Brian Laundrie. I was like, what? I've never even made over 10,000. Never in 1 month. And I know YouTubers bank over 10,000 all the time.
Wow.
But it's no one's business. But I mean, the people, I think they think because you've been doing this for so long, you must be making a lot of money. It's just not so. It's just not so. I'm not saying I can't pay my bills. I pay my bills, but it's not like what people think. And
are
obviously,
you working to live or living to work? I mean,
Right.
it's that balance thing we were talking about.
Exactly. I had to, kind of change my way of living, which I welcomed, because I was an empty nester. And I was like, okay, I can live simply. So now is the opportunity to do something I enjoy versus having to get up and go, 9 to 5 every day. So I would rather talk to you guys than go back to my old job. And I have to sacrifice for that. But for them to think that I've got 2 mil, even 70K, what a fucking joke.
It is a joke. That is a joke. And they know you haven't got that.
Well, and the interesting thing about it is that Dan Abrams guy, he's the one, he's got his own show on News Nation, but he also has his hands in so many things, like the live PD thing and all this. He's a lawyer. He is a news correspondent. He's like top correspondent on ABC, legal correspondent, just all these things. And then this crypto thing happened with that kid.
That's right.
Yes. And guess who was the first judge assigned to his case? Dan Abrams' sister. His sister is a federal judge. And then she recused herself because they had advised that crypto, whatever that SBX, whatever the crypto thing is, they had advised him. Her husband's law firm advised this Sam whatever's company.
Wow.
So she recused herself from the thing. And Scott Reich reported it. And I was just like, wait, what? Dan Abrams' sister's a federal judge? I'm like, wow, he owns Law and Crime too. So he's got a courtroom, all boom, boom, boom. I'm like, how do they do this? Well, billions of dollars and connections
over many of generations.
over many yeah, because I think Dan Abrams' father was a prominent attorney as well. So it's all who you know, it's all, you know, all that. But you know, news or Law and Crime isn't just some, you know, run of the mill like cool people who just went out and figured out how to make a Law and Crime channel and have cool podcasts. And no, it's you're padding the pockets of corporate America. And even though it doesn't look that way when you watch them. That's all I'm going to say. That's my opinion.
Part of the broadcast. It's just the streaming part of the broadcast.
Right. And they just happen to be suing me for $2 million. So like, why don't they, are they threatened by the new way of people getting news?
Yep.
Were they trying to set a precedence that you're not going to use our news? I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just, it's bizarre. And I don't know what's going to happen with it.
It doesn't make any sense.
Guys, I might end up with a default judgment against me. I don't know. This is all in a federal judge's hands. Hear that? Federal judge. What did I just say his sister was?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. This is in a federal judge's hands here in Tampa at the federal court.
Wait, and his sisters?
No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
She's
wait,
in New
are
York.
you saying
No,
that's
I'm just saying she's also she's a federal judge, is all I'm saying.
That
this
was
is a federal case because it's copyright.
Right.
So they had to file it in Florida federal court. No, she's in New York City or some shit. I'm just saying, it's just the people. It's just the connections. You know what I'm saying? Like the normal average person can't go out and get a little crew to go in these courtrooms and film. Like that's out of our reach.
And they don't want that. I mean, the powers that be definitely.
No, they don't want to lose that grip on their old school media. They're losing their grip on the old school anchor media. People don't care anymore. They don't care. They want it real time. It's coming across quicker on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
It definitely does.
No one's waiting for, you know, Lester Holt and the 7:00 nightly news anymore.
No.
It's not about sitting down at dinner and then watching the nightly news over a little cocktail. It's not like that anymore.
What? Like someone said in chat though, Jay, you know what? Take it as a compliment. That's how I would look at it.
Yeah, I mean, no, it is. And I do. But then it's also scary to have that kind of a monetary thing filed against you. It's like
yeah, I mean it's gonna be, but it's unrealistic. It's just not gonna go anywhere.
They're fooling you guys, making it seem like it's the next generation of news. We're the new, you know, news nation, the next generation of digital news. No, it's the same. It's just they put lipstick on a pig. Don't let them fool you, and support your little guys.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, the little guys that are getting slapped with a $2 million lawsuit, and they thought that I'd curl up in a ball probably and go, fuck this.
Well, I would imagine that's probably exactly what they thought. It's probably why they did it.
Yeah, absolutely. David and Goliath, isn't it? You know,
yeah, I don't like it. Like I'm not hurting them, but you know what? A million of me might.
Yeah, and that's the power.
And there's more and more of us popping up every day, isn't it?
Yeah.
And these creators that don't want to like me, they want to go live and laugh. Oh, let's read through her lawsuit. They don't realize this affects you too, motherfucker. You're not free from this. You're not. They just happen to pick me for whatever reason. Maybe someone turned me over and said, she's streaming your shit. Who knows? But you know what? If the new channels are popping up every single day and you never know who's going to be the next one that everybody likes, that does great, you know? And you know what? Another thing, News Nation, also the little slime buckets that they are, after they sued me, I went into Pacer and I wanted to see how many copyright cases they've filed in their history of their company. Do you know there was Comcast, all this Comcast, and then me? I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, am I being punked right now? So then I also look, you know who else they sued? This person had the web page or the web address, newsnationamerica.com. Do you know they fucking sued them for copyright and they won? Of course they did. Of course they did. because the little guy who was just trying to have News Nation America, they sued him. I mean, these people have nothing else to do. They have so much money.
I know, it's disgusting.
And they feel threatened by the way that their traditional media has shifted right before their eyes over COVID. It was like they blinked and they woke up and it was different.
Yeah. Spot on.
News Nation is very strong, Oasis, and they're under the umbrella of Nexstar Media. Trust me, I've done my homework. You don't want to question me on this. I definitely have done my homework. They have Como. Yeah, Como. His show sucks too. His show sucks.
I've tried a bunch of times.
But see, this is what happens. You watch, you say, oh, his show sucks. Then they're going to strike you. Then that's when they come after you. Fuck that. I don't have to like Como because he's on News Nation and Brian Enton's on News Nation. I don't have to like them. Como. He's a tool, and I tried to like him as well.
I really did because I want him to be genuine.
Because he's got that stupid looking face that you want to believe.
Yes, exactly.
He does. He's got that doofus, like he's too dumb to lie to me look, but he's lying to you. So you want to smack him instead. Oh, he's gotten even cockier on News Nation. I saw that he had his show starting and I caught the first episode on YouTube. So get this. This is what's funny. I watched him get fired from CNN. I watched this shit. So I watched him get fired from CNN. And then I watched him launch this YouTube thing. And I think he thought he was going to explode on the YouTube scene. Dude, I don't even know if his channel's still up, but it was fucking hilarious. He was sitting at a desk at home. And it was at the time it was being reported that he went to go like apply at a fire station. And they said, no, we don't want you. Do you remember that story?
Yeah. No.
He got fired from CNN and apparently went to a local firehouse and wanted to work there. And they said, no, we don't fucking want you, basically.
Wow. He ended up going to Ukraine.
He did.
Yeah, with Sean Penn.
Oh, see, I didn't even see that part. After the whole YouTube thing, I was like, I can't look at this douchebag seriously again. His YouTube channel had like 6,000 subscribers. He had these blowout like intros, like he's the shit. So it cracked me up. I saw he had a show starting on News Nation. So I catch the first episode and I'm just like, oh my God, this dude is like, he thinks he has just landed himself his own show. He is the shit. And then I caught another episode and I heard him saying, well, he was interviewing someone. He said, well, this show is number one. I think he wanted to interview someone and he got turned down. Somebody else got the interview. And he said, well, this is the number one show on News Nation. And I thought, what? I thought Dan Abrams will probably beg to differ with you on that one.
Oh my God.
What a tangled web we weave.
Elle, he did start a YouTube channel. I don't know if it's still there. It's like the Como Project or something. I swear to God.
It's
the Como.
I doubt it.
He does walks. I mean, like I really want to.
Dude, this still has not loaded. It's bogged. Or they've got it taken down.
I reckon
we took a turn. We're gonna be landing in Lewiston, guys. That was a dummy plane we just watched.
Right, guys, it's nearly 2:00 here in the morning for me.
Oh my gosh, you've got to go to bed.
So I need to get some sleep.
Well, thank you so much, Haley. I appreciate it. And Mary, you as well.
It was a lot of fun.
Great.
It was great.
And
you guys are amazing.
I say that when I say I love something and I think it's great, it's not because I am glamorizing murder. It's just because, I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
So
no, we're dealing with this trauma one way or another. I mean, it's so, I mean, that's the thing about these serial killers is that they traumatize such a huge amount of people, which is what they want to do. It's the terror. That it's a lot.
We're coming in for a landing though. Lewiston is real close to Moscow.
You think this is going to happen?
It's been so good, and thank you to everyone in chat for making me feel so welcome. Thank you, Mary. Thank you too.
You're always welcome here, honey.
everyone that's been on panel. Thank you, Jay. And yeah, I've just absolutely loved it.
Same
yeah.
here. We're gonna have to do it again.
Oh, definitely, because there's so much to talk about.
There
you
really
know.
is. There really
Yeah.
is. Open invite for you.
So good night. Good night, my darlings.
Good night.
Good night.
Be safe.
Yeah, and don't have nightmares.
No.
Yes.
No nightmares.
No
Go watch good stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Light TV.
Okay, HJ's okay. I told her to lock her doors, and she
Okay,
said, "Thanks for reminding me." So they weren't, but they are now. I don't think anything's happening to her, but I just want her to be safe because we've been talking about some creepy stuff, you know. It's unsettling. Like when I opened the door to take my dogs out last night, I was like, "What the fuck? Why did that just pop in my head?" Well, because we've been talking about this shit for 7 weeks.
That's right.
So take a break. You know, if it starts to affect you like that. Let's see. What else do we have?
Well, thank you so much.
Oh,
And
Mary, thank you. It
for
was
being
my
positive, and
my
I
pleasure.
just so appreciate it. I really
my
do.
pleasure.
I will
My
see
pleasure.
you later.
You are welcome anytime as well. Have a great night.
Well, thank you. Bye, chat. Bye, mods. Thanks.
Great job. Great job. Great panel today. I don't think I can end this stream until the freaking plane lands, even if it is a dummy. Maybe I will, Mark Klein. That'd be pretty fun. Like, hey, can I hang out with your in your file room? Ooh, it's pouring down rain here, you guys. Holy. Your granddaughter has a billy goat? What? You just petted it? I want this jail roster to load, but guys, it's just creeping. All right, we're down to 20,000 feet. We're moving in for a landing. So it would be what? 6 there? I'm scared of those goats running around. So can you guys see that? I don't know why this isn't zooming in for y'all. Oh, hang on. Zoom in. HJ usually reminds me to zoom in. Okay, oh shoot, I brought all the other planes on, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna watch it come in for the landing because this is just what we have to do. Let's put some music on for the event. I'm losing my mind now. These are too long of streams for me. How about this one? Oh, it's called Night Driving. If I listened to this while I was driving at night, I would be so tired. Hey, what do you guys think about doing streams where we watch car chases? Do you guys enjoy car chases? Everybody, let's take a debrief from all the nastiness of today. Should I do voiceovers? Seriously, you guys, clear your heads. I mean, we really got to clear our heads from this crap. Whatever your vices are, within reason. This kind of has a 9 Inch Nails beat. It's lame as fuck, but it's got a 9 Inch Nails beat, so we'll go with it. You guys would like that? I thought the guys would like the chases too. Those are always fun to watch. I think we should do it on the 411 channel. We'll do how about Saturday night car chases? Or do you guys actually always have plans on Saturdays? The California ones are the best. The LA, hell yeah. You never know what the fuck's gonna happen. Emma Dilemma, I like your name. Talk like Barry White. I can't. I like the people that get I like those too, Mark Klein. The people that get kicked off airplanes. Or how about like the customs? Oh my God, why are they going so slow on landing? Come on. Look at the planes around them, how fast they're moving compared. Like they're fucking creeping. Look at them. Why are they going so slow? It just says Lewiston. I don't know. Let me zoom in more. I don't think it's... no, it's Lewiston Nez Pierce County Airport. Hell's Gate Habitat Management Unit. What's Hell's Gate? That doesn't sound like a good place. Why do people live out here? Why do people live in Washington and Idaho? Like, tell me. Thank you so much, Tara Cook. I just got Canadian blasted, 20 Canadian dollars. It's okay, Hot Pink. I totally understand. I don't want to reopen anybody's wounds. No problemo. Thank you for being here though tonight. I mean, I love you, Anne, but I'm just saying it just seems like a scary place to be. I've just seen people in chats lately saying, oh my God, I'm from Washington. Do you know how many serial killers came from here? And then like I was looking up all these unsolved cases and I'm like, what the fuck? You like that, Mark? Mark Calvin Klein. Thank you again, Tara Cook. Without a parachute, right, Jen? The music, I can't. If my girls come back here to watch, they're gonna die. They're gonna be like, what are you doing? Uh-oh, we've got some new news coming in. HJ's still at it. We have new news. Heavy police presence emerged at the Moscow Pullman Regional Airport. Runway lights now lit up. Late this afternoon, we learned Koberger should be here within an hour. This is a dummy plane. They're going to Moscow Airport. Guys, we're looking at Lewiston. Look. They're taking him here. And we're watching a plane that's going here. Unless they're... No, this plane's going straight here. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. That was a life flight. Okay, so that's the airport. See, they're not letting us see. He's hidden. He's hidden from our view. Because that's the airport, guys. See that little purple plane? Unless they're lying to the media and they're really pulling into Lewiston. I guess that's altogether possible. Because we actually do see a plane going to Lewiston. Let's see what else we have here. They're showing pictures of it on the news as well. And then it says here, oh, you guys, we were right. FBI directed Indiana police to pull over Brian Koberger, seeking video images of his hands. Coming at you from Fox News. It's coming in hot. 10,000 feet. It might be coming into Moscow. I just assumed it was Lewiston, but I guess not. It looks like it's coming into Moscow. Good job. Good job. Good job, Mark Klein. Oh, I know, Ave. Sometimes I have good thoughts that come true and stuff like that. Sometimes I'm not a dumbass looking ass. Ellie knew exactly what was going on. They know way, 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 way more. You guys underestimate them. Don't underestimate them. And don't let these creators on YouTube get you underestimating law enforcement. In my opinion, I think that's very irresponsible to do. Especially as a true crime like reporter or podcaster or whatever you want to call us. I think it's very, very risky. Are they deciding at the last minute what to do? Like, they're going to veer left? No, I'm not always right. I'm just saying, like, if I have a gut feeling, though, I tell you guys about it. Because if I ignore it, it bothers me. Yep, you got it, Elle. Well, the media reported it's Moscow, but you know. Could be a little bit of bluffing going on for the safety of all. Hot pink, thank you. It's not a bad subject. I don't know. He hasn't been around in a while. Years now. I feel like I've finally like gotten like comfortable and kind of found my place in the YouTube streets. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know the streets I don't really want to go down. I know the neighborhoods I don't want to visit. I find my tribe and my like-minded people like you guys, and that's good enough for me. I don't have to be for everybody. I know, Chris McDowell, they're going to be pissed. 7,000 feet right now. Yeah, I mean, I think life's too short, Leo, to worry about what people think about you. I know, I wouldn't. Hot pink, I hated it. I always wanted to be on radio. I have no problem being behind a microphone, but I'm super comfortable when I don't have to be on camera. That's one thing I really don't like. I can't enhance shit. This is... What do you want me to enhance? What you talking about? What do I got to enhance? All right, when they turn yellow, that means they're about 6,000 feet. Thanks for pointing that out. That actually really makes me feel good, Hot Pink, because sometimes you feel like you haven't really come very far. Like, you feel like you haven't really learned because you make the same mistakes with people over and over sometimes. So thank you for saying that. It was fun, Susan. It's too bad he had to ruin it. What do I think about his hands? I think his hands are all fucked up. I think he put bleach or chemicals, some kind of chemical. Wasn't Haley amazing? And Mary and Potato and Heather? I know when we have that many people up here, not everybody gets a chance to talk as much as they'd like. I kind of like panels to be like 4 max, I think. Yeah. Brian got pulled over first by a black SUV. I said that it was probably the FBI. You guys want to watch this video really quick? Oh, Steve Jobs adopted. I remember you. Steve Jobs' adopted girlfriend. Oh my God. Hot pink jalapenos. Now I have like a whole new love for you. God, I can't stand looking at this video one more time tonight, but this is the final time, okay? It's probably going to be an ad. Look at Brian's face. Oh, shit. I wish I would have screen grabbed that. That was a perfect shot. Okay, wait. Let's see if this... Nope. Jail.lata.id.us. Nope. This is... Okay, we got him. We can't miss the landing. The airport's over here, and they're going somewhere else. I think they're going to swing around and land in Pullman. I think you're still right, Mark. They're still at 5,000 feet. Thank you for noticing and commenting on it. I am pizza, and I'm about to lose my damn mind. I want a pizza. Now you made me hungry. Pizza chemist. It's not fair. Now everybody wants pizza. I bet, Chrissy. It's crazy how this has captivated us. I know. Once I know he's on the ground, I can go relax. How about y'all? I think this still might be a dummy plane. He had to have landed by now. This is the longest thing ever. Mark! Oh my God. My husband loves IHOP. Or no, he likes Waffle House. Beer brats? Oh God, I would have such bad heartburn. Oh my God. Dr. Melmo. Dude, I don't even know. I'm sure all the media's there, but I don't know where this guy's going. I think we were played. Still at 5,000 feet. Look, it's going to Lake Bryan. It's going to drop him in Lake Bryan. Can we please just push him out over Lake Bryan? I know I haven't had dinner yet either, and I want pizza now. Oh, wait, did it just turn around? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I'm like, this turn around. Oh, thank you, Auntie Cheryl. Thank you so much. You know I love my Auntie Cheryl. This music sounds like I'm doing that thing with my cheek. You know, you guys, we don't know if... Remember we heard before that his mother turned him in? That still could be true. I'm getting you guys all comfy for bed. Nighttime, bedtime stories with Jay. I can tell you crime stories. Except I get all worked up. I jolt you awake. There's 16,000 people tracking this plane. Oh my God, I just snorted. He's going to Pullman, Mark. Could have been. Could have been Ave. Pillow Talk. Oh my God, I forgot about Pillow Talk. 100.3 WNIC. Yeah, I wonder if he did say what happened to your hands. Why are your hands all red? What would be Brian's excuse? You know, it's almost like their statement saying, you know, we give our sympathy to the victims, but we stand behind our son. Kind of like, and they said like, kind of, you know, alluding to like, let the court system do their job. I mean, what would you say as a parent? What's the right thing to say? Good night, Auntie Cheryl. I don't know. I'm sure his defense attorney would probably fly with him. He doesn't have Renaud's. Where would you get? I mean, where would they find that out? Okay, if anybody got his medical records, let me know. Medical records or it never happened. The dude bleached his hands. He's a creep. He's a mass murderer. He's evil. And he would do anything to save his ass and play games with law enforcement. He doesn't have any syndromes. The only syndrome he has is he's a psychopath. That's his syndrome. He brutally murdered people. He did not wash his hands so much that they're red. Yeah, he was trying to deflect on that shooting. We went over that earlier. This is going to be one for the replays. I mean, what kind of statement do you make when your kid does that? And I'm sure, yeah, people can get their hands turned. I mean, I have a girlfriend of mine in Michigan. She's like allergic to the cold. And she gets welts when she's out in the cold. Greta. Poor Greta. Poor Greta getting her stories told on my podcast, but she gets welts in the cold. I mean, I'm not saying people don't get it, but I think the odds that he did something to put chemicals on his hands to disguise something or something with fingerprints is more likely. And I just heard that, Citrus Bloom. I heard that early on that his mother turned him in. I know, right? Poor Greta. I'm sorry you go through that, Emma. Being cold sucks. I just don't think with this guy it's very likely. I'm not saying it doesn't happen to most people, but he ain't most people. I mean, you don't get the marks on your knuckles that look like you fought with someone because you're cold. You guys are giving him way too much fucking credit. Thank you, Olive. Well, someone get that dude some hand lotion because he gonna need it. And it looks like we are coming into Moscow Pullman Airport. Now, if you just murdered 4 people and your hands are jacked up, you just might be trying to hide something, you know? This is hilarious, us watching this. You guys, this actually beats, I think, the laundry manhunt at this point. Sad cowboy fan. I'm glad that got you to come out of the woodwork and comment. How you doing? Pull up a chair and get comfortable. He is a skin fungus. Good night, Tommy. Yeah, they're definitely inflamed. And think about how long he had to have done that. And that had to hurt on top of wounds. Woo-wee. Ouch. Thank you for that, KREM. We've got here. Oh, we get another view. I don't think I can do both. We'll watch it in real time now. His old alma mater? You don't say. Brian's coming in hot. Dude, this is crazy. What are we doing with our lives? Oh, let me turn off the music. Hear that plane come in. Everybody relax. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know. Send me what? Thank you for the pizza fund. Okay, shh. Here it comes. Hats off to these reporters on the ground. Sad cowboy. And I think we have wheels on the ground. Oh, it just dawned on me. Speaking of airplanes, WFL or Nexstar struck me on the flyover of Gabby Petito's banner that said "Justice for Gabby" that the TikTokers paid for. I aired that and they struck me on it. That shows what they really think about Gabby Petito and domestic violence, huh? You'd think they'd want me to air that for awareness. Hey, Nefa. Yeah, they don't give a damn about domestic violence or anything like that. They the pocketbook is the bottom line for them. Yeah, we went over. I have pictures from the AP that were sent to me, and we went over those and zoomed in. They're quite shocking. Thank you for all of your amazing emails. You guys, what was the girl's address again? Is it 1122 or 1121? And 1122 was allegedly the neighbor Emily or whatever. One 22. Okay. I got a response from the Moscow Police Department in my email. So hold on. I'll read that to you guys in a second. Oh, that's right, Leo. They had just did landed. It's so dark. Hey, KK Gons. How are you tonight? We are just watching Brian. He landed in Moscow, Idaho, at the Moscow Pullman Airport. We see some FBI agents over by some vehicles over there. Looks like they are getting ready to retrieve the suspect from the airplane. Let's take a watch at them walking over to the plane. No one's yelling here. You can just see their feet. I got a response on my 911 call request. It was denied, obviously. But it does say that when the investigation is complete, you may make another request, which will result in the release of all non-exempt public records. But I put this in on December 27th, so I didn't know there was going to be a gag order. So if we were going to get the 911 call, we would have just gotten it. And we didn't. There he is. He's on Idaho soil. Yep, they switched planes in South Dakota. Are they putting him in a pickup truck? You guys, we watch the news as it happens. That's why these anchors are scared, because we don't need them. We're not waiting until 5 o'clock. You know, this is a perfect example. Well, they have to treat them. They have to be humane, quote unquote, humane. Remember, this is all about no appeals and all that crap. They want this to stick. Well, it looks like they're inside the airport. They can only get, this is pretty damn good for them being inside the airport. I say bind them up, throw them in the back of the bed. Brian already got in the truck. You missed Brian. You got to keep your eyes on the screen. If you really want to pay attention, you can't chat. Chatting always throws everybody off. Hey, Mind Crime. Yeah, they're taking him in the least obvious, but it's so crazy that they even allowed reporters to view any of this because now everyone's going to know what vehicle they're in. But I'm sure they're prepared for everything. Freedom of the press, you know? I mean, these guys are behind a glass window, so this is pretty good footage. Hey, Mindcrime, how are you? Maybe not behind glass. They want to get him the hell out of there quick. They want to get him to the jail quick. Thank you, Nicole, for being here. Almost every look. Yeah, look at, they have another pickup. Yep, they've got so many of those pickups. That's awesome. See how smart they are? They're so smart. It's been 7 weeks. They haven't got him yet. They don't know what they're doing. Dude, these guys know exactly what the fuck they're doing. Aw, and if you don't, Nicole, you are more than welcome. Anyways, thank you for being here. And also thank you if you do become a member. And they're off. There goes the convoy. Bunch of SUVs, pickup trucks, the whole 9. We really do need to have more faith in Ellie. I mean, with the shit they've been put through the past few years with defund the police and them all being regarded as being bad, dude, they need a break cut like big time. Amy Darcy, it's good to see you as well. Nicole, I appreciate that so much. I really do. I know I would love to know his demeanor now. If it changes, you know. That's just what you see. It's going to look like Biden coming through. There's more than what you saw. Oh, I can imagine. Yep, no escaping here. I know I would love to know his demeanor. Nifa, thank your son or daughter for their service. Gosh, and they can all breathe a sigh of relief tonight, you know? That he is there and they can start this process. This is interesting to watch, though, isn't it? Like, we're watching a live transport. I've never seen this. We've only been allowed to see, like, the perp walks. Oh, my gosh, you got 2? Well, bless you. You must worry a lot. I don't know, KM. I bet his lawyer already has them. His lawyer has them. Thank you so much, Tara. You're so generous. I'm telling you, this case is going to go down in the history books. And like Mary said earlier, before we went live, she's like, oh my God, like if this becomes a big serial killer case and he goes down in the history books as being this master, like manipulator, psychopath, like in the future, you know, like look at how we're watching BTK and we watch Ted Bundy and all these serial killers of the past. Like, are they going to be watching this and reading your comments 20 years from now talking about this case or something? It's just so weird to think about. We're in such a new age. We're in such a new age. I do, Gons. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Nefa. I have the best team around. I really do. Oh, listen. Leo, high future reader of my comments. I'm old as fuck right now. He's heading to the jail. Let me pin that. Enjoy this 20 years in the future. Yeah, I think there's more to him than just a mass killer, though. That's just me. In my opinions only, and this is for entertainment purposes only. Amy, that's so sweet. Good to see you're doing well and still ticking. Good coverage. I hardly watch streams these days because of the nonsense. Well, Amy, you're always welcome here. Amy is an OG, you guys. Amy Darcy Marie. I do. Oh, look at Snoopy. It's like Dennis Rader's eyebrows. Amy, you've seen some shiz over the years. Oh, Jen, don't say that. DeGiro, it's over. DeGiro. That is our cue. Let's see if there's anything else going on, Brian. I'm all zoomed in. Look at this. And we're going to go to live. KREM. Flight tracking. Oh my God, everybody's live with this. So funny. Nope. Wheels down, this guy says. Wheels down. Wheels down. Look at this thumbnail. Dude, YouTube cracks me up sometimes. Aw, thank you, Priscilla. You must be as well. You are smarter than I. Wheels down. I love looking at people's thumbnails. Ooh, you guys might want to go watch Drunk Turkey tonight. Interview with former friend. Look at the picture of him. That's back in his party days. All right, I think it's a Drunk Turkey kind of night. It's a Drunk Turkey kind of night. What do you think? I can't stream Court TV. They are also Nexstar affiliated. Nope. All right, I'm going to go watch the Drunk Turkey. Let's see if there's anything else exciting. There's a lot of cool channels. If you go search, you can probably find some. I always look for new people. It's fun. The official Ken. Let's see the official Ken. Hey, Ken. He looks pretty cool. See, there's other true crime creators, you guys. You just have to step out of the gutter streets that we get sucked into, because there's some pretty cool channels. If you don't know Drunk Turkey, this is Drunk Turkey. It looks like it's over, so I'll give you guys the link. It just ended an hour, or it was an hour long. Oh, Drunk Turkey's cool. I just found him as well. All right, you guys. I'm going to put the Dance It Out for you guys. And let's see. Ooh, wrong camera, doggy cam. I gotta come back and say hi. I can't just leave on like no face note. I'm tired. I've been here for hours, and so have you. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for subscribing. Everything about you guys. Thank you. Thank you. And dance it out. We will see you probably tomorrow, I imagine, with the craziness going on here. Hopefully we get some docs tomorrow. But yeah, you guys have a great rest of your night. Go relax, clear your heads. See you soon.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care. your problems, I don't give a damn. You talk way too much, I have heard enough about you and your problems, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn, damn, 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 damn. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel, feels something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that.